Chapter 29 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 29. Miss Dunstable at Home. Miss Dunstable did not look like a lovelorn maiden as she stood in a small antechamber at the top of her drawing-room stairs, receiving her guests. Her house was one of those abnormal mansions which are to be seen here and there in London, built in compliance rather with the rules of rural architecture than with those which usually govern the erection of city streets and town terraces. It stood back from its brethren and alone, so that its owner could walk round it. It was approached by a short carriageway. The chief door was in the back of the building, and the front of the house looked on to one of the parks. Miss Dunstable, in procuring it, had had her usual luck. It had been built by an eccentric millionaire at an enormous cost, and the eccentric millionaire, after living in it for 12 months, had declared that it did not possess a single comfort, and that it was deficient in most of those details which, in point of house accommodation, are necessary to the very existence of man. Consequently, the mansion was sold, and Miss Dunstable was the purchaser. Cranbourne House it had been named, and its present owner had made no change in this respect, but the world at large very generally called it Ointment Hall, and Miss Dunstable herself as frequently used that name for it as any other. It was impossible to quiz Miss Dunstable with any success, because she always joined in the joke herself. Not a word further had passed between Mrs. Gresham and Dr. Thorne on the subject of their last conversation, but the doctor, as he entered the ladies' portals amongst a tribe of servants and in a glare of light, and saw the crowd before him and the crowd behind him, felt that it was quite impossible that he should ever be at home there. It might be all right that a Miss Dunstable should live in this way, but it could not be right that the wife of Dr. Thorne should so live. But all this was a matter of the merest speculation, for he was well aware, as he said to himself a dozen times, that his niece had blundered strangely in her reading of Miss Dunstable's character. When the Gresham party entered the anteroom into which the staircase opened, they found Miss Dunstable standing there, surrounded by a few of her most intimate allies. Mrs. Harold Smith was sitting quite close to her. Dr. Easyman was reclining on a sofa against the wall, and the lady who habitually lived with Miss Dunstable was by his side. One or two others were there also, so that a little running conversation was kept up, in order to relieve Miss Dunstable of the tedium which might otherwise be engendered by the work she had in hand. As Mrs. Gresham, leaning on her husband's arm, entered the room, she saw the back of Mrs. Proudie, as that lady made her way through the opposite door, leaning on the arm of the bishop. Mrs. Harold Smith had apparently recovered from the annoyance which she must no doubt have felt when Miss Dunstable so utterly rejected her suit on behalf of her brother. If any feeling had existed, even for a day, calculated to put a stop to the intimacy between the two ladies, that feeling had altogether died away, for Mrs. Harold Smith was conversing with her friend quite in the old way. She made some remark on each of the guests as they passed by, and apparently did so in a manner satisfactory to the owner of the house, for Miss Dunstable answered with her kindest smiles, and in that genial, happy tone of voice which gave its peculiar character to her good humour. "She is quite convinced that you are a mere plagiarist in what you are doing," said Mrs. Harold Smith, speaking of Mrs. Proudie. "And so I am. I don't suppose there can be anything very original nowadays about an evening party. but she thinks you are copying her. And why not? I copy everybody that I see, more or less. You did not at first begin to wear big petticoats out of your own head. If Mrs Proudie has any such pride as that, pray don't rob her of it. Here's the doctor and the Greshams. Mary, my darling, how are you?" And in spite of all her grandeur of apparel, Miss Dunstable took hold of Mrs Gresham and kissed her, to the disgust of the dozen and a half of the distinguished fashionable world who were passing up the stairs behind. The doctor was somewhat repressed in his mode of address by the communication which had so lately been made to him. Miss Dunstable was now standing on the very top of the pinnacle of wealth, and seemed to him to be not only so much above his reach, but also so far removed from his track in life, that he could not in any way put himself on a level with her. He could neither aspire so high nor descend so low, and thinking of this, he spoke to Miss Dunstable as though there were some great distance between them, as though there had been no hours of intimate friendship down at Greshamsbury. There had been such hours, during which Miss Dunstable and Dr Thorne had lived as though they belonged to the same world; and this at any rate may be said of Miss Dunstable, that she had no idea of forgetting them. Dr Thorne merely gave her his hand, and then prepared to pass on. "Don't go, doctor," she said. "For heaven's sake, don't go yet. I don't know when I may catch you if you get in there. I shan't be able to follow you for the next 2 hours. Lady Meredith, I am so much obliged to you for coming. Your mother will be here, I hope? Oh, I am so glad. From her, you know, that is quite a favour. You, Sir George, are half a sinner yourself, so I don't think so much about it." "Oh, quite so," said Sir George. "Perhaps rather the largest half." "The men divide the world into gods and giants," said Miss Dunstable. "We women have our divisions also. We are saints or sinners according to our party. The worst of it is that we rat almost as often as you do." Whereupon Sir George laughed and passed on. "I know, doctor, you don't like this kind of thing," she continued, "but there is no reason why you should indulge yourself altogether in your own way more than another. Is there, Frank?" "I am not so sure but he does like it," said Mr Gresham. "There are some of your reputed friends whom he owns that he is anxious to see." "Are there? Then there is some hope of his ratting too. But he'll never make a good staunch sinner, will he, Mary? You're too old to learn new tricks, eh, doctor?" "I am afraid I am," said the doctor with a faint laugh. "Does Dr Thorne rank himself among the army of saints?" asked Mrs Harold Smith. "Decidedly," said Miss Dunstable. "But you must always remember that there are saints of different orders, are there not, Mary? And nobody supposes that the Franciscans and the Dominicans agree very well together. Dr Thorne does not belong to the school of St Proudie of Barchester. He would prefer the priestess whom I see coming round the corner of the staircase, with a very famous young novice at her elbow. From all that I can hear, you will have to reckon Miss Grantly among the sinners," said Mrs Harold Smith, seeing that Lady Lufton with her young friend was approaching, "unless, indeed, you can make a saint of Lady Hartletop." And then Lady Lufton entered the room, and Miss Dunstable came forward to meet her with more quiet respect in her manner than she had as yet shown to many of her guests. "I am much obliged to you for coming, Lady Lufton," she said, "and the more so for bringing Miss Grantly with you." Lady Lufton uttered some pretty little speech, during which Dr Thorne came up and shook hands with her, as did also Frank Gresham and his wife. There was a county acquaintance between the Framley people and the Greshamsbury people, and therefore there was a little general conversation before Lady Lufton passed out of the small room into what Mrs Proudie would have called the noble suite of apartments. "Papa will be here," said Miss Grantly; "at least, so I understand. I have not seen him yet myself." "Oh yes, he has promised me," said Miss Dunstable; "and the archdeacon, I know, will keep his word. I should by no means have the proper ecclesiastical balance without him." "Papa always does keep his word," said Miss Grantly, in a tone that was almost severe. She had not at all understood poor Miss Dunstable's little joke, or at any rate she was too dignified to respond to it. "I understand that old Sir John is to accept the Chiltern Hundreds at once," said Lady Lufton in a half whisper to Frank Gresham. "Lady Lufton had always taken a keen interest in the politics of East Barsetshire, and was now desirous of expressing her satisfaction that a Gresham should again sit for the county. The Greshams had been old county members in Barsetshire, time out of mind." "Oh yes, I believe so," said Frank, blushing. He was still young enough to feel almost ashamed of putting himself forward for such high honours. "There will be no contest, of course," said Lady Lufton confidentially. "There seldom is in East Barsetshire, I am happy to say; but if there were, every tenant at Framley would vote on the right side, I can assure you of that. Lord Lufton was saying so to me only this morning." Frank Gresham made a pretty little speech in reply, such as young sucking politicians are expected to make, and this, with sundry other small courteous murmurings, detained the Lufton party for a minute or two in the antechamber. In the meantime the world was pressing on and passing through to the 4 or 5 large reception rooms. The noble suite, which was already piercing poor Mrs Proudie's heart with envy to the very core. "These are the sort of rooms," she said to herself unconsciously, "which ought to be provided by the country for the use of its bishops. But the people are not brought enough together," she said to her lord. No, I don't think they are," said the bishop. "And that is so essential for a conversazione," continued Mrs Proudie. "Now, in Gloucester Place—" But we will not record all her adverse criticisms, as Lady Lufton is waiting for us in the ante-room. And now another arrival of moment had taken place, an arrival indeed of very great moment. To tell the truth, Miss Dunstable's heart had been set upon having 2 special persons, and though no stone had been left unturned, no stone which could be turned with discretion, she was still left in doubt as to both these 2 wondrous potentates. At the very moment of which we are now speaking, light and airy as she appeared to be, for it was her character to be light and airy, her mind was torn with doubts. If the wished-for 2 would come, her evening would be thoroughly successful; but if not, all her trouble would have been thrown away, and the thing would have been a failure. And there were circumstances connected with the present assembly which made Miss Dunstable very anxious that she should not fail. That the 2 great ones of the earth were Tom Towers of the Jupiter and the Duke of Omnium need hardly be expressed in words. And now, at this very moment, as Lady Lufton was making her civil speeches to young Gresham, apparently in no hurry to move on, and while Miss Dunstable was endeavouring to whisper something into the doctor's ear which would make him feel himself at home in this new world, a sound was heard which made that lady know that half her wish had at any rate been granted to her. A sound was heard, but only by her own and one other attentive pair of ears. Mrs. Harold Smith had also caught the name, and knew that the Duke was approaching. There was great glory and triumph in this, but why had his Grace come at so unchancy a moment? Miss Dunstable had been fully aware of the impropriety of bringing Lady Lufton and the Duke of Omnium into the same house at the same time, but when she had asked Lady Lufton, she had been led to believe that there was no hope of obtaining the Duke, and then, when that hope had dawned upon her, she had comforted herself with the reflection that the two sons, though they might for some few minutes be in the same hemisphere, could hardly be expected to clash or come across each other's orbits. Her rooms were large and would be crowded. The Duke would probably do little more than walk through them once, and Lady Lufton would certainly be surrounded by persons of her own class. Thus Miss Dunstable had comforted herself, but now all things were going wrong, and Lady Lufton would find herself in close contiguity to the nearest representative of satanic agency, which, according to her ideas, was allowed to walk this nether English world of ours. Would she scream, or indignantly retreat out of the house, or would she proudly raise her head, and with outstretched hand and audible voice boldly defy the devil and all his works? In thinking of these things as the Duke approached, Miss Dunstable almost lost her presence of mind. But Mrs. Harold Smith did not lose hers. "So here at last is the Duke," she said, in a tone intended to catch the express attention of Lady Lufton. Mrs. Smith had calculated that there might still be time for her ladyship to pass on and avoid the interview, but Lady Lufton, if she heard the words, did not completely understand them. At any rate, they did not convey to her mind at the moment the meaning they were intended to convey. She paused to whisper a last little speech to Frank Gresham, and then, looking round, found that the gentleman who was pressing against her dress was the Duke of Omnium. On this great occasion, when the misfortune could no longer be avoided, Miss Dunstable was by no means beneath herself or her character. She deplored the calamity, but she now saw that it was only left to her to make the best of it. The Duke had honoured her by coming to her house, and she was bound to welcome him, though in doing so she should bring Lady Lufton to her last gasp. "Duke," she said, "I am greatly honoured by this kindness on the part of your Grace. I hardly expected that you would be so good to me." "The goodness is all on the other side," said the Duke, bowing over her hand. And then, in the usual course of things, this would have been all. The Duke would have walked on and shown himself, would have said a word or two to Lady Hartletop, to the bishop, to Mr. Gresham, and such like, and would then have left the rooms by another way and quietly escaped. This was the duty expected from him, and this he would have done, and the value of the party would have been increased 30% by such doing. But now, as it was, the newsmongers of the West End were likely to get much more out of him. Circumstances had so turned out that he had absolutely been pressed close against Lady Lufton, and she, when she heard the voice, and was made positively acquainted with the fact of the great man's presence by Miss Dunstable's words, turned round quickly, but still with much feminine dignity, removing her dress from the contact. In doing this, she was brought absolutely face to face with the Duke, so that each could not but look full at the other. "I beg your pardon," said the Duke. They were the only words that had ever passed between them, nor have they spoken to each other since. But simple as they were, accompanied by the little byplay of the speakers, they gave rise to a considerable amount of ferment in the fashionable world. Lady Lufton, as she retreated back on to Dr. Easyman, curtsied low. She curtsied low and slowly, and with a haughty arrangement of her drapery that was all her own; but the curtsy, though it was eloquent, did not say half so much, did not reprobate the habitual iniquities of the Duke with a voice nearly as potent as that which was expressed in the gradual fall of her eye and the gradual pressure of her lips. When she commenced her curtsy, she was looking full in her foe's face. By the time that she had completed it, her eyes were turned upon the ground, but there was an ineffable amount of scorn expressed in the lines of her mouth. She spoke no word, and retreated as modest virtue and feminine weakness must ever retreat before barefaced vice and virile power. But nevertheless she was held by all the world to have had the best of the encounter. The Duke, as he begged her pardon, wore in his countenance that expression of modified sorrow which is common to any gentleman who is supposed by himself to have incommoded a lady; but over and above this, or rather under it, there was a slight smile of derision, as though it were impossible for him to look upon the bearing of Lady Lufton without some amount of ridicule. All this was legible to eyes so keen as those of Miss Dunstable and Mrs. Harold Smith, and the Duke was known to be a master of this silent inward sarcasm; but even by them, by Miss Dunstable and Mrs. Harold Smith, it was admitted that Lady Lufton had conquered. When her ladyship again looked up, the Duke had passed on. She then resumed the care of Miss Grantly's hand, and followed in among the company. "That is what I call unfortunate," said Miss Dunstable, as soon as both belligerents had departed from the field of battle. "The fates sometimes will be against one." "But they have not been at all against you here," said Mrs. Harold Smith. "If you could arrive at her ladyship's private thoughts to-morrow morning, you would find her to be quite happy in having met the Duke. It will be years before she has done boasting of her triumph, and it will be talked of by the young ladies of Framley for the next 3 generations." The Gresham party, including Dr. Thorne, had remained in the antechamber during the battle. The whole combat did not occupy above 2 minutes, and the 3 of them were hemmed off from escape by Lady Lufton's retreat into Dr. Easyman's lap. But now they too essayed to pass on. "What, you will desert me?" said Miss Dunstable. "Very well, but I shall find you out by and by. Frank, there is to be some dancing in one of the rooms, just to distinguish the affair from Mrs. Proudie's conversazione. It would be stupid, you know, if all conversaziones were alike, wouldn't it? So I hope you will go and dance. There will, I presume, be another variation at feeding time," said Mrs. Harold Smith. "Oh yes, certainly. I am the most vulgar of all wretches in that respect. I do love to set people eating and drinking. Mr. Supplehouse, I am delighted to see you, but do tell me," and then she whispered with great energy into the ear of Mr. Supplehouse, and Mr. Supplehouse again whispered into her ear. "You think he will, then?" said Miss Dunstable. Mr. Supplehouse assented. He did think so, but he had no warrant for stating the circumstance as a fact, and then he passed on, hardly looking at Mrs. Harold Smith as he passed. "What a hang-dog countenance he has," said that lady. "Ah, you're prejudiced, my dear, and no wonder. As for myself, I always liked Supplehouse. He means mischief, but then mischief is his trade, and he does not conceal it. If I were a politician, I should as soon think of being angry with Mr. Supplehouse for turning against me, as I am now with a pin for pricking me. It's my own awkwardness, and I ought to have known how to use the pin more craftily. But you must detest a man who professes to stand by his party, and then does his best to ruin it. So many have done that, my dear, and with much more success than Mr. Supplehouse. All is fair in love and war. Why not add politics to the list? If we could only agree to do that, it would save us from such a deal of heart-burning, and would make none of us a bit the worse. Miss Dunstable's rooms, large as they were, a noble suite of rooms certainly, though perhaps a little too scattered, we will say, Bishop, were now nearly full, and would have been inconveniently crowded were it not that many who came only remained for half an hour or so. Space, however, had been kept for the dancers, much to Mrs. Proudie's consternation. Not that she disapproved of dancing in London as a rule, but she was indignant that the laws of a conversazione, as re-established by herself in the fashionable world, should be so violently infringed. Conversaziones will come to mean nothing, she said to the bishop, putting great stress on the latter word. Nothing at all, if they are to be treated in this way.
No, they won't. Nothing in the least,
said the bishop. Dancing may be very well in its place, said Mrs. Proudie.
I have never objected to it myself. That is, for the laity, said the bishop.
But when people profess to assemble for higher objects, said Mrs. Proudie, they ought to act up to their professions.
Otherwise they are no better than hypocrites, said the bishop.
A spade should be called a spade, said Mrs. Proudie.
Decidedly, said the bishop, assenting.
And when I undertook the trouble and expense of introducing conversaziones, continued Mrs. Proudie, with an evident feeling that she had been ill-used, I had no idea of seeing the word so misinterpreted. And then, observing certain desirable acquaintances at the other side of the room, she went across, leaving the bishop to fend for himself. Lady Lufton, having achieved her success, passed on to the dancing, whither it was not probable that her enemy would follow her, and she had not been there very long before she was joined by her son. Her heart at the present moment was not quite satisfied at the state of affairs with reference to Griselda. She had gone so far as to tell her young friend what were her own wishes. She had declared her desire that Griselda should become her daughter-in-law, but in answer to this, Griselda herself had declared nothing. It was, to be sure, no more than natural that a young lady so well brought up as Miss Grantly should show no signs of a passion till she was warranted in showing them by the proceedings of the gentleman. But notwithstanding this, fully aware as she was of the propriety of such reticence, Lady Lufton did think that to her Griselda might have spoken some word evincing that the alliance would be satisfactory to her. Griselda, however, had spoken no such word, nor had she uttered a syllable to show that she would accept Lord Lufton if he did offer. Then again, she had uttered no syllable to show that she would not accept him. But nevertheless, although she knew that the world had been talking about her and Lord Dumbello, she stood up to dance with the future Marquis on every possible occasion. All this did give annoyance to Lady Lufton, who began to bethink herself that if she could not quickly bring her little plan to a favourable issue, it might be well for her to wash her hands of it. She was still anxious for the match on her son's account. Griselda would, she did not doubt, make a good wife. But Lady Lufton was not so sure as she once had been that she herself would be able to keep up so strong a feeling for her daughter-in-law as she had hitherto hoped to do. "Ludovic, have you been here long?" she said, smiling, as she always did smile when her eyes fell upon her son's face. "This instant arrived, and I hurried on after you, as Miss Dunstable told me that you were here. What a crowd she has! Did you see Lord Brock?" "I did not observe him." "Or Lord de Terrier? I saw them both in the centre room." "Lord de Terrier did me the honour of shaking hands with me as I passed through." "I never saw such a mixture of people. There is Mrs Proudie, going out of her mind because you are all going to dance." "The Miss Proudies dance," said Griselda Grantly, "but not at conversaziones. You don't see the difference. And I saw Sperm Oil there, looking as pleased as Punch. He had quite a circle of his own round him, and was chatting away as though he were quite accustomed to the wickednesses of the world." "There certainly are people here whom one would not have wished to meet had one thought of it," said Lady Lufton, mindful of her late engagement.
"But it must be all right, for I walked up the stairs with the archdeacon. That is an absolute proof, is it not, Miss Grantly?"
"I have no fears. When I am with your mother, I know I must be safe."
"I'm not so sure of that," said Lord Lufton, laughing. "Mother, you hardly know the worst of it yet. Who is here, do you think?"
"I know whom you mean. I have seen him," said Lady Lufton, very quietly. "We came across him just at the top of the stairs," said Griselda, with more animation in her face than ever Lord Lufton had seen there before.
"What, the Duke?"
"Yes, the Duke," said Lady Lufton. "I certainly should not have come had I expected to be brought in contact with that man; but it was an accident, and on such an occasion as this it could not be helped."
Lord Lufton at once perceived by the tone of his mother's voice, and by the shades of her countenance, that she had absolutely endured some personal encounter with the Duke, and also that she was by no means so indignant at the occurrence as might have been expected. There she was, still in Miss Dunstable's house, and expressing no anger as to Miss Dunstable's conduct. Lord Lufton could hardly have been more surprised had he seen the Duke handing his mother down to supper. He said, however, nothing further on the subject.
"Are you going to dance, Ludovic?" said Lady Lufton.
"Well, I am not sure that I do not agree with Mrs Proudie in thinking that dancing would contaminate a conversazione. What are your ideas, Miss Grantly?"
Griselda was never very good at a joke, and imagined that Lord Lufton wanted to escape the trouble of dancing with her. This angered her, for the only species of love making or flirtation or sociability between herself as a young lady and any other self as a young gentleman which recommended itself to her taste was to be found in the amusement of dancing. She was altogether at variance with Mrs Proudie on this matter, and gave Miss Dunstable great credit for her innovation. In society, Griselda's toes were more serviceable to her than her tongue, and she was to be won by a rapid twirl much more probably than by a soft word. The offer of which she would approve would be conveyed by two all but breathless words during a spasmodic pause in a waltz, and then, as she lifted up her arm to receive the accustomed support at her back, she might just find power enough to say, "You must ask papa." After that she would not care to have the affair mentioned till everything was properly settled. "I have not thought about it," said Griselda, turning her face away from Lord Lufton. It must not, however, be supposed that Miss Grantly had not thought about Lord Lufton, or that she had not considered how great might be the advantage of having Lady Lufton on her side
if she made up her mind that she did wish to become Lord Lufton's wife, she knew well that now was her time for a triumph. Now, in this very first season of her acknowledged beauty, and she knew also that young, good-looking bachelor lords do not grow on hedges like blackberries. Had Lord Lufton offered to her, she would have accepted him at once, without any remorse as to the greater glories which might appertain to a future Marchioness of Hartletop. In that direction she was not without sufficient wisdom. But then Lord Lufton had not offered to her, nor given any signs that he intended to do so. And, to give Griselda Grantly her due, she was not a girl to make a first overture. Neither had Lord Dumbello offered, but he had given signs, dumb signs such as birds give to each other, quite as intelligible as verbal signs to a girl who preferred the use of her toes to that of her tongue. "I have not thought about it," said Griselda very coldly, and at that moment a gentleman stood before her and asked her hand for the next dance. It was Lord Dumbello, and Griselda, making no reply except by a slight bow, got up and put her hand within her partner's arm. "Shall I find you here, Lady Lufton, when we have done?" she said, and then started off among the dancers. When the work before one is dancing, the proper thing for a gentleman to do is, at any rate, to ask a lady. This proper thing Lord Lufton had omitted, and now the prize was taken away from under his very nose. There was clearly an air of triumph about Lord Dumbello as he walked away with the beauty. The world had been saying that Lord Lufton was to marry her, and the world had also been saying that Lord Dumbello admired her. Now this had angered Lord Dumbello, and made him feel as though he walked about a mark of scorn as a disappointed suitor. Had it not been for Lord Lufton, perhaps he would not have cared so much for Griselda Grantly. But circumstances had so turned out that he did care for her, and felt it to be incumbent upon him, as the heir to a marquisate, to obtain what he wanted, let who would have a hankering after the same article. It is in this way that pictures are so well sold at auctions, and Lord Dumbello regarded Miss Grantly as being now subject to the auctioneer's hammer, and conceived that Lord Lufton was bidding against him. There was therefore an air of triumph about him as he put his arm round Griselda's waist and whirled her up and down the room in obedience to the music. Lady Lufton and her son were left together looking at each other. Of course he had intended to ask Griselda to dance, but it cannot be said that he very much regretted his disappointment. Of course, also, Lady Lufton had expected that her son and Griselda would stand up together, and she was a little inclined to be angry with her protégée. "I think she might have waited a minute," said Lady Lufton. "But why, mother? There are certain things for which no one ever waits. To give a friend, for instance, the first passage through a gate out hunting, and such like. Miss Grantly was quite right to take the first that offered." Lady Lufton had determined to learn what was to be the end of this scheme of hers. She could not have Griselda always with her, and if anything were to be arranged, it must be arranged now, while both of them were in London. At the close of the season Griselda would return to Plumstead, and Lord Lufton would go, nobody as yet knew where. It would be useless to look forward to further opportunities. If they did not contrive to love each other now, they would never do so. Lady Lufton was beginning to fear that her plan would not work, but she made up her mind that she would learn the truth then and there, at least as far as her son was concerned. "Oh yes, quite so, if it is equal to her with which she dances," said Lady Lufton. "Quite equal, I should think. unless it be that Dumbello is longer-winded than I am."
"I am sorry to hear you speak of her in that way, Ludovic."
"Why sorry, mother?"
"Because I had hoped that you and she would have liked each other."
This she said in a serious tone of voice, tender and sad, looking up into his face with a plaintive gaze, as though she knew that she were asking of him some great favour. "Yes, mother, I have known that you have wished that."
"You have known it, Ludovic?"
"Oh dear, yes. You are not at all sharp at keeping your secrets from me. And, mother, at one time, for a day or so, I thought that I could oblige you. You have been so good to me that I would almost do anything for you."
"Oh, no, no, no,"
she said, deprecating his praise, and the sacrifice which he seemed to offer of his own hopes and aspirations.
"I would not for worlds have you do so for my sake. No mother ever had a better son, and my only ambition is for your happiness."
"But, mother, she would not make me happy. I was mad enough for a moment to think that she could do so. For a moment I did think so. There was one occasion on which I would have asked her to take me, but
"But what, Ludovic?"
"Never mind, it passed away, and now I shall never ask her. Indeed, I do not think she would have me. She is ambitious, and flying at higher game than I am; and I must say this for her, that she knows well what she is doing, and plays her cards as though she had been born with them in her hand."
"You will never ask her?"
"No, mother. Had I done so, it would have been for love of you, only for love of you."
"I would not for worlds that you should do that."
"Let her have Dumbello. She will make an excellent wife for him, just the wife that he will want. And you will have been so good to her in assisting her to such a matter."
"But, Ludovic, I am so anxious to see you settled."
"All in good time, mother."
"Ah, but the good time is passing away. Years run so very quickly. I hope you think about marrying, Ludovic."
"But, mother, what if I brought you a wife that you did not approve?"
"I will approve of any one that you love. That is,
if you love her also, mother?"
"But I rely with such confidence on your taste. I know that you can like no one that is not ladylike and good."
"Ladylike and good, will that suffice?" said he, thinking of Lucy Robarts.
"Yes, it will suffice if you love her. I don't want you to care for money. Griselda will have a fortune that would have been convenient, but I do not wish you to care for that."
And thus, as they stood together in Miss Dunstable's crowded room, the mother and son settled between themselves that the Lufton Grantly alliance treaty was not to be ratified.
"I suppose I must let Mrs Grantly know,"
said Lady Lufton to herself, as Griselda returned to her side. There had not been above a dozen words spoken between Lord Dumbello and his partner, but that young lady also had now fully made up her mind that the treaty above mentioned should never be brought into operation. We must go back to our hostess, whom we should not have left for so long a time, seeing that this chapter is written to show how well she could conduct herself in great emergencies. She had declared that after a while she would be able to leave her position near the entrance door and find out her own peculiar friends among the crowd, but the opportunity for doing so did not come till very late in the evening. There was a continuation of arrivals. She was wearied to death with making little speeches, and had more than once declared that she must depute Mrs Harold Smith to take her place. That lady stuck to her through all her labours with admirable constancy, and made the work bearable. Without some such constancy on a friend's part, it would have been unbearable. and it must be acknowledged that this was much to the credit of Mrs. Harold Smith. Her own hopes with reference to the great heiress had all been shattered, and her answer had been given to her in very plain language. But nevertheless she was true to her friendship, and was almost as willing to endure fatigue on the occasion as though she had a sister-in-law's right in the house. At about 1 o'clock her brother came. He had not yet seen Miss Dunstable since the offer had been made, and had now with difficulty been persuaded by his sister to show himself. "What can be the use?" said he. "The game is up with me now," meaning poor ruined ne'er-do-well. Not only that game with Miss Dunstable was up, but that the great game of his whole life was being brought to an uncomfortable termination. "Nonsense," said his sister. "Do you mean to despair because a man like the Duke of Omnium wants his money? What has been good security for him will be good security for another." And then Mrs. Harold Smith made herself more agreeable than ever to Miss Dunstable, when Miss Dunstable was nearly worn out, but was still endeavouring to buoy herself up by a hope of the still expected great arrival, for she knew that the hero would show himself only at a very late hour, if it were to be her good fortune that he showed himself at all. Mr. Sowerby walked up the stairs. He had schooled himself to go through this ordeal with all the cool effrontery which was at his command, but it was clearly to be seen that all his effrontery did not stand him in sufficient stead, and that the interview would have been embarrassing had it not been for the genuine good humour of the lady. "Here is my brother," said Mrs. Harold Smith, showing by the tremulousness of the whisper that she looked forward to the meeting with some amount of apprehension. "How do you do, Mr. Sowerby?" said Miss Dunstable, walking almost into the doorway to welcome him. "Better late than never." "I have only just got away from the house," said he, as he gave her his hand. "Oh, I know well that you are sans reproche among senators, as Mr. Harold Smith is sans pleur, my dear? I must confess that you have contrived to be uncommonly severe upon them both," said Mrs. Harold, laughing; "and as regards poor Harold, most undeservedly so. Nathaniel is here, and may defend himself, and no one is better able to do so on all occasions. But, my dear Mr. Sowerby, I am dying of despair. Do you think he'll come?" "He? Who?" "You stupid man, as if there were more than one he. There were two, but the other has been." "Upon my word, I don't understand," said Mr. Sowerby, now again at his ease. "But can I do anything? Shall I go and fetch anyone?" "Oh, Tom Towers, I fear I can't help you, but here he is at the foot of the stairs." And then Mr. Sowerby stood back with his sister to make way for the great representative man of the age. "Angels and ministers of grace, assist me!" said Miss Dunstable. "How on earth am I to behave myself? Mr. Sowerby, do you think that I ought to kneel down? My dear, will he have a reporter at his back in the royal livery?" And then Miss Dunstable advanced 2 or 3 steps, not into the doorway as she had done for Mr. Sowerby, put out her hand and smiled her sweetest on Mr. Towers of the Jupiter. "Mr. Towers," she said, "I am delighted to have this opportunity of seeing you in my own house." "Miss Dunstable, I am immensely honoured by the privilege of being here," said he. "The honour done is all conferred on me." And she bowed and curtsied with very stately grace. Each thoroughly understood the badinage of the other, and then, in a few moments, they were engaged in very easy conversation. "By the by, Sowerby, what do you think of this threatened dissolution?" said Tom Towers. "We are all in the hands of Providence," said Mr. Sowerby, striving to take the matter without any outward show of emotion. But the question was one of terrible import to him, and up to this time he had heard of no such threat. Nor had Mrs. Harold Smith, nor Miss Dunstable, nor had 100 others who now either listened to the vaticinations of Mr. Towers or to the immediate report made of them. But it is given to some men to originate such tidings, and the performance of the prophecy is often brought about by the authority of the prophet. On the following morning, the rumour that there would be a dissolution was current in all high circles. "They have no conscience in such matters, no conscience whatever," said a small god, speaking of the giants, a small god whose constituency was expensive. Mr. Towers stood there chatting for about 20 minutes, and then took his departure without making his way into the room. He had answered the purpose for which he had been invited, and left Miss Dunstable in a happy frame of mind. "I am very glad that he came," said Mrs. Harold Smith, with an air of triumph. "Yes, I am glad," said Miss Dunstable, "though I am thoroughly ashamed that I should be so. After all, what good has he done to me or to anyone?" And having uttered this moral reflection, she made her way into the rooms, and soon discovered Dr. Thorne standing by himself against the wall. "Well, doctor," she said, "where are Mary and Frank? You do not look at all comfortable standing here by yourself." "I am quite as comfortable as I expected, thank you," said he. "They are in the room somewhere, and, as I believe, equally happy." "That's spiteful in you, doctor, to speak in that way. What would you say if you were called on to endure all that I have gone through this evening?" "There is no accounting for tastes, but I presume you like it." "I am not so sure of that. Give me your arm and let me get some supper. One always likes the idea of having done hard work, and one always likes to have been successful." "We all know that virtue is its own reward," said the doctor. "Well, that is something hard upon me," said Miss Dunstable, as she sat down to table. "And you really think that no good of any sort can come from my giving such a party as this?" "Oh yes, some people no doubt have been amused." "It is all vanity in your estimation," said Miss Dunstable; "vanity and vexation of spirit. Well, there is a good deal of the latter, certainly. Sherry, if you please. I would give anything for a glass of beer, but that is out of the question. Vanity and vexation of spirit, and yet I meant to do good." "Pray do not suppose that I am condemning you, Miss Dunstable." "Ah, but I do suppose it. Not only you, but another also, whose judgment I care for perhaps more than yours, and that, let me tell you, is saying a great deal. You do condemn me, Dr. Thorne, and I also condemn myself. It is not that I have done wrong, but the game is not worth the candle." "Ah, that's the question." "The game is not worth the candle. And yet it was a triumph to have both the Duke and Tom Towers. You must confess that I have not managed badly." Soon after that the Greshams went away, and in an hour's time or so Miss Dunstable was allowed to drag herself to her own bed. That is the great question to be asked on all such occasions. Is the game worth the candle? End of chapter 29. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 30 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 30. The Grantley Triumph. It has been mentioned cursorily, the reader no doubt will have forgotten it, that Mrs. Grantley was not specially invited by her husband to go up to town with a view of being present at Miss Dunstable's party.
Mrs. Grantly said nothing on the subject, but she was somewhat chagrined, not on account of the loss she sustained with reference to that celebrated assembly, but because she felt that her daughter's affairs required the supervision of a mother's eye. She also doubted the final ratification of that Lufton Grantly treaty, and doubting it, she did not feel quite satisfied that her daughter should be left in Lady Lufton's hands. She had said a word or two to the archdeacon before he went up, but only a word or two, for she hesitated to trust him in so delicate a matter. She was therefore not a little surprised at receiving on the second morning after her husband's departure a letter from him desiring her immediate presence in London. She was surprised, but her heart was filled rather with hope than dismay, for she had full confidence in her daughter's discretion. On the morning after the party, Lady Lufton and Griselda had breakfasted together as usual, but each felt that the manner of the other was altered. Lady Lufton thought that her young friend was somewhat less attentive, and perhaps less meek in her demeanour than usual, and Griselda felt that Lady Lufton was less affectionate. Very little, however, was said between them, and Lady Lufton expressed no surprise when Griselda begged to be left alone at home, instead of accompanying her ladyship when the carriage came to the door. Nobody called in Bruton Street that afternoon. No one at least was let in, except the archdeacon. He came there late in the day, and remained with his daughter till Lady Lufton returned. Then he took his leave, with more abruptness than was usual with him, and without saying anything special to account for the duration of his visit. Neither did Griselda say anything special. And so the evening wore away, each feeling in some unconscious manner that she was on less intimate terms with the other than had previously been the case. On the next day also Griselda would not go out, but at 4 o'clock a servant brought a letter to her from Mount Street. Her mother had arrived in London and wished to see her at once. Mrs. Grantly sent her love to Lady Lufton, and would call at 5:30, or at any later hour at which it might be convenient for Lady Lufton to see her. Griselda was to stay and dine in Mount Street, so said the letter. Lady Lufton declared that she would be very happy to see Mrs. Grantly at the hour named, and then, armed with this message, Griselda started for her mother's lodgings. "I'll send the carriage for you," said Lady Lufton. "I suppose about 10 will do." "Thank you," said Griselda. "That will do very nicely." And then she went. Exactly at 5:30 Mrs. Grantly was shown into Lady Lufton's drawing room. Her daughter did not come with her, and Lady Lufton could see by the expression of her friend's face that business was to be discussed. Indeed, it was necessary that she herself should discuss business, for Mrs. Grantly must now be told that the family treaty could not be ratified. The gentleman declined the alliance, and poor Lady Lufton was uneasy in her mind at the nature of the task before her. "Your coming up has been rather unexpected," said Lady Lufton, as soon as her friend was seated on the sofa. "Yes, indeed. I got a letter from the archdeacon only this morning, which made it absolutely necessary that I should come." "No bad news, I hope?" said Lady Lufton. "No, I can't call it bad news, but, dear Lady Lufton, things won't always turn out exactly as one would have them." "No, indeed," said her ladyship, remembering that it was incumbent on her to explain to Mrs. Grantly, now, at this present interview, the tidings with which her mind was fraught. She would, however, let Mrs. Grantly first tell her own story. feeling perhaps that the one might possibly bear upon the other." "Poor dear Griselda!" said Mrs Grantly, almost with a sigh. "I need not tell you, Lady Lufton, what my hopes were regarding her." "Has she told you anything that—" "She would have spoken to you at once, and it was due to you that she should have done so; but she was timid, and not unnaturally so, and then it was right that she should see her father and me before she quite made up her own mind. But I may say that it is settled now." "What is settled?" asked Lady Lufton. "Of course it is impossible for anyone to tell beforehand how these things will turn out," continued Mrs Grantly, beating about the bush rather more than was necessary. "The dearest wish of my heart was to see her married to Lord Lufton. I should so much have wished to have her in the same county with me, and such a match as that would have fully satisfied my ambition." "Well, I should rather think it might." Lady Lufton did not say this out loud, but she thought it. Mrs Grantly was absolutely speaking of a match between her daughter and Lord Lufton, as though she would have displayed some amount of Christian moderation in putting up with it. Griselda Grantly might be a very nice girl, but even she, so thought Lady Lufton at the moment, might possibly be priced too highly. "Dear Mrs Grantly," she said, "I have foreseen for the last few days that our mutual hopes in this respect would not be gratified. Lord Lufton, I think, but perhaps it is not necessary to explain. Had you not come up to town, I should have written to you, probably to-day. Whatever may be dear Griselda's fate in life, I sincerely hope that she may be happy." "I think she will," said Mrs Grantly, in a tone that expressed much satisfaction. Has anything—" "Lord Dumbello proposed to Griselda the other night at Miss Dunstable's party," said Mrs Grantly, with her eyes fixed upon the floor, and assuming on the sudden much meekness in her manner; "and his lordship was with the archdeacon yesterday, and again this morning. I fancy he is in Mount Street at the present moment." "Oh, indeed!" said Lady Lufton. She would have given worlds to have possessed at the moment sufficient self-command to have enabled her to express in her tone and manner unqualified satisfaction at the tidings; but she had not such self-command, and was painfully aware of her own deficiency. "Yes," said Mrs Grantly, "and as it is all so far settled, and as I know you are so kindly anxious about dear Griselda, I thought it right to let you know at once. Nothing can be more upright, honourable, and generous than Lord Dumbello's conduct, and on the whole the match is one with which I and the archdeacon cannot but be contented." "It is certainly a great match," said Lady Lufton. "Have you seen Lady Hartletop yet?" Now Lady Hartletop could not be regarded as an agreeable connection, but this was the only word which escaped from Lady Lufton that could be considered in any way disparaging, and on the whole I think that she behaved well. "Lord Dumbello is so completely his own master that has not been necessary," said Mrs Grantly. "The Marquis has been told, and the archdeacon will see him either to-morrow or the day after." There was nothing left for Lady Lufton but to congratulate her friend, and this she did in words perhaps not very sincere, but which on the whole were not badly chosen. "I am sure I hope she will be very happy," said Lady Lufton, "and I trust that the alliance—" the word was very agreeable to Mrs Grantly's ear— "will give unalloyed gratification to you and to her father. The position which she is called to fill is a very splendid one, but I do not think that it is above her merits." This was very generous, and so Mrs Grantly felt it. She had expected that her news would be received with the coldest shade of civility, and she was quite prepared to do battle if there were occasion. But she had no wish for war, and was almost grateful to Lady Lufton for her cordiality. "Dear Lady Lufton," she said, "it is so kind of you to say so. I have told no one else, and of course would tell no one till you knew it. No one has known her and understood her so well as you have done, and I can assure you of this, that there is no one to whose friendship she looks forward in her new sphere of life with half so much pleasure as she does to yours." Lady Lufton did not say much further. She could not declare that she expected much gratification from an intimacy with the future Marchioness of Hartletop. The Hartletops and Luftons must, at any rate for her generation, live in a world apart, and she had now said all that our old friendship with Mrs Grantly required. Mrs Grantly understood all this quite as well as did Lady Lufton, but then Mrs Grantly was much the better woman of the world. It was arranged that Griselda should come back to Bruton Street for that night, and that her visit should then be brought to a close. "The archdeacon thinks that for the present I had better remain up in town," said Mrs Grantly, "and under the very peculiar circumstances Griselda will be perhaps more comfortable with me." To this Lady Lufton entirely agreed, and so they parted excellent friends, embracing each other in a most affectionate manner. That evening Griselda did return to Bruton Street, and Lady Lufton had to go through the further task of congratulating her. This was the more disagreeable of the two, especially so as it had to be thought over beforehand. But the young lady's excellent good sense and sterling qualities made the task comparatively an easy one. She neither cried, nor was impassioned, nor went into hysterics, nor showed any emotion. She did not even talk of her noble Dumbello, her generous Dumbello. She took Lady Lufton's kisses almost in silence, thanked her gently for her kindness, and made no allusion to her own future grandeur. "I think I should like to go to bed early," she said, "as I must see to my packing up." "Richards will do all that for you, my dear." "Oh yes, thank you, nothing can be kinder than Richards, but I'll just see to my own dresses." And so she went to bed early. Lady Lufton did not see her son for the next 2 days, but when she did, of course she said a word or two about Griselda. "You have heard the news, Ludovic?" she asked. "Oh yes, it's at all the clubs. I have been overwhelmed with presents of willow branches." "You, at any rate, have got nothing to regret," she said. "Nor you either, mother. I am sure that you do not think you have. Say that you do not regret it. Dearest mother, say so for my sake. Do you not know in your heart of hearts that she was not suited to be happy as my wife, or to make me happy?" "Perhaps not," said Lady Lufton, sighing. And then she kissed her son, and declared to herself that no girl in England could be good enough for him. End of chapter 30. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 31 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 31. Salmon fishing in Norway. Lord Dumbellow's engagement with Griselda Grantly was the talk of the town for the next 10 days. It formed at least one of 2 subjects which monopolised attention, the other being that dreadful rumour, first put in motion by Tom Towers at Miss Dunstable's party, as to a threatened dissolution of Parliament. "Perhaps, after all, it will be the best thing for us," said Mr. Green Walker, who felt himself to be tolerably safe at Crewe Junction.
"I regard it as a most wicked attempt,"
said Harold Smith, who was not equally secure in his own borough, and to whom the expense of an election was disagreeable.
"It is done in order that they may get time to tide over the autumn. They won't gain 10 votes by a dissolution, and less than 40 would hardly give them a majority. But they have no sense of public duty, none whatever. Indeed, I don't know who has." "No, by Jove, that's just it. That's what my aunt, Lady Hartletop, says. There is no sense of duty left in the world. By the by, what an uncommon fool Dumbello is making himself."
And then the conversation went off to that other topic. Lord Lufton's joke against himself about the willow branches was all very well, and nobody dreamt that his heart was sore in that matter. The world was laughing at Lord Dumbello for what it chose to call a foolish match, and Lord Lufton's friends talked to him about it as though they had never suspected that he could have made an ass of himself in the same direction. But nevertheless he was not altogether contented. He by no means wished to marry Griselda. He had declared to himself a dozen times, since he had first suspected his mother's manoeuvres, that no consideration on earth should induce him to do so. He had pronounced her to be cold, insipid, and unattractive, in spite of her beauty, and yet he felt almost angry that Lord Dumbello should have been successful. And this, too, was the more inexcusable, seeing that he had never forgotten Lucy Robarts, had never ceased to love her, and that, in holding those various conversations within his own bosom, he was as loud in Lucy's favour as he was in dispraise of Griselda. Your hero, then, I hear some well-balanced critic say, is not worth very much. In the first place, Lord Lufton is not my hero, and in the next place, a man may be very imperfect, and yet worth a great deal. A man may be as imperfect as Lord Lufton, and yet worthy of a good mother and a good wife. If not, how many of us are unworthy of the mothers and wives we have? It is my belief that few young men settle themselves down to the work of the world, to the begetting of children, and carving, and paying, and struggling, and fretting for the same, without having first been in love with 4 or 5 possible mothers for them, and probably with 2 or 3 at the same time. And yet these men are, as a rule, worthy of the excellent wives that ultimately fall to their lot. In this way Lord Lufton had, to a certain extent, been in love with Griselda. There had been one moment in his life in which he would have offered her his hand, had not her discretion been so excellent, and though that moment never returned, still he suffered from some feeling akin to disappointment when he learnt that Griselda had been won, and was to be won. He was then a dog in the manger, you will say. Well, and are we not all dogs in the manger, more or less actively? Is not that manger doggishness one of the most common phases of the human heart? But not the less was Lord Lufton truly in love with Lucy Robarts. Had he fancied that any Dumbello was carrying on a siege before that fortress, his vexation would have manifested itself in a very different manner. He could joke about Griselda Grantly with a frank face and a happy tone of voice. But had he heard of any tidings of a similar import with reference to Lucy, he would have been past all joking, and I much doubt whether it would not even have affected his appetite. "Mother," he said to Lady Lufton a day or 2 after the declaration of Griselda's engagement, "I am going to Norway to fish." "To Norway? To
fish?" "Yes, we've got rather a nice party. Clontarf is going, and Culpepper."
"What, that horrid man?"
"He's an excellent hand at fishing. And Haddington Peebles, and there'll be 6 of us altogether, and we start this day week."
"It's rather sudden, Ludovic."
"Yes, it is sudden, but we're sick of London. I should not care to go so soon myself, but Clontarf and Culpepper say that the season is early this year. I must go down to Framley before I start, about my horses, and therefore I came to tell you that I shall be there tomorrow."
"At Framley tomorrow? If you could put it off for 3 days, I should be going myself."
But Lord Lufton could not put it off for 3 days.
It may be that on this occasion he did not wish for his mother's presence at Framley while he was there; that he conceived that he should be more at his ease in giving orders about his stable if he were alone while so employed. At any rate, he declined her company, and on the following morning did go down to Framley by himself. "Mark," said Mrs. Robarts, hurrying into her husband's book room about the middle of the day, "Lord Lufton is at home. Have you heard it?"
"What,
here at Framley?" "He is over at Framley Court, so the servants say. Carson saw him in the paddock with some of the horses. Won't you go and see him?"
"Of course I will," said Mark, shutting up his papers. "Lady Lufton can't be here, and if he is alone he will probably come and dine."
"I don't know about that," said Mrs. Robarts, thinking of poor Lucy.
"He is not in the least particular. What does for us will do for him. I shall ask him at any rate."
And without further parley, the clergyman took up his hat and went off in search of his friend. Lucy Robarts had been present when the gardener brought in tidings of Lord Lufton's arrival at Framley, and was aware that Fanny had gone to tell her husband. "He won't come here, will he?" she said, as soon as Mrs. Robarts returned. "I can't say," said Fanny. "I hope not. He ought not to do so, and I don't think he will, but Mark says that he will ask him to dinner." "Then, Fanny, I must be taken ill. There is nothing else for it. I don't think he will come. I don't think he can be so cruel. Indeed, I feel sure that he won't. But I thought it right to tell you." Lucy also conceived that it was improbable that Lord Lufton should come to the parsonage under the present circumstances, and she declared to herself that it would not be possible that she should appear at table if he did so. But nevertheless, the idea of his being at Framley was perhaps not altogether painful to her. She did not recognize any pleasure as coming to her from his arrival, but still there was something in his presence which was, unconsciously to herself, soothing to her feelings. But that terrible question remained: how was she to act if it should turn out that he was coming to dinner? "If he does come, Fanny," she said solemnly, after a pause, "I must keep to my own room, and leave Mark to think what he pleases. It will be better for me to make a fool of myself there than in his presence in the drawing room." Mark Robarts took his hat and stick and went over at once to the home paddock, in which he knew that Lord Lufton was engaged with the horses and grooms. He also was in no supremely happy frame of mind, for his correspondence with Mr. Tozer was on the increase.
He had received notice from that indefatigable gentleman that certain overdue bills were now lying at the bank in Barchester, and were very desirous of his, Mr. Robarts' notice. A concatenation of certain peculiarly unfortunate circumstances made it indispensably necessary that Mr. Tozer should be repaid, without further loss of time, the various sums of money which he had advanced on the credit of Mr. Robarts' name, etc., etc., etc. No absolute threat was put forth, and, singular to say, no actual amount was named. Mr. Robarts, however, could not but observe, with a most painfully accurate attention, that mention was made not of an overdue bill, but of overdue bills. What if Mr. Tozer were to demand from him the instant repayment of £900? Hitherto he had merely written to Mr. Sowerby, and he might have had an answer from that gentleman this morning, but no such answer had as yet reached him. Consequently, he was not at the present moment in a very happy frame of mind. He soon found himself with Lord Lufton and the horses. 4 or 5 of them were being walked slowly about the paddock in the care of as many men or boys, and the sheets were being taken off them, off one after another, so that their master might look at them with the more accuracy and satisfaction. But though Lord Lufton was thus doing his duty, and going through his work, he was not doing it with his whole heart, as the head groom perceived very well. He was fretful about the nags, and seemed anxious to get them out of his sight as soon as he had made a decent pretext of looking at them. "How are you, Lufton?" said Robarts, coming forward. "They told me that you were down, and so I came across at once." "Yes, I only got here this morning, and should have been over with you directly. I am going to Norway for 6 weeks or so, and it seems that the fish are so early this year that we must start at once. I have a matter on which I want to speak to you before I leave, and indeed it was that which brought me down more than anything else." There was something hurried and not altogether easy about his manner as he spoke, which struck Robarts, and made him think that this promised matter to be spoken of would not be agreeable in discussion. He did not know whether Lord Lufton might not again be mixed up with Tozer and the bills. "You will dine with us to day," he said, "if, as I suppose, you are all alone." "Yes, I am all alone." "Then you'll come?" "Well, I don't quite know. No, I don't think I can go over to dinner. Don't look so disgusted. I'll explain it all to you just now." What could there be in the wind? And how was it possible that Tozer's bill should make it inexpedient for Lord Lufton to dine at the parsonage? Robarts, however, said nothing further about it at the moment, but turned off to look at the horses. "They are an uncommonly nice set of animals," said he. "Well, yes, I don't know. When a man has 4 or 5 horses to look at, somehow or other he never has one fit to go. That chestnut mare is a picture, now that nobody wants her, but she wasn't able to carry me well to hounds a single day last winter. Take them in, Pounce, that'll do. Won't your lordship run your eye over the old black horse?" said Pounce, the head groom, in a melancholy tone. "He's as fine, sir, as fine as a stag. To tell you the truth, I think they're too fine, but that'll do. Take them in. And now, Mark, if you're at leisure, we'll take a turn round the place." Mark, of course, was at leisure, and so they started on their walk. "You're too difficult to please about your stable," Robarts began. "Never mind the stable now," said Lord Lufton. "The truth is, I am not thinking about it. Mark," he then said very abruptly, "I want you to be frank with me. Has your sister ever spoken to you about me?" "My sister? Lucy?" "Yes, your sister Lucy." "No, never. At least nothing especial. Nothing that I can remember at this moment." "Nor your wife?" "Spoken about you, Fanny? Of course she has, in an ordinary way. It would be impossible that she should not. But what do you mean?" "Have either of them told you that I made an offer to your sister?" "That you made an offer to Lucy?" "Yes, that I made an offer to Lucy." "No, nobody has told me so. I have never dreamt of such a thing. nor, as far as I believe, have they. If anybody has spread such a report, or said that either of them have hinted at such a thing, it is a base lie. Good heavens, Lufton, for what do you take them?" "But I did," said his lordship. "Did what?" said the parson. "I did make your sister an offer." "You made Lucy an offer of marriage?" "Yes, I did, in as plain language as a gentleman could use to a lady." "And what answer did she make?" "She refused me; and now, Mark, I have come down here with the express purpose of making that offer again." "Nothing could be more decided than your sister's answer. It struck me as being almost uncourteously decided; but still it is possible that circumstances may have weighed with her which ought not to weigh with her. If her love be not given to any one else, I may still have a chance of it. It's the old story of faint heart, you know. At any rate, I mean to try my luck again, and thinking over it with deliberate purpose, I have come to the conclusion that I ought to tell you before I see her." Lord Lufton in love with Lucy! As these words repeated themselves over and over again within Mark Robarts' mind, his mind added to them notes of surprise without end. How had it possibly come about, and why? In his estimation, his sister Lucy was a very simple girl, not plain indeed, but by no means beautiful; certainly not stupid, but by no means brilliant. And then he would have said that of all men whom he knew, Lord Lufton would have been the last to fall in love with such a girl as his sister. And now, what was he to say or do? What views was he bound to hold? In what direction should he act? There was Lady Lufton on the one side, to whom he owed everything. How would life be possible to him in that parsonage, within a few yards of her elbow, if he consented to receive Lord Lufton as the acknowledged suitor of his sister? It would be a great match for Lucy, doubtless, but indeed he could not bring himself to believe that Lucy could in truth become the absolute reigning queen of Framley Court. "Do you think that Fanny knows anything of all this?" he said, after a moment or two. "I cannot possibly tell. If she does, it is not with my knowledge. I should have thought that you could best answer that." "I cannot answer it at all," said Mark. "I, at least, have had no remotest idea of such a thing." "Your ideas of it now need not be at all remote," said Lord Lufton with a faint smile, "and you may know it as a fact. I did make her an offer of marriage. I was refused. I am going to repeat it, and I am now taking you into my confidence in order that, as her brother and as my friend, you may give me such assistance as you can." They then walked on in silence for some yards, after which Lord Lufton added, "And now I'll dine with you to day, if you wish it." Mr. Robarts did not know what to say. He could not bethink himself what answer duty required of him. He had no right to interfere between his sister and such a marriage if she herself should wish it; but still there was something terrible in the thought of it. He had a vague conception that it must come to evil, that the project was a dangerous one, and that it could not finally result happily for any of them. What would Lady Lufton say? That undoubtedly was the chief source of his dismay. "Have you spoken to your mother about this?" he said. "My mother? No. Why speak to her till I know my fate? A man does not like to speak much of such matters if there be a probability of his being rejected. I tell you because I do not like to make my way into your house under a false pretence.
But what would Lady Lufton say?
I think it probable that she would be displeased on the first hearing it, that in 24 hours she would be reconciled, and that after a week or so Lucy would be her dearest favourite, and the prime minister of all her machinations. You don't know my mother as well as I do. She would give her head off her shoulders to do me a pleasure."
"And for that reason," said Mark Robarts, "you ought, if possible, to do her pleasure."
"I cannot absolutely marry a wife of her choosing, if you mean that," said Lord Lufton. They went on walking about the garden for an hour, but they hardly got any farther than the point to which we have now brought them. Mark Robarts could not make up his mind on the spur of the moment, nor, as he said more than once to Lord Lufton, could he be at all sure that Lucy would in any way be guided by him. It was therefore at last settled between them that Lord Lufton should come to the parsonage immediately after breakfast on the following morning. It was agreed also that the dinner had better not come off, and Robarts promised that he would, if possible, have determined by the morning as to what advice he would give his sister. He went direct home to the parsonage from Framley Court, feeling that he was altogether in the dark till he should have consulted his wife. How would he feel if Lucy were to become Lady Lufton? And how would he look Lady Lufton in the face in telling her that such was to be his sister's destiny? On returning home, he immediately found his wife, and had not been closeted with her 5 minutes before he knew, at any rate, all that she knew.
"And you mean to say that she does love him?" said Mark. "Indeed she does, and is it not natural that she should? When I saw them so much together, I feared that she would, but I never thought that he would care for her."
Even Fanny did not as yet give Lucy credit for half her attractiveness. After an hour's talking, the interview between the husband and wife ended in a message to Lucy, begging her to join them both in the book room.
"Aunt Lucy,"
said a chubby little darling, who was taken up into his aunt's arms as he spoke,
"Papa and Mamma on to Taddy, and I mustn't go with you."
Lucy, as she kissed the boy and pressed his face against her own, felt that her blood was running quick to her heart.
"Mustn't you go with me, my own one?"
she said, as she put her playfellow down. But she played with the child only because she did not wish to betray even to him that she was hardly mistress of herself. She knew that Lord Lufton was at Framley. She knew that her brother had been to him. She knew that a proposal had been made that he should come there that day to dinner. Must it not therefore be the case that this call to a meeting in the study had arisen out of Lord Lufton's arrival at Framley? And yet how could it have done so? Had Fanny betrayed her in order to prevent the dinner invitation? It could not be possible that Lord Lufton himself should have spoken on the subject. And then she again stooped to kiss the child, rubbed her hands across her forehead to smooth her hair, and erase, if that might be possible, the look of care which she wore, and then descended slowly to her brother's sitting room. Her hand paused for a second on the door as she opened it, but she had resolved that, come what might, she would be brave. She pushed it open and walked in with a bold front, with eyes wide open and a slow step. "Frank says that you want me," she said. Mr. Robarts and Fanny were both standing up by the fireplace, and each waited a second for the other to speak when Lucy entered the room, and then Fanny began. "Lord Lufton is here, Lucy." "Here? Where? At the parsonage?" "No, not at the parsonage, but over at Framley Court," said Mark. "And he promises to call here after breakfast to morrow," said Fanny. And then again there was a pause. Mrs. Robarts hardly dared to look Lucy in the face. She had not betrayed her trust, seeing that the secret had been told to Mark not by her but by Lord Lufton, but she could not but feel that Lucy would think that she had betrayed it. "Very well," said Lucy, trying to smile. "I have no objection in life. But Lucy, dear," and now Mrs. Robarts put her arm round her sister-in-law's waist, "he is coming here especially to see you." "Oh, that makes a difference. I am afraid that I shall be engaged." "He has told everything to Mark," said Mrs. Robarts. Lucy now felt that her bravery was almost deserting her. She hardly knew which way to look or how to stand. Had Fanny told everything also? There was so much that Fanny knew that Lord Lufton could not have known. But in truth Fanny had told all, the whole story of Lucy's love, and had described the reasons which had induced her to reject her suitor, and had done so in words which, had Lord Lufton heard them, would have made him twice as passionate in his love. And then it certainly did occur to Lucy to think why Lord Lufton should have come to Framley and told all this history to her brother. She attempted for a moment to make herself believe that she was angry with him for doing so, but she was not angry. She had not time to argue much about it, but there came upon her a gratified sensation of having been remembered and thought of and loved. Must it not be so? Could it be possible that he himself would have told this tale to her brother if he did not still love her? 50 times she had said to herself that his offer had been an affair of the moment, and 50 times she had been unhappy in so saying. But this new coming of his could not be an affair of the moment. She had been the dupe, she had thought, of an absurd passion on her own part. But now, how was it now? She did not bring herself to think that she should ever be Lady Lufton. She had still, in some perversely obstinate manner, made up her mind against that result. But yet, nevertheless, it did in some unaccountable manner satisfy her to feel that Lord Lufton had himself come down to Framley and himself told this story. "He has told everything to Mark," said Mrs. Robarts. And then again there was a pause for a moment, during which these thoughts passed through Lucy's mind. "Yes," said Mark, "he has told me all, and he is coming here tomorrow morning that he may receive an answer from yourself." "What answer?" said Lucy, trembling. "Nay, dearest, who can say that but yourself?" And her sister-in-law, as she spoke, pressed close against her. "You must say that yourself." Mrs. Robarts, in her long conversation with her husband, had pleaded strongly on Lucy's behalf, taking, as it were, a part against Lady Lufton. She had said that if Lord Lufton persevered in his suit, they at the parsonage could not be justified in robbing Lucy of all that she had won for herself, in order to do Lady Lufton's pleasure. "But she will think," said Mark, "that we have plotted and intrigued for this. She will call us ungrateful, and will make Lucy's life wretched." To which the wife had answered that all that must be left in God's hands. They had not plotted or intrigued. Lucy, though loving the man in her heart of hearts, had already once refused him because she would not be thought to have snatched at so great a prize. But if Lord Lufton loved her so warmly that he had come down there in this manner on purpose, as he himself had put it, that he might learn his fate, then, so argued Mrs. Robarts, they too, let their loyalty to Lady Lufton be ever so strong, could not justify it to their consciences to stand between Lucy and her lover. Mark had still somewhat demurred to this, suggesting how terrible would be their plight if they should now encourage Lord Lufton, and if he, after such encouragement, when they should have quarrelled with Lady Lufton, should allow himself to be led away from his engagement by his mother. To which Fanny had answered that justice was justice, and that right was right. Everything must be told to Lucy, and she must judge for herself.
"But I do not know what Lord Lufton wants," said Lucy, with her eyes fixed upon the ground, and now trembling more than ever. "He did come to me, and I did give him an answer."
"And is that answer to be final?" said Mark, somewhat cruelly, for Lucy had not yet been told that her lover had made any repetition of his proposal. Fanny, however, determined that no injustice should be done, and therefore she at last continued the story. "We know that you did give him an answer, dearest, but gentlemen sometimes will not put up with one answer on such a subject. Lord Lufton has declared to Mark that he means to ask again. He has come down here on purpose to do so."
"Lady Lufton,"
said Lucy, speaking hardly above a whisper, and still hiding her face as she leant against her sister's shoulder. "Lord Lufton has not spoken to his mother about it," said Mark; and it immediately became clear to Lucy, from the tone of her brother's voice, that he at least would not be pleased should she accept her lover's vow. "You must decide out of your own heart, dear," said Fanny generously. "Mark and I know how well you have behaved, for I have told him everything." Lucy shuddered and leant closer against her sister as this was said to her. "I had no alternative, dearest, but to tell him. It was best so, was it not? But nothing has been told to Lord Lufton. Mark would not let him come here today, because it would have flurried you, and he wished to give you time to think. But you can see him tomorrow morning, can you not, and then answer him?" Lucy now stood perfectly silent, feeling that she dearly loved her sister-in-law for her sisterly kindness, for that sisterly wish to promote a sister's love, but still there was in her mind a strong resolve not to allow Lord Lufton to come there under the idea that he would be received as a favoured lover. Her love was powerful, but so also was her pride, and she could not bring herself to bear the scorn which would lay in Lady Lufton's eyes. "His mother will despise me, and then he will despise me too," she said to herself; and with a strong gulp of disappointed love and ambition, she determined to persist. "Shall we leave you now, dear, and speak of it again tomorrow morning, before he comes?" said Fanny. "That will be best," said Mark. "Turn it in your mind every way tonight. Think of it when you have said your prayers. And Lucy, come here to me." Then, taking her in his arms, he kissed her with a tenderness that was not customary with him towards her. "It is fair," said he, "that I should tell you this, that I have perfect confidence in your judgment and feeling, and that I will stand by you as your brother in whatever decision you may come to. Fanny and I both think that you have behaved excellently, and are both of us sure that you will do what is best. Whatever you do, I will stick to you, and so will Fanny. Dearest, dearest Mark. And now we will say nothing more about it till tomorrow morning," said Fanny. But Lucy felt that this saying nothing more about it till tomorrow morning would be tantamount to an acceptance on her part of Lord Lufton's offer. Mrs. Robarts knew, and Mr. Robarts also now knew, the secret of her heart, and if, such being the case, she allowed Lord Lufton to come there with the acknowledged purpose of pleading his own suit, it would be impossible for her not to yield. If she were resolved that she would not yield, now was the time for her to stand her ground and make her fight. "Do not go, Fanny, at least not quite yet," she said. "Well, dear?" "I want you to stay while I tell Mark. He must not let Lord Lufton come here tomorrow." "Not let him?" said Mrs. Robarts. Mr. Robarts said nothing. but he felt that his sister was rising in his esteem from minute to minute. No, Mark must bid him not come. He will not wish to pain me when it can do no good. Look here, Mark," and she walked over to her brother and put both her hands upon his arm. "I do love Lord Lufton. I had no such meaning or thought when I first knew him, but I do love him. I love him dearly, almost as well as Fanny loves you, I suppose. You may tell him so if you think proper. Nay, you must tell him so, or he will not understand me. But tell him this as coming from me, that I will never marry him unless his mother asks me." "She will not do that, I fear," said Mark sorrowfully. "No, I suppose not," said Lucy, now regaining all her courage. "If I thought it probable that she should wish me to be her daughter-in-law, it would not be necessary that I should make such a stipulation. It is because she will not wish it, because she would regard me as unfit to mate with her son. She would hate me and scorn me, and then he would begin to scorn me, and perhaps would cease to love me. I could not bear her eye upon me if she thought that I had injured her son. Mark, you will go to him now, will you not, and explain this to him, as much of it as is necessary. Tell him that if his mother asks me, I will consent, but that as I know that she never will, he is to look upon all that he has said as forgotten. With me it shall be the same as though it were forgotten." Such was her verdict, and so confident were they both of her firmness, of her obstinacy Mark would have called it on any other occasion, that they neither of them sought to make her alter it. "You will go to him now, this afternoon, will you not?" she said, and Mark promised that he would. He could not but feel that he himself was greatly relieved. Lady Lufton might probably hear that her son had been fool enough to fall in love with the parson's sister, but under existing circumstances she could not consider herself aggrieved either by the parson or by his sister. Lucy was behaving well, and Mark was proud of her. Lucy was behaving with fierce spirit, and Fanny was grieving for her. "I'd rather be by myself till dinner time," said Lucy, as Mrs. Robarts prepared to go with her out of the room. "Dear Fanny, don't look unhappy. There's nothing to make us unhappy. I told you I should want goat's milk, and that will be all." Robarts, after sitting for an hour with his wife, did return again to Framley Court, and after a considerable search found Lord Lufton returning home to a late dinner. "Unless my mother asks her," said he, when the story had been told him. "That is nonsense. Surely you told her that such is not the way of the world." Robarts endeavoured to explain to him that Lucy could not endure to think that her husband's mother should look on her with disfavour. "Does she think that my mother dislikes her specially?" asked Lord Lufton. No, Robarts could not suppose that that was the case, but Lady Lufton might probably think that a marriage with a clergyman's sister would be a mésalliance. "That is out of the question," said Lord Lufton, "as she has especially wanted me to marry a clergyman's daughter for some time past. But, Mark, it is absurd talking about my mother. A man in these days is not to marry as his mother bids him." Mark could only assure him, in answer to all this, that Lucy was very firm in what she was doing, that she had quite made up her mind, and that she altogether absolved Lord Lufton from any necessity to speak to his mother, if he did not think well of doing so. But all this was to very little purpose. "She does love me, then?" said Lord Lufton. "Well," said Mark, "I will not say whether she does or does not. I can only repeat her own message. She cannot accept you unless she does so at your mother's request,
and having said that again, he took his leave and went back to the parsonage. Poor Lucy, having finished her interview with so much dignity, having fully satisfied her brother, and declined any immediate consolation from her sister-in-law, betook herself to her own bedroom. She had to think over what she had said and done, and it was necessary that she should be alone to do so. It might be that when she came to reconsider the matter, she would not be quite so well satisfied as was her brother. Her grandeur of demeanour and slow propriety of carriage lasted her till she was well into her own room. There are animals who, when they are ailing in any way, contrive to hide themselves, ashamed, as it were, that the weakness of their suffering should be witnessed. Indeed, I am not sure whether all dumb animals do not do so more or less, and in this respect Lucy was like a dumb animal. Even in her confidences with Fanny, she made a joke of her own misfortunes, and spoke of her heart ailments with self-ridicule. But now, having walked up the staircase with no hurried step, and having deliberately locked the door, she turned herself round to suffer in silence and solitude, as do the beasts and birds. She sat herself down on a low chair which stood at the foot of her bed, and throwing back her head, held her handkerchief across her eyes and forehead, holding it tight in both her hands. And then she began to think. She began to think, and also to cry, for the tears came running down from beneath the handkerchief, and low sobs were to be heard, only that the animal had taken itself off to suffer in solitude.
Had she not thrown from her all her chances of happiness? Was it possible that he should come to her yet again, a third time? No, it was not possible. The very mode and pride of this, her second rejection of him, made it impossible. In coming to her determination and making her avowal, she had been actuated by the knowledge that Lady Lufton would regard such a marriage with abhorrence. Lady Lufton would not and could not ask her to condescend to be her son's bride. Her chance of happiness, of glory, of ambition, of love, was all gone. She had sacrificed everything, not to virtue, but to pride, and she had sacrificed not only herself, but him. When first he came there, when she had meditated over his first visit, she had hardly given him credit for deep love. But now there could be no doubt that he loved her now. After his season in London, his days and nights passed with all that was beautiful, he had returned there to that little country parsonage, that he might again throw himself at her feet, and she had refused to see him, though she loved him with all her heart. She had refused to see him because she was so vile a coward that she could not bear the sour looks of an old woman. "I will come down directly," she said, when Fanny at last knocked at the door, begging to be admitted. "I won't open it, love, but I will be with you in 10 minutes. I will indeed."
And so she was, not perhaps without traces of tears,
discernible by the experienced eye of Mrs. Robarts, but yet with a smooth brow and voice under her own command. "I wonder whether she really loves him," Mark said to his wife that night.
"Love him!"
his wife had answered.
"Indeed she does. And, Mark, do not be led away by the stern quiet of her demeanour. To my thinking, she is a girl who might almost die for love."
On the next day Lord Lufton left Framley and started, according to his arrangements, for the Norway salmon fishing. End of chapter 31. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.
Chapter 32 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 32. The Goat and Compasses. Harold Smith had been made unhappy by that rumour of a dissolution, but the misfortune to him would be as nothing compared to the severity with which it would fall on Mr. Sowerby. Harold Smith might or might not lose his borough, but Mr. Sowerby would undoubtedly lose his county, and in losing that he would lose everything. He felt very certain now that the Duke would not support him again, let who would be master of Caldecott's, and as he reflected on these things he found it very hard to keep up his spirits. Tom Towers, it seems, had known all about it, as he always does. The little remark which had dropped from him at Miss Dunstable's, made no doubt after mature deliberation and with profound political motives, was the forerunner only by 12 hours of a very general report that the giants were going to the country. It was manifest that the giants had not a majority in Parliament, generous as had been the promises of support disinterestedly made to them by the gods. This indeed was manifest, and therefore they were going to the country, although they had been deliberately warned by a very prominent scion of Olympus that if they did do so, that disinterested support must be withdrawn. This threat did not seem to weigh much, and by 2 o'clock on the day following Miss Dunstable's party, the fiat was presumed to have gone forth. The rumour had begun with Tom Towers, but by that time it had reached Buggins at the Petty Bag Office. "It won't make no difference to us, sir, will it, Mr. Robarts?" said Buggins, as he leant respectfully against the wall near the door, in the room of the private secretary at that establishment. A good deal of conversation, miscellaneous, special, and political, went on between young Robarts and Buggins in the course of the day, as was natural, seeing that they were thrown in these evil times very much upon each other. The Lord Petty Bag of the present ministry was not such a one as Harold Smith. He was a giant indifferent to his private notes, and careless as to the duties even of patronage. He rarely visited the office, and as there were no other clerks in the establishment, owing to a root and branch reform carried out in the short reign of Harold Smith, to whom could young Robarts talk if not to Buggins? "No, I suppose not," said Robarts, as he completed on his blotting paper an elaborate picture of a Turk seated on his divan. "'Cause you see, sir, we're in the upper house now, as I always thinks we ought to be. I don't think it ain't constitutional for the Petty Bag to be in the Commons, Mr. Robarts. Anyways, it never usen't." "They're changing all those sort of things nowadays, Buggins," said Robarts, giving the final touch to the Turk's smoke. "Well, I'll tell you what it is, Mr. Robarts, I think I'll go. I can't stand all these changes. I'm turned of 60 now, and don't want any stifflickets. I think I'll take my pension and walk. The hoffice ain't the same place at all since it come down among the Commons." And then Buggins retired, sighing, to console himself with a pot of porter behind a large open office ledger, set up on end on a small table in the little lobby outside the private secretary's room. Buggins sighed again as he saw that the date made visible in the open book was almost as old as his own appointment, for such a book as this lasted long in the Petty Bag Office. A peer of high degree had been Lord Petty Bag in those days, one whom a messenger's heart could respect with infinite veneration, as he made his unaccustomed visits to the office with much solemnity, perhaps 4 times during the season. The Lord Petty Bag then was highly regarded by his staff,
and his coming among them was talked about for some hours previously, and for some days afterwards. But Harold Smith had bustled in and out like the managing clerk in a Manchester house. "The service is going to the dogs," said Buggins to himself, as he put down the porter pot, and looked up over the book at a gentleman who presented himself at the door. "Mr. Robarts in his room?" said Buggins, repeating the gentleman's words. "Yes, Mr. Sowerby, you'll find him there, the first door to the left." And then, remembering that the visitor was a county member, a position which Buggins regarded as next to that of a peer, he got up, and opening the private secretary's door, ushered in the visitor. Young Robarts and Mr. Sowerby had of course become acquainted in the days of Harold Smith's reign. During that short time the member for East Barset had on most days dropped in at the petty bag office for a minute or two, finding out what the energetic cabinet minister was doing, chatting on semi-official subjects, and teaching the private secretary to laugh at his master. There was nothing, therefore, in his present visit which need appear to be singular, or which required any immediate special explanation. He sat himself down in his ordinary way, and began to speak of the subject of the day. "We're all to go," said Sowerby. "So I hear," said the private secretary. "It will give me no trouble, for, as the respectable Buggins says, we're in the upper house now. What a delightful time those lucky dogs of lords do have," said Sowerby. "No constituents, no turning out, no fighting, no necessity for political opinions, and as a rule no such opinions at all." "I suppose you're tolerably safe in East Barsetshire?" said Robarts. "The Duke has it pretty much his own way there." "Yes, the Duke does have it pretty much his own way. By the by, where is your brother?" "At home," said Robarts. "At least I presume so." "At Framley or at Barchester? I believe he was in residence at Barchester not long since." "He's at Framley now, I know. I got a letter only yesterday from his wife with a commission. He was there, and Lord Lufton had just left." "Yes, Lufton was down. He started for Norway this morning. I want to see your brother. You have not heard from him yourself, have you?" "No, not lately. Mark is a bad correspondent. He would not do at all for a private secretary, at any rate not to Harold Smith. But you are sure I should not catch him at Barchester? Send down by telegraph, and he would meet you." "I don't want to do that. A telegraph message makes such a fuss in the country, frightening people's wives and setting all the horses about the place galloping." "What is it about?" "Nothing of any great consequence. I didn't know whether he might have told you. I'll write down by tonight's post, and then he can meet me at Barchester tomorrow. Or do you write? There's nothing I hate so much as letter writing. Just tell him that I called, and that I shall be much obliged if he can meet me at the Dragon of Wantley, say at 2 tomorrow. I will go down by the express." Mark Robarts, in talking over this coming money trouble with Sowerby, had once mentioned that if it were necessary to take up the bill for a short time, he might be able to borrow the money from his brother. So much of the father's legacy still remained in the hands of the private secretary as would enable him to produce the amount of the latter bill, and there could be no doubt that he would lend it if asked. Mr. Sowerby's visit to the petty bag office had been caused by a desire to learn whether any such request had been made, and also by a half-formed resolution to make the request himself, if he should find that the clergyman had not done so. It seemed to him to be a pity that such a sum should be lying about, as it were, within reach, and that he should not stoop to put his hands upon it. Such abstinence would be so contrary to all the practice of his life that it was as difficult to him as it is for a sportsman to let pass a cock pheasant. But yet something like remorse touched his heart as he sat there balancing himself on his chair in the private secretary's room, and looking at the young man's open face. "Yes, I'll write to him," said John Robarts, "but he hasn't said anything to me about anything particular." "Hasn't he? It does not much signify. I only mentioned it because I thought I understood him to say that he would." And then Mr. Sowerby went on swinging himself. How was it that he felt so averse to mention that little sum of £500 to a young man like John Robarts, a fellow without wife or children, or calls on him of any sort, who would not even be injured by the loss of the money, seeing that he had an ample salary on which to live? He wondered at his own weakness. The want of the money was urgent on him in the extreme. He had reasons for supposing that Mark would find it very difficult to renew the bills, but he, Sowerby, could stop their presentation if he could get this money at once into his own hands. "Can I do anything for you?" said the innocent lamb, offering his throat to the butcher. But some unwonted feeling numbed the butcher's fingers and blunted his knife. He sat still for half a minute after the question, and then, jumping from his seat, declined the offer. "No, nothing, thank you. Only write to Mark and say that I shall be there tomorrow." And then, taking his hat, he hurried out of the office. "What an ass I am," he said to himself as he went. "As if it were of any use now to be particular." He then got into a cab and had himself driven halfway up Portman Street towards the New Road, and walking from thence a few hundred yards down a cross street, he came to a public house. It was called the Goat and Compasses, a very meaningless name, one would say, but the house boasted of being a place of public entertainment very long established on that site, having been a tavern out in the country in the days of Cromwell. At that time the pious landlord, putting up a pious legend for the benefit of his pious customers, had declared that "God encompasseth us." The Goat and Compasses in these days does quite as well, and, considering the present character of the house, was perhaps less unsuitable than the old legend. "Is Mr. Austin here?" asked Mr. Sowerby of the man at the bar. "Which on 'em? Not Mr. John, he ain't here. Mr. Tom is in, the little room on the left-hand side." The man whom Mr. Sowerby would have preferred to see was the elder brother, John, but as he was not to be found, he did go into the little room. In that room he found Mr. Austin junior, according to one arrangement of nomenclature, and Mr. Tom Tozer, according to another. To gentlemen of the legal profession he generally chose to introduce himself as belonging to the respectable family of the Austins, but among his intimates he had always been Tozer. Mr. Sowerby, though he was intimate with the family, did not love the Tozers, but he especially hated Tom Tozer. Tom Tozer was a bull-necked, beetle-browed fellow, the expression of whose face was eloquent with acknowledged roguery. "I'm a rogue," it seemed to say. "I know it. All the world knows it. But you're another. All the world don't know that, but I do. Men are all rogues, pretty nigh. Some are soft rogues, and some are cute rogues. I am a cute one, so mind your eye." It was with such words that Tom Tozer's face spoke out, and though a thorough liar in his heart, he was not a liar in his face. "Well, Tozer," said Mr. Sowerby, absolutely shaking hands with the dirty miscreant, "I wanted to see your brother. John ain't here, and ain't like. but it's all as one." "Yes, yes, I suppose it is. I know you two hunt in couples." "I don't know what you mean about hunting, Mr. Sowerby. You gents has all the hunting, and we poor folk has all the work. I hope you're going to make up this trifle of money we're out of so long." "It's about that I've called. I don't know what you call long, Tozer, but the last bill was only dated in February. It's overdue, ain't it?" "Oh yes, it's overdue. There's no doubt about that." "Well, when a bit of paper is come round, the next thing is to take it up. Them's my ideas. And to tell you the truth, Mr. Sowerby, we don't think as how you've been treating us just on the square lately. In that matter of Lord Lufton's, you was down on us uncommon. You know I couldn't help myself." "Well, and we can't help ourselves now. That's where it is, Mr. Sowerby. Lord love you, we know what's what, we do. And so the fact is, we're uncommon low as to the ready just at present, and we must have them few £100. We must have them at once, or we must sell up that clerical gent. I'm dashed if it ain't as hard to get money from a parson as it is to take a bone from a dog. He's had his account, no doubt, and why don't he pay?" Mr. Sowerby had called with the intention of explaining that he was about to proceed to Barchester on the following day with the express view of making arrangements about this bill, and had he seen John Tozer, John would have been compelled to accord to him some little extension of time. Both Tom and John knew this, and therefore John, the soft-hearted one, kept out of the way. There was no danger that Tom would be weak, and after some half-hour of parley he was again left by Mr. Sowerby without having evinced any symptom of weakness. "It's the dibs as we want, Mr. Sowerby, that's all," were the last words which he spoke as the member of Parliament left the room. Mr. Sowerby then got into another cab and had himself driven to his sister's house. It is a remarkable thing with reference to men who are distressed for money, distressed as was now the case with Mr. Sowerby, that they never seem at a loss for small sums, or deny themselves those luxuries which small sums purchase. Cabs, dinners, wine, theatres, and new gloves are always at the command of men who are drowned in pecuniary embarrassments, whereas those who don't owe a shilling are so frequently obliged to go without them. It would seem that there is no gratification so costly as that of keeping out of debt. But then it is only fair that if a man has a hobby, he should pay for it. Anyone else would have saved his shilling, as Mrs. Harold Smith's house was only just across Oxford Street, in the neighbourhood of Hanover Square. But Mr. Sowerby never thought of this. He had never saved a shilling in his life, and it did not occur to him to begin now. He had sent word to her to remain at home for him, and he now found her waiting. "Harriet," said he, throwing himself back into an easy chair, "the game is pretty well up at last." "Nonsense," said she. "The game is not up at all, if you have the spirit to carry it on." "I can only say that I got a formal notice this morning from the Duke's lawyer, saying that he meant to foreclose at once, not from Fothergill, but from those people in South Audley Street." "You expected that?" said his sister. "I don't see how that makes it any better. Besides, I am not quite sure that I did expect it. At any rate, I did not feel certain. There is no doubt now." "It is better that there should be no doubt. It is much better that you should know on what ground you have to stand." "I shall soon have no ground to stand on, none at least of my own, not an acre," said the unhappy man with great bitterness in his tone. "You can't in reality be poorer now than you were last year. You have not spent anything to speak of. There can be no doubt that Caldecott's will be ample to pay all you owe the Duke." "It's as much as it will, and what am I to do then? I almost think more of the seat than I do of Caldecott's."
"You know what I advise," said Mrs. Smith. "Ask Miss Dunstable to advance the money on the same security which the Duke holds. She will be as safe then as he is now; and if you can arrange that, stand for the county against him. Perhaps you may be beaten."
"I shouldn't have a chance."
"But it would show that you are not a creature in the Duke's hands. That's my advice," said Mrs. Smith with much spirit; "and if you wish, I'll broach it to Miss Dunstable, and ask her to get her lawyer to look into it."
"If I had done this before I had run my head into that other absurdity—"
"Don't fret yourself about that. She will lose nothing by such an investment, and therefore you are not asking any favour of her. Besides, did she not make the offer? And she is just the woman to do this for you now, because she refused to do that other thing for you yesterday. You understand most things, Nathaniel, but I'm not sure that you understand women, not at any rate such a woman as her."
It went against the grain with Mr. Sowerby, this seeking of pecuniary assistance from the very woman whose hand he had attempted to gain about a fortnight since; but he allowed his sister to prevail. What could any man do in such straits that would not go against the grain? At the present moment he felt in his mind an infinite hatred against the Duke, Mr. Fothergill, Gumption and Gageby, and all the tribes of Gatherum Castle and South Audley Street. They wanted to rob him of that which had belonged to the Sowerbys before the name of Omnium had been heard of in the county or in England. The great Leviathan of the deep was anxious to swallow him up as a prey. He was to be swallowed up and made away with, and put out of sight without a pang of remorse. Any measure which could now present itself as the means of staving off so evil a day would be acceptable, and therefore he gave his sister the commission of making this second proposal to Miss Dunstable. In cursing the Duke, for he did curse the Duke lustily, it hardly occurred to him to think that after all the Duke only asked for his own. As for Mrs. Harold Smith, whatever may be the view taken of her general character as a wife and a member of society, it must be admitted that as a sister she had virtues. End of chapter 32. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 33 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 33. Consolation. On the next day, at 2 o'clock punctually, Mark Robarts was at the Dragon of Wantley, walking up and down the very room in which the party had breakfasted after Harold Smith's lecture, and waiting for the arrival of Mr. Sowerby. He had been very well able to divine what was the business on which his friend wished to see him, and he had been rather glad than otherwise to receive the summons. Judging of his friend's character by what he had hitherto seen, he thought that Mr. Sowerby would have kept out of the way, unless he had it in his power to make some provision for these terrible bills. So he walked up and down the dingy room, impatient for the expected arrival, and thought himself wickedly ill-used in that Mr. Sowerby was not there when the clock struck 2:45. But when the clock struck 3, Mr. Sowerby was there, and Mark Robarts' hopes were nearly at an end. "Do you mean that they will demand £900?" said Robarts, standing up and glaring angrily at the Member of Parliament. "I fear that they will," said Sowerby. "I think it is best to tell you the worst, in order that we may see what can be done." "I can do nothing, and will do nothing," said Robarts. "They may do what they choose, what the law allows them." And then he thought of Fanny and his nursery, and Lucy refusing in her pride Lord Lufton's offer, and he turned away his face that the hard man of the world before him might not see the tear gathering in his eye. "But Mark, my dear fellow," said Sowerby, trying to have recourse to the power of his cajoling voice. Robarts, however, would not listen. "Mr. Sowerby," said he, with an attempt at calmness which betrayed itself at every syllable, "it seems to me that you have robbed me. That I have been a fool, and worse than a fool, I know well, but I thought that your position in the world would guarantee me from such treatment as this." Mr. Sowerby was by no means without feeling, and the words which he now heard cut him very deeply, the more so because it was impossible that he should answer them with an attempt at indignation. He had robbed his friend, and with all his wit knew no words at the present moment sufficiently witty to make it seem that he had not done so. "Robarts," said he, "you may say what you like to me now. I shall not resent it." "Who would care for your resentment?" said the clergyman, turning on him with ferocity. "The resentment of a gentleman is terrible to a gentleman, and the resentment of one just man is terrible to another. Your resentment—" and then he walked twice the length of the room, leaving Sowerby dumb in his seat. "I wonder whether you ever thought of my wife and children when you were plotting this ruin for me?" And then again he walked the room. "I suppose you will be calm enough presently to speak of this with some attempt to make a settlement?" "No, I will make no such attempt. These friends of yours, you tell me, have a claim on me for £900, of which they demand immediate payment. You shall be asked in a court of law how much of that money I have handled. You know that I have never touched, have never wanted to touch 1 shilling. I will make no attempt at any settlement. My person is here, and there is my house. Let them do their worst." "But, Mark—" "Call me by my name, sir, and drop that affectation of regard. What an ass I have been to be so cozened by a sharper!" Sowerby had by no means expected this. He had always known that Robarts possessed what he, Sowerby, would have called the spirit of a gentleman. He had regarded him as a bold, open, generous fellow, able to take his own part when called on to do so, and by no means disinclined to speak his own mind. But he had not expected from him such a torrent of indignation, or thought that he was capable of such a depth of anger. "If you use such language as that, Robarts, I can only leave you." "You are welcome. Go. You tell me that you are the messenger of these men who intend to work £900 out of me. You have done your part in the plot, and have now brought their message. It seems to me that you had better go back to them. As for me, I want my time to prepare my wife for the destiny before her." "Robarts, you will be sorry some day for the cruelty of your words." "I wonder whether you will ever be sorry for the cruelty of your doings, or whether these things are really a joke to you." "I am at this moment a ruined man," said Sowerby. "Everything is going from me: my place in the world, the estate of my family, my father's house, my seat in Parliament, the power of living among my countrymen, or indeed of living anywhere. But all this does not oppress me now so much as the misery which I have brought upon you." And then Sowerby also turned away his face, and wiped from his eyes tears which were not artificial. Robarts was still walking up and down the room, but it was not possible for him to continue his reproaches after this. This is always the case. Let a man endure to heap contumely on his own head, and he will silence the contumely of others, for the moment. Sowerby, without meditating on the matter, had had some inkling of this, and immediately saw that there was at last an opening for conversation. "You are unjust to me," said he, "in supposing that I have now no wish to save you. It is solely in the hope of doing so that I have come here." "And what is your hope? That I should accept another brace of bills, I suppose?" "Not a brace, but one renewed bill for—" "Look here, Mr. Sowerby, on no earthly consideration that can be put before me will I again sign my name to any bill in the guise of an acceptance. I have been very weak, and am ashamed of my weakness; but so much strength as that, I hope, is left to me. I have been very wicked, and am ashamed of my wickedness; but so much right principle as that, I hope, remains. I will put my name to no other bill, not for you, not even for myself." "But, Robarts, under your present circumstances, that will be madness." "Then I will be mad." "Have you seen Forest? If you will speak to him, I think you will find that everything can be accommodated." "I already owe Mr. Forest £150, which I obtained from him when you pressed me for the price of that horse, and I will not increase the debt." "What a fool I was again there! Perhaps you do not remember that when I agreed to buy the horse, the price was to be my contribution to the liquidation of these bills." "I do remember it, but I will tell you how that was." "It does not signify. It has been all of a piece." "But listen to me. I think you would feel for me if you knew all that I have gone through. I pledge you my solemn word that I had no intention of asking you for the money when you took the horse. Indeed, I had not. But you remember that affair of Lufton's, when he came to you at your hotel in London, and was so angry about an outstanding bill?" "I know that he was very unreasonable as far as I was concerned." "He was so, but that makes no difference. He was resolved in his rage to expose the whole affair. I saw that if he did so, it would be most injurious to you, seeing that you had just accepted your stall at Barchester." Here the poor prebendary winced terribly. "I moved heaven and earth to get up that bill. Those vultures stuck to their prey when they found the value which I attached to it, and I was forced to raise above £100 at the moment to obtain possession of it, although every shilling absolutely due on it had long since been paid. Never in my life did I wish to get money as I did to raise that £120, and as I hoped for mercy in my last moments, I did that for your sake. Lufton could not have injured me in that matter." "But you told him that you got it for £25. "Yes, I told him so. I was obliged to tell him that, or I should have apparently condemned myself by showing how anxious I was to get it. And you know I could not have explained all this before him and you. You would have thrown up the stall in disgust." "Would that he had!" That was Mark's wish now, his futile wish. In what a slough of despond had he come to wallow in consequence of his folly on that night at Gatherum Castle! He had then done a silly thing, and was he now to rue it by almost total ruin? He was sickened also with all these lies. His very soul was dismayed by the dirt through which he was forced to wade. He had become unconsciously connected with the lowest dregs of mankind, and would have to see his name mingled with theirs in the daily newspapers. And for what had he done this? Why had he thus filed his mind and made himself a disgrace to his cloth? In order that he might befriend such a one as Mr. Sowerby. Well, continued Sowerby, I did get the money, but you would hardly believe the rigour of the pledge which was exacted from me for repayment. I got it from Harold Smith, and never in my worst straits will I again look to him for assistance. I borrowed it only for a fortnight, and in order that I might repay it, I was obliged to ask you for the price of the horse. Mark, it was on your behalf that I did all this. Indeed it was. And now I am to repay you for your kindness by the loss of all that I have in the world. If you will put the affair into the hands of Mr. Forest, nothing need be touched, not a hair of a horse's back. No, not though you should be obliged to pay the whole amount yourself gradually out of your income. You must execute a series of bills falling due quarterly, and then— I will execute no bill. I will put my name to no paper in the matter. As to that, my mind is fully made up. They may come and do their worst. Mr. Sowerby persevered for a long time, and he was quite unable to move the parson from this position. He would do nothing towards making what Mr. Sowerby called an arrangement, but persisted that he would remain at home at Framley, and that anyone who had a claim upon him might take legal steps. I shall do nothing myself, he said, but if proceedings against me be taken, I shall prove that I have never had a shilling of the money. And in this resolution he quitted the Dragon of Wantley. Mr. Sowerby at one time said a word as to the expediency of borrowing that sum of money from John Robarts, but as to this Mark would say nothing. Mr. Sowerby was not the friend with whom he now intended to hold consultation in such matters. I am not at present prepared, he said, to declare what I may do. I must first see what steps others take. And then he took his hat and went off, and mounting his horse in the yard of the Dragon of Wantley, that horse which he had now so many reasons to dislike, he slowly rode back home. Many thoughts passed through his mind during that ride, but only one resolution obtained for itself a fixture there. He must now tell his wife everything. He would not be so cruel as to let it remain untold until a bailiff were at the door, ready to walk him off to the county jail, or until the bed on which they slept was to be sold from under them. Yes, he would tell her everything immediately, before his resolution could again have faded away. He got off his horse in the yard, and seeing his wife's maid at the kitchen door, desired her to beg her mistress to come to him in the book room. He would not allow 1/2 hour to pass towards the waning of his purpose. If it be ordained that a man shall drown, had he not better drown and have done with it? Mrs. Robarts came to him in his room, reaching him in time to touch his arm as he entered it. Mary says you want me. I have been gardening, and she caught me just as I came in. Yes, Fanny, I do want you. Sit down for a moment. And walking across the room, he placed his whip in its proper place. Oh, Mark, is there anything the matter? Yes, dearest, yes. Sit down, Fanny. I can talk to you better if you will sit. But she, poor lady, did not wish to sit. He had hinted at some misfortune, and therefore she felt a longing to stand by him and cling to him. Well, there, I will if I must. But, Mark, do not frighten me. Why is your face so very wretched? Fanny, I have done very wrong, he said. I have been very foolish. I fear that I have brought upon you great sorrow and trouble. and then he leant his head upon his hand and turned his face away from her. "Oh, Mark, dearest Mark, my own Mark, what is it?" And then she was quickly up from her chair and went down on her knees before him. "Do not turn from me. Tell me, Mark, tell me, that we may share it." "Yes, Fanny, I must tell you now, but I hardly know what you will think of me when you have heard it." "I will think that you are my own husband, Mark. I will think that chiefly, whatever it may be." And then she caressed his knees, and looked up in his face, and getting hold of one of his hands, pressed it between her own. "Even if you have been foolish, who should forgive you if I cannot?" And then he told it her all, beginning from that evening when Mr. Sowerby had got him into his bedroom, and going on gradually, now about the bills, and now about the horses, till his poor wife was utterly lost in the complexity of the accounts. She could by no means follow him in the details of his story, nor could she quite sympathize with him in his indignation against Mr. Sowerby, seeing that she did not comprehend at all the nature of the renewing of a bill. The only part to her of importance in the matter was the amount of money which her husband would be called upon to pay. That, and her strong hope, which was already a conviction, that he would never again incur such debts. "And how much is it, dearest, altogether?" "These men claim £900 of me." "Oh dear, that is a terrible sum." "And then there is the 150 which I have borrowed from the bank, the price of the horse, you know. And there are some other debts, not a great deal, I think, but people will now look for every shilling that is due to them. If I have to pay it all, it will be £1200 or £1300. That will be as much as a year's income, Mark, even with the stall." That was the only word of reproach she said, if that could be called a reproach. "Yes," he said, "and it is claimed by men who will have no pity in exacting it at any sacrifice if they have the power. And to think that I should have incurred all this debt without having received anything for it! Oh, Fanny, what will you think of me?" But she swore to him that she would think nothing of it, that she would never bear it in her mind against him, that it could have no effect in lessening her trust in him. Was he not her husband? She was so glad she knew it, that she might comfort him. And she did comfort him, making the weight seem lighter and lighter on his shoulders as he talked of it. And such weights do thus become lighter. A burden that will crush a single pair of shoulders will, when equally divided, when shared by two, each of whom is willing to take the heavier part, become light as a feather. Is not that sharing of the mind's burdens one of the chief purposes for which a man wants a wife? For there is no folly so great as keeping one's sorrows hidden. And this wife cheerfully, gladly, thankfully took her share. To endure with her lord all her lord's troubles was easy to her. It was the work to which she had pledged herself. But to have thought that her lord had troubles not communicated to her, that would have been to her the one thing not to be borne. And then they discussed their plans, what mode of escape they might have out of this terrible money difficulty. Like a true woman, Mrs. Robarts proposed at once to abandon all superfluities. They would sell all their horses. They would not sell their cows, but would sell the butter that came from them. They would sell the pony carriage and get rid of the groom. That the footman must go was so much a matter of course that it was hardly mentioned. But then, as to that house at Barchester, the dignified prebendal mansion in the close, Might they not be allowed to leave it unoccupied for 1 year longer, perhaps to let it? The world, of course, must know of their misfortune, but if that misfortune was faced bravely, the world would be less bitter in its condemnation. And then, above all things, everything must be told to Lady Lufton. "You may at any rate believe this, Fanny," said he, "that for no consideration which can be offered to me will I ever put my name to another bill." The kiss with which she thanked him for this was as warm and generous as though he had brought to her that day news of the brightest. And when he sat, as he did that evening, discussing it all not only with his wife but with Lucy, he wondered how it was that his troubles were now so light. Whether or no a man should have his own private pleasures, I will not now say, but it never can be worth his while to keep his sorrows private. End of chapter 33. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 34 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 34. Lady Lufton is taken by surprise. Lord Lufton, as he returned to town, found some difficulty in resolving what step he would next take. Sometimes, for a minute or two, he was half inclined to think, or rather to say to himself, that Lucy was perhaps not worth the trouble which he threw in his way. He loved her very dearly, and would willingly make her his wife, he thought or said at such moments. But such moments, however, were only moments. A man in love seldom loves less because his love becomes difficult, and thus, when those moments were over, he would determine to tell his mother at once, and urge her to signify her consent to Miss Robarts. That she would not be quite pleased, he knew; that if he were firm enough to show that he had a will of his own in this matter, she would probably not gainsay him. He would not ask this humbly as a favour, but request her ladyship to go through the ceremony as though it were one of those motherly duties which she, as a good mother, could not hesitate to perform on behalf of her son. Such was the final resolve with which he reached his chambers in the Albany. On the next day he did not see his mother. It would be well, he thought, to have his interview with her immediately before he started for Norway, so that there might be no repetition of it. And it was on the day before he did start that he made his communication, having invited himself to breakfast in Brook Street on the occasion. "Mother," he said quite abruptly, throwing himself into one of the dining-room armchairs, "I have a thing to tell you." His mother at once knew that the thing was important, and with her own peculiar motherly instinct, imagined that the question to be discussed had reference to matrimony. Had her son desired to speak to her about money, his tone and look would have been different, as would also have been the case in a different way had he entertained any thought of a pilgrimage to Pekin, or a prolonged fishing excursion to the Hudson Bay territories. "A thing, Ludovic? Well, I am quite at liberty." "I want to know what you think of Lucy Robarts." Lady Lufton became pale and frightened, and the blood ran cold to her heart. She had feared more than rejoiced in conceiving that her son was about to talk of love, but she had feared nothing so bad as this. "What do I think of Lucy Robarts?" she said, repeating her son's words in a tone of evident dismay. "Yes, mother. You have said once or twice lately that you thought I ought to marry, and I am beginning to think so too. You selected one clergyman's daughter for me, But that lady is going to do much better with herself."
"Indeed she is not," said Lady Lufton sharply.
"And therefore I rather think I shall select for myself another clergyman's sister. You don't dislike Miss Robarts, I hope?"
"Oh, Ludovic!" It was all that Lady Lufton could say at the spur of the moment.
"Is there any harm in her? Have you any objection to her? Is there anything about her that makes her unfit to be my wife?"
For a moment or two Lady Lufton sat silent, collecting her thoughts. She thought that there was very great objection to Lucy Robarts, regarding her as the possible future Lady Lufton. She could hardly have stated all her reasons, but they were very cogent. Lucy Robarts had in her eyes neither beauty, nor style, nor manner, nor even the education which was desirable. Lady Lufton was not herself a worldly woman. She was almost as far removed from being so as a woman could be in her position; but nevertheless there were certain worldly attributes which she regarded as essential to the character of any young lady who might be considered fit to take the place which she herself had so long filled. It was her desire in looking for a wife for her son to combine these with certain moral excellencies which she regarded as equally essential. Lucy Robarts might have the moral excellencies, or she might not; but as to the other attributes, Lady Lufton regarded her as altogether deficient. She could never look like a Lady Lufton, or carry herself in the county as a Lady Lufton should do. She had not that quiet personal demeanour, that dignity of repose, which Lady Lufton loved to look upon in a young married woman of rank. Lucy, she would have said, could be nobody in a room except by dint of her tongue, whereas Griselda Grantly would have held her peace for a whole evening, and yet would have impressed everybody by the majesty of her presence. Then again, Lucy had no money, and again, Lucy was only the sister of her own parish clergyman. People are rarely prophets in their own country, and Lucy was no prophet at Framley. She was none, at least in the eyes of Lady Lufton. Once before, as may be remembered, she had had fears on this subject, fears not so much for her son, whom she could hardly bring herself to suspect of such a folly, but for Lucy, who might be foolish enough to fancy that the Lord was in love with her. Alas, alas! Her son's question fell upon the poor woman at the present moment with the weight of a terrible blow.
"Is there anything about her which makes her unfit to be my wife?"
Those were her son's last words. "Dearest Ludovic, dearest Ludovic."
And she got up and came over to him.
"I do think so. I do indeed."
"Think what?"
said he, in a tone that was almost angry. "I do think that she is unfit to be your wife. She is not of that class from which I would wish to see you choose."
"She is of the same class as Griselda Grantly."
"No, dearest, I think you are in error there. The Grantlys have moved in a different sphere of life. I think you must feel that they are—"
"Upon my word, mother, I don't. One man is rector of Plumstead, and the other is vicar of Framley. But it is no good arguing that. I want you to take to Lucy Robarts. I have come to you on purpose to ask it of you as a favour."
"Do you mean as your wife, Ludovic?"
"Yes, as my wife."
"Am I to understand that you are engaged to her?"
"Well, I cannot say that I am. Not actually engaged to her. But you may take this for granted, that as far as it lies in my power, I intend to become so. My mind is made up, and I certainly shall not alter it."
"And the young lady knows all this?"
"Certainly."
Horrid, sly, detestable, underhand girl, Lady Lufton said to herself, not being by any means brave enough to speak out such language before her son. What hope could there be if Lord Lufton had already committed himself by a positive offer? And her brother and Mrs. Robarts, are they aware of it?
Yes, both of them.
And both approve of it?
Well, I cannot say that. I have not seen Mrs. Robarts, and do not know what may be her opinion. To speak my mind honestly about Mark, I do not think he does cordially approve. He is afraid of you, and would be desirous of knowing what you think.
I am glad, at any rate, to hear that, said Lady Lufton gravely. Had he done anything to encourage this, it would have been very base.
And then there was another short period of silence. Lord Lufton had determined not to explain to his mother the whole state of the case. He would not tell her that everything depended on her word, that Lucy was ready to marry him only on condition that she, Lady Lufton, would desire her to do so. He would not let her know that everything depended on her, according to Lucy's present verdict. He had a strong disinclination to ask his mother's permission to get married, and he would have to ask it were he to tell her the whole truth. His object was to make her think well of Lucy, and to induce her to be kind and generous and affectionate down at Framley. Then things would all turn out comfortably when he again visited that place, as he intended to do on his return from Norway. So much he thought it possible he might effect, relying on his mother's probable calculation that it would be useless for her to oppose a measure which she had no power of stopping by authority. But were he to tell her that she was to be the final judge, that everything was to depend on her will, then, so thought Lord Lufton, that permission would in all probability be refused. "Well, mother, what answer do you intend to give me?" he said. "My mind is positively made up. I should not have come to you had not that been the case. You will now be going down home, and I would wish you to treat Lucy as you yourself would wish to treat any girl to whom you knew that I was engaged."
"But you say that you are not engaged."
"No, I am not, but I have made my offer to her, and I have not been rejected. She has confessed that she loves me, not to myself, but to her brother. Under these circumstances, may I count upon your obliging me?"
There was something in his manner which almost frightened his mother, and made her think that there was more behind than was told to her. Generally speaking, his manner was open, gentle, and unguarded; but now he spoke as though he had prepared his words, and was resolved on being harsh as well as obstinate. I am so much taken by surprise, Ludovic, that I can hardly give you an answer. If you ask me whether I approve of such a marriage, I must say that I do not. I think that you would be throwing yourself away in marrying Miss Robarts.
That is because you do not know her.
May it not be possible that I know her better than you do, dear Ludovic? You have been flirting with her.
I hate that word. It always sounds to me to be vulgar.
I will say making love to her, if you like it better. And gentlemen, under these circumstances, will sometimes become infatuated.
You would not have a man marry a girl without making love to her. The fact is, mother, that your tastes and mine are not exactly the same. You like silent beauty, whereas I like talking beauty. And then—"
"Do you call Miss Robarts beautiful?"
"Yes, I do. Very beautiful. She has the beauty that I admire. Goodbye now, mother. I shall not see you again before I start. It will be no use writing, as I shall be away so short a time, and I don't quite know where we shall be. I shall come down to Framley immediately I return, and shall learn from you how the land lies. I have told you my wishes, and you will consider how far you think it right to fall in with them." He then kissed her, and without waiting for her reply, he took his leave. Poor Lady Lufton, when she was left to herself, felt that her head was going round and round. Was this to be the end of all her ambition, of all her love for her son? And was this to be the result of all her kindness to the Robartses? She almost hated Mark Robarts as she reflected that she had been the means of bringing him and his sister to Framley. She thought over all his sins, his absences from the parish, his visit to Gatherum Castle, his dealings with reference to that farm which was to have been sold, his hunting, and then his acceptance of that stall, given, as she had been told, through the omnium interest. How could she love him at such a moment as this? And then she thought of his wife. Could it be possible that Fanny Robarts, her own friend Fanny, would be so untrue to her as to lend any assistance to such a marriage as this, as not to use all her power in preventing it? She had spoken to Fanny on this very subject, not fearing for her son, but with a general idea of the impropriety of intimacies between such girls as Lucy and such men as Lord Lufton, and then Fanny had agreed with her. Could it be possible that even she must be regarded as an enemy? And then by degrees Lady Lufton began to reflect what steps she had better take. In the first place, should she give in at once and consent to the marriage? The only thing quite certain to her was this, that life would not be worth having if she was forced into a permanent quarrel with her son. Such an event would probably kill her. When she read of quarrels in other noble families, and the accounts of such quarrels will sometimes unfortunately force themselves upon the attention of unwilling readers, she would hug herself with a spirit that was almost pharisaical, reflecting that her destiny was not like that of others. Such quarrels and hatreds between fathers and daughters, and mothers and sons, were in her eyes disreputable to all the persons concerned. She had lived happily with her husband, comfortably with her neighbours, respectably with the world, and above all things affectionately with her children. She spoke everywhere of Lord Lufton as though he were nearly perfect, and in so speaking she had not belied her convictions. Under these circumstances, would not any marriage be better than a quarrel? But then again, how much of the pride of her daily life would be destroyed by such a match as that? And might it not be within her power to prevent it without any quarrel? That her son would be sick of such a chit as Lucy before he had been married to her 6 months, of that Lady Lufton entertained no doubt, and therefore her conscience would not be disquieted in disturbing the consummation of an arrangement so pernicious. It was evident that the matter was not considered as settled even by her son, and also evident that he regarded the matter as being in some way dependent on his mother's consent. On the whole, might it not be better for her, better for them all, that she should think wholly of her duty, and not of the disagreeable results to which that duty might possibly lead? It could not be her duty to accede to such an alliance, and therefore she would do her best to prevent it. Such at least should be her attempt in the first instance. Having so decided, she next resolved on her course of action. Immediately on her arrival at Framley she would send for Lucy Robarts, and use all her eloquence, and perhaps also a little of that stern dignity for which she was so remarkable, in explaining to that young lady how very wicked it was on her part to think of forcing herself into such a
family as that of the Luftons. She would explain to Lucy that no happiness could come of it, that people placed by misfortune above their sphere are always miserable, and in short make use of all those excellent moral lessons which are so customary on such occasions. The morality might perhaps be thrown away, but Lady Lufton depended much on her dignified sternness. And then, having so resolved, she prepared for her journey home.
Very little had been said at Framley Parsonage about Lord Lufton's offer after the departure of that gentleman, very little, at least, in Lucy's presence. That the parson and his wife should talk about it between themselves was a matter of course, but very few words were spoken on the matter either by or to Lucy. She was left to her own thoughts, and possibly to her own hopes. And then other matters came up at Framley which turned the current of interest into other tracks. In the first place, there was the visit made by Mr. Sowerby to the Dragon of Wantley, and the consequent revelation made by Mark Robarts to his wife. And while that latter subject was yet new, before Fanny and Lucy had as yet made up their minds as to all the little economies which might be practised in the household without serious detriment to the master's comfort, news reached them that Mrs. Crawley of Hogglestock had been stricken with fever. Nothing of the kind could well be more dreadful than this. To those who knew the family, it seemed impossible that their most ordinary wants could be supplied if that courageous head were even for a day laid low. And then the poverty of poor Mr. Crawley was such that the sad necessities of a sick bed could hardly be supplied without assistance.
"I will go over at once,"
said Fanny.
"My dear," said her husband, "it is typhus, and you must first think of the children." "I will go." "What on earth could you do, Mark?" said his wife. "Men on such occasions are almost worse than useless, and then they are so much more liable to infection." "I have no children, nor am I a man," said Lucy, smiling, "for both of which exemptions I am thankful. I will go, and when I come back I will keep clear of the bairns." So it was settled, and Lucy started in the pony carriage, carrying with her such things from the parsonage storehouse as were thought to be suitable for the wants of the sick lady at Hogglestock. When she arrived there, she made her way into the house, finding the door open, and not being able to obtain the assistance of the servant girl in ushering her in. In the parlour she found Grace Crawley, the eldest child, sitting demurely in her mother's chair, nursing an infant. She, Grace herself, was still a young child, but not the less, on this occasion of well understood sorrow, did she go through her task not only with zeal, but almost with solemnity. Her brother, a boy of 6 years old, was with her, and he had the care of another baby. There they sat in a cluster, quiet, grave, and silent, attending on themselves because it had been willed by fate that no one else should attend on them. "How is your mamma, dear Grace?" said Lucy, walking up to her and holding out her hand. "Poor mamma is very ill indeed," said Grace. "And papa is very unhappy," said Bobby, the boy. "I can't get up because of baby," said Grace, "but Bobby can go and call papa out." "I will knock at the door," said Lucy, and so saying she walked up to the bedroom door and tapped against it lightly. She repeated this for the 3rd time before she was summoned in by a low, hoarse voice, and then, on entering, she saw Mr. Crawley standing by the bedside with a book in his hand. He looked at her uncomfortably, in a manner which seemed to show that he was annoyed by this intrusion, and Lucy was aware that she had disturbed him while at prayers by the bedside of his wife. He came across the room, however, and shook hands with her, and answered her inquiries in his ordinary grave and solemn voice.
"Mrs. Crawley is very ill," he said, "very ill. God has stricken us heavily, but his will be done. But you had better not go to her, Miss Robarts. It is typhus." The caution, however, was too late, for Lucy was already by the bedside, and had taken the hand of the sick woman, which had been extended on the coverlid to greet her. "Dear Miss Robarts," said a weak voice, "this is very good of you, but it makes me unhappy to see you here." Lucy lost no time in taking sundry matters into her own hands, and ascertaining what was most wanted in that wretched household, for it was wretched enough. Their only servant, a girl of 16, had been taken away by her mother as soon as it became known that Mrs. Crawley was ill with fever. The poor mother, to give her her due, had promised to come down morning and evening herself, to do such work as might be done in an hour or so, but she could not, she said, leave her child to catch the fever. And now, at the period of Lucy's visit, no step had been taken to procure a nurse, Mr. Crawley having resolved to take upon himself the duties of that position. In his absolute ignorance of all sanitary measures, he had thrown himself on his knees to pray, and if prayers, true prayers, might succour his poor wife, of such succour she might be confident. Lucy, however, thought that other aid also was wanting to her. "If you can do anything for us," said Mrs. Crawley, "let it be for the poor children." "I will have them all moved from this till you are better," said Lucy boldly.
"Moved!" said Mr. Crawley, who even now, even in his present strait, felt a repugnance to the idea that any one should relieve him of any portion of his burden.
"Yes," said Lucy, "I am sure it will be better that you should lose them for a week or two, till Mrs. Crawley may be able to leave her room."
"But where are they to go?"
said he, very gloomily. As to this, Lucy was not as yet able to say anything. Indeed, when she left Framley Parsonage, there had been no time for discussion. She would go back and talk it all over with Fanny, and find out in what way the children might be best put out of danger. Why should they not all be harboured at the parsonage, as soon as assurance could be felt that they were not tainted with the poison of the fever? An English lady of the right sort will do all things but one for a sick neighbour, but for no neighbour will she willingly admit contagious sickness within the precincts of her own nursery. Lucy unloaded her jellies and her febrifuges,
Mr. Crawley frowning at her bitterly the while. It had come to this with him, that food had been brought into his house as an act of charity in his very presence, and in his heart of hearts he disliked Lucy Robarts in that she had brought it. He could not cause the jars and the pots to be replaced in the pony carriage, as he would have done had the position of his wife been different. In her state it would have been barbarous to refuse them, and barbarous also to have created the fracas of a refusal. But each parcel that was introduced was an additional weight laid on the sore withers of his pride, till the total burden became almost intolerable.
All this his wife saw and recognised, even in her illness, and she did make some slight ineffectual efforts to give him ease. But Lucy in her new power was ruthless, and the chicken to make the chicken broth was taken out of the basket under his very nose. But Lucy did not remain long. She had made up her mind what it behoved her to do herself, and she was soon ready to return to Framley. "I shall be back again, Mr. Crawley," she said, "probably this evening, and I shall stay with her till she is better. Nurses don't want rooms," she went on to say, when Mr. Crawley muttered something as to there being no bedchamber. "I shall make up some sort of a litter near her. You'll see that I shall be very snug." And then she got into the pony chaise and drove herself home. End of chapter 34. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 35 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 35. The Story of King Cophetua. Lucy, as she drove herself home,
had much as to which it was necessary that she should arouse her thoughts. That she would go back and nurse Mrs. Crawley through her fever, she was resolved. She was free agent enough to take so much on herself, and to feel sure that she could carry it through. But how was she to redeem her promise about the children? 20 plans ran through her mind as to farmhouses in which they might be placed, or cottages which might be hired for them, but all these entailed the want of money, and at the present moment were not all the inhabitants of the parsonage pledged to a dire economy? This use of the pony carriage would have been illicit under any circumstances less pressing than the present, for it had been decided that the carriage, and even poor Puck himself, should be sold. She had, however, given her promise about the children, and though her own stock of money was very low, that promise should be redeemed. When she reached the parsonage, she was of course full of her schemes, but she found that another subject of interest had come up in her absence, which prevented her from obtaining the undivided attention of her sister-in-law to her present plans. Lady Lufton had returned that day, and immediately on her return had sent up a note addressed to Miss Lucy Robarts, which note was in Fanny's hands when Lucy stepped out of the pony carriage. The servant who brought it had asked for an answer, and a verbal answer had been sent, saying that Miss Robarts was away from home, and would herself send a reply when she returned. It cannot be denied that the colour came to Lucy's face, and that her hand trembled when she took the note from Fanny in the drawing room. Everything in the world to her might depend on what that note contained, and yet she did not open it at once, but stood with it in her hand, and when Fanny pressed her on the subject, still endeavoured to bring back the conversation to the subject of Mrs. Crawley. But yet her mind was intent on the letter, and she had already augured ill from the handwriting, and even from the words of the address. Had Lady Lufton intended to be propitious, she would have directed her letter to Miss Robarts without the Christian name. So at least argued Lucy, quite unconsciously, as one does argue in such matters. One forms half the conclusions of one's life without any distinct knowledge that the premises have even passed through one's mind. They were now alone together, as Mark was out. "Won't you open her letter?" said Mrs. Robarts. "Yes, immediately. But, Fanny, I must speak to you about Mrs. Crawley first. I must go back there this evening, and stay there. I have promised to do so, and shall certainly keep my promise. I have promised also that the children shall be taken away, and we must arrange about that. It is dreadful the state she is in. There is no one to see to her but Mr. Crawley, and the children are altogether left to themselves." "Do you mean that you are going back to stay?" "Yes, certainly. I have made a distinct promise that I would do so." "And about the children? Could not you manage for the children, Fanny? Not perhaps in the house, at least not at first, perhaps." And yet, during all the time that she was thus speaking and pleading for the Crawleys, she was endeavouring to imagine what might be the contents of that letter which she held between her fingers. "And is she so very ill?" asked Mrs. Robarts. "I cannot say how ill she may be, except this, that she certainly has typhus fever. They have had some doctor or doctor's assistant from Silverbridge, but it seems to me that they are greatly in want of better advice. But, Lucy, will you not read your letter? It is astonishing to me that you should be so indifferent about it." Lucy was anything but indifferent, and now did proceed to tear the envelope. The note was very short, and ran in these words: "My dear Miss Robarts, I am particularly anxious to see you, and shall feel much obliged to you if you can step over to me here at Framley Court. I must apologize for taking this liberty with you, but you will probably feel that an interview here would suit us both better than one at the parsonage. Truly yours, M. Lufton." There,
I am in for it now," said Lucy, handing the note over to Mrs. Robarts. "I shall have to be talked to as never poor girl was talked to before; and when one thinks of what I have done, it is hard." "Yes, and of what you have not done." "Exactly, and of what I have not done. But I suppose I must go." And she proceeded to re-tie the strings of her bonnet, which she had loosened. "Do you mean that you are going over at once?" "Yes, immediately. Why not? It will be better to have it over, and then I can go to the Crawleys." "But, Fanny, the pity of it is that I know it all as well as though it had already been spoken; and what good can there be in my having to endure it? Can't you fancy the tone in which she will explain to me the conventional inconveniences which arose when King Cophetua would marry the beggar's daughter? How she will explain what Griselda went through, not the archdeacon's daughter, but the other Griselda." "But it all came right with her." "Yes, but then I am not Griselda; and she will explain how it would certainly all go wrong with me. But what's the good when I know it all beforehand? Have I not desired King Cophetua to take himself and sceptre elsewhere?" And then she started, having first said another word or two about the Crawley children, and obtained a promise of Puck and the pony carriage for the afternoon. It was also almost agreed that Puck, on his return to Framley, should bring back the 4 children with him; but on this subject it was necessary that Mark should be consulted. The present scheme was to prepare for them a room outside the house, once the dairy, at present occupied by the groom and his wife, and to bring them into the house as soon as it was manifest that there was no danger from infection. But all this was to be matter for deliberation. Fanny wanted her to send over a note in reply to Lady Lufton's, as harbinger of her coming; but Lucy marched off, hardly answering this proposition. "What's the use of such a deal of ceremony?" she said. "I know she's at home, and if she is not, I shall only lose 10 minutes in going." And so she went, and on reaching the door of Framley Court House, found that her ladyship was at home. Her heart almost came to her mouth as she was told so, and then, in 2 minutes' time, she found herself in the little room upstairs. In that little room we found ourselves once before, you and I, O my reader, but Lucy had never before visited that hallowed precinct. There was something in its air calculated to inspire awe in those who first saw Lady Lufton sitting bolt upright in the cane-bottomed arm-chair, which she always occupied when at work at her books and papers; and this she knew when she determined to receive Lucy in that apartment. But there was there another arm-chair, an easy, cosy chair, which stood by the fireside, and for those who had caught Lady Lufton napping in that chair of an afternoon, some of this awe had perhaps been dissipated. "Miss Robarts," she said, not rising from her chair, but holding out her hand to her visitor, "I am much obliged to you for having come over to me here. You, no doubt, are aware of the subject on which I wish to speak to you, and will agree with me that it is better that we should meet here than over at the parsonage." In answer to which Lucy merely bowed her head and took her seat on the chair which had been prepared for her. "My son," continued her ladyship, "has spoken to me on the subject of— I think I understand, Miss Robarts, that there has been no engagement between you and him?" "None whatever," said Lucy. "He made me an offer, and I refused him." This she said very sharply, more so undoubtedly than the circumstances required, and with a brusqueness that was injudicious as well as uncourteous. But at the moment she was thinking of her own position with reference to Lady Lufton, not to Lord Lufton, and of her feelings with reference to the lady, not to the gentleman. "Oh," said Lady Lufton, a little startled by the manner of the communication, "then I am to understand that there is nothing now going on between you and my son, that the whole affair is over?" That depends entirely upon you." "On me, does it?" "I do not know what your son may have told you, Lady Lufton. For myself, I do not care to have any secrets from you in this matter, and as he has spoken to you about it, I suppose that such is his wish also. Am I right in presuming that he has spoken to you on the subject?" "Yes, he has, and it is for that reason that I have taken the liberty of sending for you." "And may I ask what he has told you? I mean, of course, as regards myself," said Lucy. Lady Lufton, before she answered this question, began to reflect that the young lady was taking too much of the initiative in this conversation, and was in fact playing the game in her own fashion, which was not at all in accordance with those motives which had induced Lady Lufton to send for her. "He has told me that he made you an offer of marriage," replied Lady Lufton, "a matter which of course is very serious to me as his mother, and I have thought, therefore, that I had better see you, and appeal to your own good sense and judgment and high feeling. Of course you are aware now was coming the lecture to be illustrated by King Cophetua and Griselda, as Lucy had suggested to Mrs. Robarts, but she succeeded in stopping it for a while. And did Lord Lufton tell you what was my answer?" "Not in words." "But you yourself now say that you refused him, and I must express my admiration for your good—" "Wait half a moment, Lady Lufton. Your son did make me an offer. He made it to me in person up at the parsonage, and I then refused him, foolishly, as I now believe, for I dearly love him. But I did so from a mixture of feelings which I need not perhaps explain. That most prominent, no doubt, was a fear of your displeasure. And then he came again, not to me, but to my brother, and urged his suit to him. Nothing can have been kinder to me, more noble, more loving, more generous than his conduct. At first I thought, when he was speaking to myself, that he was led on thoughtlessly to say all that he did say. I did not trust his love, though I saw that he did trust it himself. But I could not but trust it when he came again to my brother and made his proposal to him. I don't know whether you will understand me, Lady Lufton, but a girl placed as I am feels 10 times more assurance in such a tender of affection as that, than in one made to herself at the spur of the moment, perhaps. And then you must remember that I myself, I loved him from the first. I was foolish enough to think that I could know him and not love him." "I saw all that going on," said Lady Lufton, with a certain assumption of wisdom about her, "and took steps which I hoped would have put a stop to it in time. Everybody saw it. It was a matter of course," said Lucy, destroying her ladyship's wisdom at a blow. "Well, I did learn to love him, not meaning to do so, and I do love him with all my heart. It is no use my striving to think that I do not, and I could stand with him at the altar to-morrow and give him my hand, feeling that I was doing my duty by him as a woman should do. And now he has told you of his love, and I believe in that as I do in my own." And then for a moment she paused. "But, my dear Miss Robarts," began Lady Lufton. Lucy, however, had now worked herself up into a condition of power, and would not allow her ladyship to interrupt her in her speech. "I beg your pardon, Lady Lufton. I shall have done directly, and then I will hear you. And so my brother came to me, not urging this suit, expressing no wish for such a marriage, but allowing me to judge for myself, and proposing that I should see your son again on the following morning. Had I done so, I could not but have accepted him. Think of it, Lady Lufton. How could I have done other than accept him, seeing that in my heart I had accepted his love already?" "Well," said Lady Lufton, not wishing now to put in any speech of her own, "I did not see him. I refused to do so because I was a coward. I could not endure to come into this house as your son's wife and be coldly looked on by your son's mother. Much as I loved him, much as I do love him, dearly as I prize the generous offer which he came down here to repeat to me, I could not live with him to be made the object of your scorn. I sent word, therefore, that I would have him when you would ask me, and not before. And then, having thus pleaded her cause, and pleaded, as she believed, the cause of her lover also, she ceased from speaking, and prepared herself to listen to the story of King Cophetua. But Lady Lufton felt considerable difficulty in commencing her speech. In the first place, she was by no means a hard-hearted or a selfish woman, and were it not that her own son was concerned, and all the glory which was reflected upon her from her son, her sympathies would have been given to Lucy Robarts. As it was, she did sympathize with her, and admire her, and to a certain extent like her. She began also to understand what it was that had brought about her son's love, and to feel that, but for certain unfortunate concomitant circumstances, the girl before her might have made a fitting Lady Lufton. Lucy had grown bigger in her eyes while sitting there and talking, and had lost much of that missish want of importance, that lack of social weight, which Lady Lufton, in her own opinion, had always imputed to her. A girl that could thus speak up and explain her own position now would be able to speak up and explain her own, and perhaps some other positions, at any future time. But not for all or any of these reasons did Lady Lufton think of giving way. The power of making or marring this marriage was placed in her hands, as was very fitting, and that power it behoved her to use as best she might use it to her son's advantage. Much as she might admire Lucy, she could not sacrifice her son to that admiration. The unfortunate concomitant circumstances still remained, and were of sufficient force, as she thought, to make such a marriage inexpedient. Lucy was the sister of a gentleman who, by his peculiar position as parish clergyman of Framley, was unfitted to be the brother-in-law of the owner of Framley. Nobody liked clergymen better than Lady Lufton, or was more willing to live with them on terms of affectionate intimacy, but she could not get over the feeling that the clergyman of her own parish, or of her son's, was a part of her own establishment, of her own appanage, or of his, and that it could not be well that Lord Lufton should marry among his own dependents. Lady Lufton would not have used the word, but she did think it. And then, too, Lucy's education had been so deficient. She had had no one about her in early life accustomed to the ways of what shall I say, without making Lady Lufton appear more worldly than she was. Lucy's wants in this respect, not to be defined in words, had been exemplified by the very way in which she had just now stated her case. She had shown talent, good temper, and sound judgment, but there had been no quiet, no repose about her. The species of power in young ladies which Lady Lufton most admired was the vis inertiae belonging to beautiful and dignified reticence. Of this poor Lucy had none. Then, too, she had no fortune, which, though a minor evil, was an evil, and she had no birth, in the high life sense of the word, which was a greater evil. And then, though her eyes had sparkled when she confessed her love, Lady Lufton was not prepared to admit that she was possessed of positive beauty. Such were the unfortunate concomitant circumstances which still induced Lady Lufton to resolve that the match must be marred. But the performance of her part in this play was much more difficult than she had imagined, and she found herself obliged to sit silent for a minute or two, during which, however, Miss Robarts made no attempt at further speech. "I am greatly struck," Lady Lufton said at last, "by the excellent sense you have displayed in the whole of this affair, and you must allow me to say, Miss Robarts, that I now regard you with very different feelings from those which I entertained when I left London." Upon this Lucy bowed her head slightly, but very stiffly, acknowledging rather the former censure implied than the present eulogium expressed. "But my feelings," continued Lady Lufton, "my strongest feelings in this matter must be those of a mother. What might be my conduct if such a marriage did take place, I need not now consider; but I must confess that I should think such a marriage very, very ill-judged. A better-hearted young man than Lord Lufton does not exist, nor one with better principles, or a deeper regard for his word; but he is exactly the man to be mistaken in any hurried outlook as to his future life. Were you and he to become man and wife, such a marriage would tend to the happiness neither of him nor of you." It was clear that the whole lecture was now coming, and as Lucy had openly declared her own weakness, and thrown all the power of decision into the hands of Lady Lufton, she did not see why she should endure this. "We need not argue about that, Lady Lufton," she said. "I have told you the only circumstances under which I would marry your son, and you, at any rate, are safe." "No, I was not wishing to argue," answered Lady Lufton, almost humbly, "but I was desirous of excusing myself to you, so that you should not think me cruel in withholding my consent. I wished to make you believe that I was doing the best for my son. I am sure that you think you are, and therefore no excuse is necessary." "No, exactly. Of course it is a matter of opinion, and I do think so. I cannot believe that this marriage would make either of you happy, and therefore I should be very wrong to express my consent." "Then, Lady Lufton," said Lucy, rising from her chair, "I suppose we have both now said what is necessary, and I will therefore wish you good bye." "Good bye, Miss Robarts. I wish I could make you understand how very highly I regard your conduct in this matter. It has been above all praise, and so I shall not hesitate to say when speaking of it to your relatives." This was disagreeable enough to Lucy, who cared but little for any praise which Lady Lufton might express to her relatives in this matter. "And pray," continued Lady Lufton, "give my best love to Mrs. Robarts, and tell her that I shall hope to see her over here very soon, and Mr. Robarts also. I would name a day for you all to dine, but perhaps it will be better that I should have a little talk with Fanny first." Lucy muttered something which was intended to signify that any such dinner party had better not be made up with the intention of including her, and then took her leave. She had decidedly had the best of the interview, and there was a consciousness of this in her heart as she allowed Lady Lufton to shake hands with her. She had stopped her antagonist short on each occasion on which an attempt had been made to produce the homily which had been prepared, and during the interview had spoken probably 3 words for every one which her ladyship had been able to utter. But nevertheless there was a bitter feeling of disappointment about her heart as she walked back home, and a feeling also that she herself had caused her own unhappiness. Why should she have been so romantic and chivalrous and self-sacrificing, seeing that her romance and chivalry had all been to his detriment as well as to hers, seeing that she sacrificed him as well as herself? Why should she have been so anxious to play into Lady Lufton's hands? It was not because she thought it right, as a general social rule, that a lady should refuse a gentleman's hand unless the gentleman's mother were a consenting party to the marriage. She would have held any such doctrine as absurd. The lady, she would have said, would have had to look to her own family, and no further. It was not virtue, but cowardice which had influenced her, and she had none of that solace which may come to us in misfortune from a consciousness that our own conduct has been blameless. Lady Lufton had inspired her with awe, and any such feeling on her part was mean, ignoble, and unbecoming the spirit with which she wished to think that she was endowed. That was the accusation which she brought against herself, and it forbade her to feel any triumph as to the result of her interview. When she reached the parsonage, Mark was there, and they were, of course, expecting her. "Well," said she, in her short, hurried manner, "is Puck ready again? I have no time to lose, and I must go and pack up a few things. Have you settled about the children, Fanny?" "Yes, I will tell you directly. But you have seen Lady Lufton?" "Seen her? Oh yes, of course I have seen her. Did she not send for me? And in that case it was not on the cards that I should disobey her."
"And what did she say?"
"How green you are, Mark! And not only green, but impolite also, to make me repeat the story of my own disgrace. Of course she told me that she did not intend that I should marry my lord, her son, and of course I said that under those circumstances I should not think of doing such a thing."
"Lucy, I cannot understand you," said Fanny, very gravely. "I am sometimes inclined to doubt whether you have any deep feeling in the matter or not. If you have, how can you bring yourself to joke about it?"
"Well, it is singular, and sometimes I doubt myself whether I have. I ought to be pale, ought I not, and very thin, and to go mad by degrees. I have not the least intention of doing anything of the kind, and therefore the matter is not worth any further notice."
"But was she civil to you, Lucy?" asked Mark. "Civil in her manner, you know."
"Oh, uncommonly so. You will hardly believe it, but she actually asked me to dine. She always does, you know, when she wants to show her good humour. If you'd broken your leg, and she wished to commiserate you, she'd ask you to dinner."
"I suppose she meant to be kind," said Fanny, who was not disposed to give up her old friend, though she was quite ready to fight Lucy's battle if there were any occasion for a battle to be fought.
"Lucy is so perverse," said Mark, "that it is impossible to learn from her what really has taken place." "Upon my word, then, you know it all as well as I can tell you. She asked me if Lord Lufton had made me an offer. I said yes. She asked next if I meant to accept it. Not without her approval, I said. And then she asked us all to dinner. That is exactly what took place, and I cannot see that I have been perverse at all."
After that she threw herself into a chair, and Mark and Fanny stood looking at each other.
"Mark," she said after a while, "don't be unkind to me. I make as little of it as I can for all our sakes. It is better so, Fanny, than that I should go about moaning like a sick cow."
And then they looked at her and saw that the tears were already brimming over from her eyes. "Dearest, dearest Lucy," said Fanny, immediately going down on her knees before her, "I won't be unkind to you again." And then they had a great cry together. End of chapter 35. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 36 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 36. Kidnapping at Hogglestock. The great cry, however, did not take long, and Lucy was soon in the pony carriage again. On this occasion her brother volunteered to drive her, and it was now understood that he was to bring back with him all the Crawley children. The whole thing had been arranged. The groom and his wife were to be taken into the house, and the big bedroom across the yard, usually occupied by them, was to be converted into a quarantine hospital, until such time as it might be safe to pull down the yellow flag. They were about halfway on their road to Hogglestock, when they were overtaken by a man on horseback, whom, when he came up beside them, Mr. Robarts recognized as Dr. Arabin, Dean of Barchester, and head of the chapter to which he himself belonged. It immediately appeared that the dean also was going to Hogglestock, having heard of the misfortune that had befallen his friends there. He had, he said, started as soon as the news reached him, in order that he might ascertain how best he might render assistance. To effect this, he had undertaken a ride of nearly 40 miles, and explained that he did not expect to reach home again much before midnight. "You pass by Framley?" said Robarts. "Yes, I do," said the dean. "Then of course you will dine with us as you go home, you and your horse also, which will be quite as important." This having been duly settled, and the proper ceremony of introduction having taken place between the dean and Lucy, they proceeded to discuss the character of Mr. Crawley. "I have known him all my life," said the dean, "having been at school and college with him; and for years since that I was on terms of the closest intimacy with him, but in spite of that I do not know how to help him in his need. A prouder-hearted man I never met, or one less willing to share his sorrows with his friends." "I have often heard him speak of you," said Mark. "One of the bitterest feelings I have is that a man so dear to me should live so near to me, and that I should see so little of him. But what can I do? He will not come to my house, and when I go to his, he is angry with me because I wear a shovel hat and ride on horseback." "I should leave my hat and my horse at the borders of the last parish," said Lucy timidly. "Well, yes, certainly. One ought not to give offence even in such matters as that, but my coat and waistcoat would then be equally objectionable. I have changed, in outward matters I mean, and he has not. That irritates him, and unless I could be what I was in the old days, he will not look at me with the same eyes." And then he rode on, in order, as he said, that the first pang of the interview might be over before Robarts and his sister came upon the scene. Mr. Crawley was standing before his door, leaning over the little wooden railing, when the dean trotted up on his horse. He had come out, after hours of close watching, to get a few mouthfuls of the sweet summer air, and as he stood there he held the youngest of his children in his arms. The poor little baby sat there, quiet indeed, but hardly happy. This father, though he loved his offspring with an affection as intense as that which human nature can supply, was not gifted with the knack of making children fond of him, for it is hardly more than a knack, that aptitude which some men have of gaining the good graces of the young. Such men are not always the best fathers or the safest guardians, but they carry about with them a certain duc adme which children recognize, and which in 3 minutes upsets all the barriers between 5 and 45. But Mr. Crawley was a stern man, thinking ever of the souls and minds of his bairns, as a father should do, and thinking also that every season was fitted for operating on these souls and minds, as perhaps he should not have done, either as a father or as a teacher, and consequently his children avoided him when the choice was given them, thereby adding fresh wounds to his torn heart, but by no means quenching any of the great love with which he regarded them. He was standing there thus, with a placid little baby in his arms, a baby placid enough, but one that would not kiss him eagerly and stroke his face with her soft little hands, as he would have had her do when he saw the dean coming towards him. He was sharp-sighted as a lynx out in the open air,
though now obliged to pore over his well-fingered books with spectacles on his nose, and thus he knew his friend from a long distance, and had time to meditate the mode of his greeting. He too doubtless had come, if not with jelly and chicken, then with money and advice, with money and advice such as a thriving dean might offer to a poor brother clergyman. And Mr. Crawley, though no husband could possibly be more anxious for a wife's safety than he was, immediately put his back up and began to bethink himself how these tenders might be rejected.
"How is she?" were the first words which the dean spoke, as he pulled up his horse close to the little gate, and put out his hand to take that of his friend.
"How are you, Arabin?" said he. "It is very kind of you to come so far, seeing how much there is to keep you at Barchester. I cannot say that she is any better, but I do not know that she is worse. Sometimes I fancy that she is delirious, though I hardly know. At any rate, her mind wanders, and then after that she sleeps."
"But is the fever less?"
"Sometimes less, and sometimes more, I imagine."
"And the children?"
"Poor things, they are well as yet."
"They must be taken from this Crawley as a matter of course."
Mr. Crawley fancied that there was a tone of authority in the dean's advice, and immediately put himself into opposition. "I do not know how that may be. I have not yet made up my mind."
"But, my dear Crawley—"
"Providence does not admit of such removals in all cases," said he. "Among the poorer classes the children must endure such perils."
"In many cases it is so," said the dean, by no means inclined to make an argument of it at the present moment; "but in this case they need not. You must allow me to make arrangements for sending for them, as of course your time is occupied here." Miss Robarts, though she had mentioned her intention of staying with Mrs. Crawley, had said nothing of the Framley plan with reference to the children.
"What you mean is, that you intend to take the burden off my shoulders, in fact, to pay for them. I cannot allow that, Arabin. They must take the lot of their father and their mother, as it is proper that they should do."
Again the dean had no inclination for arguing, and thought it might be well to let the question of the children drop for a little while. "And is there no nurse with her?" said he.
No, I am seeing to her myself at the present moment. A woman will be here just now."
"What woman?"
"Well, her name is Mrs. Stubbs. She lives in the parish. She will put the younger children to bed, but it's no use troubling you with all that. There was a young lady talked of coming, but no doubt she has found it too inconvenient. It will be better as it is."
"You mean Miss Robarts? She will be here directly. I passed her as I came here." And as Dr. Arabin was yet speaking, the noise of the carriage wheels was heard upon the road.
"I will go in now," said Mr. Crawley, "and see if she still sleeps."
And then he entered the house, leaving the dean at the door, still seated upon his horse.
"He will be afraid of the infection, and I will not ask him to come in," said Mr. Crawley to himself.
"I shall seem to be prying into his poverty if I enter unasked," said the dean to himself; and so he remained there till Puck, now acquainted with the locality, stopped at the door. "Have you not been in?" said Robarts. "No, Crawley has been at the door talking to me. He will be here directly, I suppose." And then Mark Robarts also prepared himself to wait until the master of the house should reappear. But Lucy had no such punctilious misgivings. She did not much care now whether she offended Mr. Crawley or no. Her idea was to place herself by the sick woman's bedside, and to send the 4 children away, with their father's consent if it might be, but certainly without it
if that consent were withheld. So she got down from the carriage, and taking certain packages in her hand, made her way direct into the house. "There's a big bundle under the seat, Mark," she said. "I'll come and fetch it directly, if you'll drag it out." For some 5 minutes the two dignitaries of the church remained at the door, one on his cob and the other in his low carriage, saying a few words to each other, and waiting till someone should again appear from the house. "It is all arranged, indeed it is," were the first words which reached their ears, and these came from Lucy. "There will be no trouble at all, and no expense, and they shall all come back as soon as Mrs. Crawley is able to get out of bed."
"But, Miss Robarts, I can assure—"
That was Mr. Crawley's voice, heard from him as he followed Miss Robarts to the door, but one of the elder children had then called him into the sick room, and Lucy was left to do her worst. "Are you going to take the children back with you?" said the dean. "Yes, Mrs. Robarts has prepared for them."
"You can take greater liberties with my friend here than I can."
"It is all my sister's doing," said Robarts. "Women are always bolder in such matters than men." And then Lucy reappeared, bringing Bobby with her, and one of the younger children. "Do not mind what he says," said she, "but drive away when you have got them all. Tell Fanny I have put into the basket what things I could find, but they are very few. She must borrow things for Grace from Mrs. Granger's little girl." Mrs. Granger was the wife of a Framley farmer. "And Mark, turn Puck's head round, so that you may be off in a moment. I'll have Grace and the other one here directly." And then, leaving her brother to pack Bobby and his little sister on the back part of the vehicle, she returned to her business in the house. She had just looked in at Mrs. Crawley's bed, and finding her awake, had smiled on her, and deposited her bundle in token of her intended stay, and then, without speaking a word, had gone on her errand about the children. She had called to Grace to show her where she might find such things as were to be taken to Framley, and having explained to the bairns, as well as she might, the destiny which immediately awaited them, prepared them for their departure without saying a word to Mr. Crawley on the subject. Bobby and the elder of the two infants were stowed away safely in the back part of the carriage, where they allowed themselves to be placed without saying a word. They opened their eyes and stared at the dean, who sat by on his horse, and assented to such orders as Mr. Robarts gave them, no doubt with much surprise, but nevertheless in absolute silence. "Now, Grace, be quick, there's a dear," said Lucy, returning with the infant in her arms. "And Grace, mind you are very careful about baby, and bring the basket. I'll give it you when you are in." Grace and the other child were then packed onto the other seat, and a basket with children's clothes put in on the top of them. "That'll do, Mark. Good-bye. Tell Fanny to be sure and send the day after tomorrow, and not to forget." And then she whispered into her brother's ear an injunction about certain dairy comforts which might not be spoken of in the hearing of Mr. Crawley. "Good-bye, dears. Mind you are good children. You shall hear about mamma the day after tomorrow," said Lucy. And Puck, admonished by a sound from his master's voice, began to move just as Mr. Crawley reappeared at the house door.
Oh, stop!" he said. "Miss Robarts, you really had better not—"
"Go on, Mark," said Lucy in a whisper, which, whether audible or not by Mr. Crawley, was heard very plainly by the dean; and Mark, who had slightly arrested Puck by the reins on the appearance of Mr. Crawley, now touched the impatient little beast with his whip, and the vehicle with its freight darted off rapidly, Puck shaking his head and going away with a tremendously quick short trot, which soon separated Mr. Crawley from his family.
"Miss Robarts," he began, "this step has been taken altogether without—"
"Yes," said she, interrupting him. "My brother was obliged to return at once. The children, you know, will remain all together at the parsonage, and that, I think, is what Mrs. Crawley will best like. In a day or two they will be under Mrs. Robarts' own charge.
But, my dear Miss Robarts, I had no intention whatever of putting the burden of my family on the shoulders of another person. They must return to their own home immediately, that is, as soon as they can be brought back."
"I really think Miss Robarts has managed very well," said the dean. "Mrs. Crawley must be so much more comfortable to think that they are out of danger." "And they will be quite comfortable at the parsonage," said Lucy.
"I do not at all doubt that," said Mr. Crawley; "but too much of such comforts will unfit them for their home, and I could have wished that I had been consulted more at leisure before the proceeding had been taken."
"It was arranged, Mr. Crawley, when I was here before, that the children had better go away," pleaded Lucy.
"I do not remember agreeing to such a measure, Miss Robarts. However, I suppose they cannot be had back tonight."
"No, not tonight," said Lucy. "And now I will go in to your wife." And then she returned to the house, leaving the two gentlemen at the door. At this moment a labourer's boy came sauntering by, and the dean, obtaining possession of his services for the custody of his horse, was able to dismount and put himself on a more equal footing for conversation with his friend. "Crawley," said he, putting his hand affectionately on his friend's shoulder, as they both stood leaning on the little rail before the door, "that is a good girl, a very good girl."
"Yes," said he slowly, "she means well."
"Nay, but she does well. She does excellently. What can be better than her conduct now? While I was meditating how I might possibly assist your wife in this strait—"
"I want no assistance, none at least from man," said Crawley bitterly.
"Oh, my friend, think of what you are saying. Think of the wickedness which must accompany such a state of mind. Have you ever known any man able to walk alone without assistance from his brother men?"
Mr. Crawley did not make any immediate answer, but putting his arms behind his back and closing his hands, as was his wont when he walked alone thinking of the general bitterness of his lot in life, began to move slowly along the road in front of his house. He did not invite the other to walk with him,
but neither was there anything in his manner which seemed to indicate that he had intended to be left to himself. It was a beautiful summer afternoon, at that delicious period of the year when summer has just burst forth from the growth of spring, when the summer is yet but 3 days old, and all the various shades of green which nature can put forth are still in their unsoiled purity of freshness. The apple blossoms were on the trees, and the hedges were sweet with May. The cuckoo at 5 o'clock was still sounding his soft summer call with unabated energy, and even the common grasses of the hedgerows were sweet with the fragrance of their new growth. The foliage of the oaks was complete, so that every bough and twig was clothed, but the leaves did not yet hang heavy in masses, and the bend of every bough and the tapering curve of every twig were visible through their light green covering. There is no time of the year equal in beauty to the first week in summer, and no colour which nature gives, not even the gorgeous hues of autumn, which can equal the verdure produced by the first warm suns of May. Hogglestock, as has been explained, has little to offer in the way of landscape beauty, and the clergyman's house at Hogglestock was not placed on a green slopy bank of land retired from the road, with its windows opening onto a lawn surrounded by shrubs, with a view of the small church tower seen through them. It had none of that beauty which is so common to the cosy houses of our spiritual pastors in the agricultural parts of England. Hogglestock Parsonage stood bleak beside the road, with no pretty paling lined inside by hollies and laburnum, Portugal laurels and rose trees; but nevertheless Even Hogglestock was pretty now. There were apple trees there, covered with blossom, and the hedgerows were in full flower. There were thrushes singing, and here and there an oak tree stood in the roadside, perfect in its solitary beauty. "Let us walk on a little," said the dean. "Miss Robarts is with her now, and you will be better for leaving the room for a few minutes." "No," said he, "I must go back. I cannot leave that young lady to do my work." "Stop, Crawley!" and the dean, putting his hand upon him, stayed him in the road. "She is doing her own work, and if you were speaking of her with reference to any other household than your own, you would say so. Is it not a comfort to you to know that your wife has a woman near her at such a time as this, and a woman too who can speak to her as one lady does to another?" "These are comforts which we have no right to expect. I could not have done much for poor Mary, but what a man could have done should not have been wanting." "I am sure of it. I know it well. What any man could do by himself you would do, excepting one thing," and the dean, as he spoke, looked full into the other's face. "And what is there I would not do?" said Crawley. "Sacrifice your own pride." "My pride?" "Yes, your own pride."
"I have had but little pride this many a day. Arabin, you do not know what my life has been. How is a man to be proud who—" and then he stopped himself, not wishing to go through the catalogue of those grievances which, as he thought, had killed the very germs of pride within him, or to insist by spoken words on his poverty, his wants, and the injustice of his position. "No, I wish I could be proud, but the world has been too heavy to me, and I have forgotten all that."
"How long have I known you, Crawley?"
"How long? Ah, dear, a lifetime nearly now."
"And we were like brothers once."
"Yes, we were equal as brothers then, in our fortunes, our tastes, and our modes of life."
"And yet you would begrudge me the pleasure of putting my hand in my pocket and relieving the inconveniences which have been thrown on you and those you love better than yourself by the chances of your fate in life."
"I will live on no man's charity,"
said Crawley, with an abruptness which amounted almost to an expression of anger. "And is not that pride?"
"No, yes, it is a species of pride, but not that pride of which you spoke. A man cannot be honest if he have not some pride. You yourself, would you not rather starve than become a beggar?"
"I would rather beg than see my wife starve," said Arabin.
Crawley, when he heard these words, turned sharply round, and stood with his back to the dean, with his hands still behind him, and with his eyes fixed upon the ground.
"But in this case there is no question of begging," continued the dean. "I, out of those superfluities which it has pleased God to put at my disposal, am anxious to assist the needs of those whom I love."
"She is not starving," said Crawley, in a voice very bitter, but still intended to be exculpatory of himself.
"No, my dear friend, I know she is not, and do not you be angry with me because I have endeavoured to put the matter to you in the strongest language I could use."
"You look at it, Arabin, from one side only. I can only look at it from the other. It is very sweet to give, I do not doubt that, but the taking of what is given is very bitter. Gift bread chokes in a man's throat, and poisons his blood, and sits like lead upon the heart. You have never tried it."
"But that is the very fault for which I blame you. That is the pride which I say you ought to sacrifice."
"And why should I be called on to do so? Is not the labourer worthy of his hire? Am I not able to work, and willing? Have I not always had my shoulder to the collar? And is it right that I should now be contented with the scraps from a rich man's kitchen? Arabin, you and I were equal once, and we were then friends, understanding each other's thoughts and sympathizing with each other's sorrows. But it cannot be so now."
"If there be such inability, it is all with you."
"It is all with me, because in our connection the pain would all be on my side. It would not hurt you to see me at your table with worn shoes and a ragged shirt. I do not think so meanly of you as that. You would give me your feast to eat, though I were not clad a tithe as well as the menial behind your chair. But it would hurt me to know that there were those looking at me who thought me unfit to sit in your rooms."
"That is the pride of which I speak, false pride."
"Call it so if you will, but Arabin, no preaching of yours can alter it. It is all that is left to me of my manliness. That poor broken reed who is lying there sick, who has sacrificed all the world to her love for me, who is the mother of my children, and the partner of my sorrows, and the wife of my bosom, even she cannot change me in this, though she pleads with the eloquence of all her wants. Not even for her can I hold out my hand for a dole."
They had now come back to the door of the house, and Mr. Crawley,
hardly conscious of what he was doing,
was preparing to enter. "Will Mrs. Crawley be able to see me if I come in?" said the dean.
"Oh, stop! No, you had better not do so," said Mr. Crawley. "You, no doubt, might be subject to infection, and then Mrs. Arabin would be frightened."
"I do not care about it in the least," said the dean.
"But it is of no use. You had better not. Her room, I fear, is quite unfit for you to see, and the whole house, you know, may be infected."
Dr. Arabin by this time was in the sitting room, but seeing that his friend was really anxious that he should not go farther, he did not persist. "It will be a comfort to us, at any rate, to know that Miss Robarts is with her."
"The young lady is very good indeed," said Crawley, "but I trust she will return to her home to morrow. It is impossible that she should remain in so poor a house as mine. There will be nothing here of all the things that she will want."
The dean thought that Lucy Robarts' wants during her present occupation of nursing would not be so numerous as to make her continued sojourn in Mrs. Crawley's sick room impossible, and therefore took his leave with a satisfied conviction that the poor lady would not be left wholly to the somewhat unskilful nursing of her husband. End of chapter 36. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 37 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 37. Mr. Sowerby without company. And now there were going to be wondrous doings in West Barsetshire, and men's minds were much disturbed. The fiat had gone forth from the high places, and the Queen had dissolved her faithful Commons. The giants, finding that they could effect little or nothing with the old house, had resolved to try what a new venture would do for them, and the hubbub of a general election was to pervade the country. This produced no inconsiderable irritation and annoyance, for the house was not as yet quite 3 years old, and members of Parliament, though they naturally feel a constitutional pleasure in meeting their friends and in pressing the hands of their constituents, are nevertheless so far akin to the lower order of humanity that they appreciate the danger of losing their seats. and the certainty of a considerable outlay in their endeavours to retain them is not agreeable to the legislative mind. Never did the old family fury between the gods and giants rage higher than at the present moment. The giants declared that every turn which they attempted to take in their country's service had been thwarted by faction, in spite of those benign promises of assistance made to them only a few weeks since by their opponents. And the gods answered by asserting that they were driven to this opposition by the Boeotian fatuity of the giants. They had no doubt promised their aid, and were ready to give it to measures that were decently prudent, but not to a bill enabling government at its will to pension aged bishops. No, there must be some limit to their tolerance, and when such attempts as these were made, that limit had been clearly passed. All this had taken place openly only a day or two after that casual whisper dropped by Tom Towers at Miss Dunstable's party, by Tom Towers, that most pleasant of all pleasant fellows. And how should he have known it? He who flutters from one sweetest flower of the garden to another, adding sugar to the pink and honey to the rose, so loved for what he gives, but taking nothing as he goes. But the whisper had grown into a rumour, and the rumour into a fact, and the political world was in a ferment. The giants, furious about their bishop's pension bill, threatened the House most injudiciously, and then it was beautiful to see how indignant members got up, glowing with honesty, and declared that it was base to conceive that any gentleman in that House could be actuated in his vote by any hopes or fears with reference to his seat. And so matters grew from bad to worse, and these contending parties never hit at each other with such envenomed wrath as they did now, having entered the ring together so lately with such manifold promises of goodwill, respect, and forbearance. But going from the general to the particular, we may say that nowhere was a deeper consternation spread than in the electoral division of West Barsetshire. No sooner had the tidings of the dissolution reached the county than it was known that the Duke intended to change his nominee. Mr. Sowerby had now sat for the division since the Reform Bill. He had become one of the county institutions, and by the dint of custom and long establishment had been borne with and even liked by the county gentlemen, in spite of his well-known pecuniary irregularities. Now all this was to be changed. No reason had as yet been publicly given, but it was understood that Lord Dumbello was to be returned, although he did not own an acre of land in the county. It is true that rumour went on to say that Lord Dumbello was about to form close connections with Barsetshire. He was on the eve of marrying a young lady, from the other division indeed, and was now engaged, so it was said, in completing arrangements with the government for the purchase of that noble crown property usually known as the Chase of Caldecott's. It was also stated, this statement, however, had hitherto been only announced in confidential whispers, that Caldecott's house itself would soon become the residence of the Marquis. The Duke was claiming it as his own, would very shortly have completed his claims and taken possession, and then, by some arrangement between them, it was to be made over to Lord Dumbello. But very contrary rumours to these got abroad also. Men said, such as dared to oppose the Duke, and some few also who did not dare to oppose him when the day of battle came, that it was beyond his Grace's power to turn Lord Dumbello into a Barsetshire magnate. The crown property, such men said,
was to fall into the hands of young Mr. Gresham of Boxall Hill, in the other division, and that the terms of purchase had been already settled. And as to Mr. Sowerby's property and the house of Caldecott's, these opponents of the Omnium interest went on to explain it was by no means as yet so certain that the Duke would be able to enter it and take possession. The place was not to be given up to him quietly. A great fight would be made, and it was beginning to be believed that the enormous mortgages would be paid off by a lady of immense wealth. And then a dash of romance was not wanting to make these stories palatable. This lady of immense wealth had been courted by Mr. Sowerby, had acknowledged her love, but had refused to marry him on account of his character. In testimony of her love, however, she was about to pay all his debts. It was soon put beyond a rumour, and became manifest enough, that Mr. Sowerby did not intend to retire from the county in obedience to the Duke's behests. A placard was posted throughout the whole division, in which no allusion was made by name to the Duke, but in which Mr. Sowerby warned his friends not to be led away by any report that he intended to retire from the representation of West Barsetshire. He had sat, the placard said, for the same county during the full period of 1/4 century, and he would not lightly give up an honour that had been extended to him so often, and which he prized so dearly. There were but few men now in the House whose connection with the same body of constituents had remained unbroken so long as had that which bound him to West Barsetshire, and he confidently hoped that that connection might be continued through another period of coming years, till he might find himself in the glorious position of being the father of the county members of the House of Commons. The placard said much more than this, and hinted at sundry and various questions, all of great interest to the county, but it did not say one word of the Duke of Omnium, though everyone knew what the Duke was supposed to be doing in the matter. He was, as it were, a great llama, shut up in a holy of holies, inscrutable, invisible, inexorable, not to be seen by men's eyes or heard by their ears, hardly to be mentioned by ordinary men at such periods as these without an inward quaking. But nevertheless it was he who was supposed to rule them. Euphemism required that his name should be mentioned at no public meetings in connection with the coming election, but nevertheless most men in the county believed that he could send his dog up to the House of Commons as member for West Barsetshire, if it so pleased him. It was supposed, therefore, that our friend Sowerby would have no chance, but he was lucky in finding assistance in a quarter from which he certainly had not deserved it. He had been a staunch friend of the gods during the whole of his political life, as indeed was to be expected, seeing that he had been the Duke's nominee. But nevertheless, on the present occasion, all the giants connected with the county came forward to his rescue. They did not do this with the acknowledged purpose of opposing the Duke. They declared that they were actuated by a generous disinclination to see an old county member put from his seat. But the world knew that the battle was to be waged against the great llama. It was to be a contest between the powers of aristocracy and the powers of oligarchy, as those powers existed in West Barsetshire. And it may be added that democracy would have very little to say to it, on one side or on the other. The lower order of voters, the small farmers and tradesmen, would no doubt range themselves on the side of the Duke, and would endeavour to flatter themselves that they were thereby furthering the views of the liberal side. But they would in fact be led to the poll
by an old-fashioned, time-honoured adherence to the will of their great Lama, and by an apprehension of evil if that Lama should arise and shake himself in his wrath. What might not come to the county if the Lama were to walk himself off, he with his satellites and armies and courtiers? There he was, a great Lama, and though he came among them but seldom, and was scarcely seen when he did come, nevertheless, and not the less but rather the more, was obedience to him considered as salutary, and opposition regarded as dangerous. A great rural Lama is still sufficiently mighty in rural England, but the priest of the temple, Mr. Fothergill, was frequent enough in men's eyes, and it was beautiful to hear with how varied a voice he alluded to the things around him and to the changes which were coming. To the small farmers, not only on the Gatherum property, but on others also, he spoke of the Duke as a beneficent influence, shedding prosperity on all around him, keeping up prices by his presence, and forbidding the poor rates to rise above 1 and 4p. In the pound, by the general employment which he occasioned. Men must be mad, he thought, who would willingly fly in the Duke's face. To the squires, from a distance, he declared that no one had a right to charge the Duke with any interference, as far at least as he knew the Duke's mind. People would talk of things of which they understood nothing. Could anyone say that he had traced a single request for a vote home to the Duke? All this did not alter the settled conviction on men's minds, but it had its effect, and tended to increase the mystery in which the Duke's doings were enveloped. But to his own familiars, to the gentry immediately around him, Mr. Fothergill merely winked his eye. They knew what was what, and so did he. The Duke had never been bit yet in such matters, and Mr. Fothergill did not think that he would now submit himself to any such operation. I never heard in what manner and at what rate Mr. Fothergill received remuneration for the various services performed by him with reference to the Duke's property in Barsetshire, but I am very sure that whatever might be the amount, he earned it thoroughly. Never was there a more faithful partisan, or one who in his partisanship was more discreet. In this matter of the coming election, he declared that he himself, personally, on his own hook, did intend to bestir himself actively on behalf of Lord Dumbello. Mr. Sowerby was an old friend of his, and a very good fellow, that was true, but all the world must admit that Sowerby was not in the position which a county member ought to occupy. He was a ruined man, and it would not be for his own advantage that he should be maintained in a position which was fit only for a man of property. He knew, Fothergill, that Mr. Sowerby must abandon all right and claim to Caldecots, and if so, what would be more absurd than to acknowledge that he had a right and claim to the seat in Parliament? As to Lord Dumbello, it was probable that he would soon become one of the largest landowners in the county, and as such, who could be more fit for the representation? Beyond this, Mr. Fothergill was not ashamed to confess, so he said, that he hoped to hold Lord Dumbello's agency. It would be compatible with his other duties, and therefore, as a matter of course, he intended to support Lord Dumbello, he himself, that is. As to the Duke's mind in the matter, but I have already explained how Mr. Fothergill disposed of that. In these days Mr. Sowerby came down to his own house, for ostensibly it was still his own house, but he came very quietly, and his arrival was hardly known in his own village. Though his placard was stuck up so widely, he himself took no electioneering steps, none at least as yet. The protection against arrest which he derived from Parliament would soon be over, and those who were most bitter against the Duke averred that steps would be taken to arrest him should he give sufficient opportunity to the myrmidons of the law. That he would in such case be arrested was very likely, but it was not likely that this would be done in any way at the Duke's instance. Mr. Fothergill declared indignantly that this insinuation made him very angry, but he was too prudent a man to be very angry at anything, and he knew how to make capital on his own side of charges such as these, which overshot their own mark. Mr. Sowerby came down very quietly to Caldecott's, and there he remained for a couple of days, quite alone. The place bore a very different aspect now to that which we noticed when Mark Robarts drove up to it in the early pages of this little narrative. There were no lights in the windows now, and no voices came from the stables. No dogs barked, and all was dead and silent as the grave. During the greater portion of those 2 days he sat alone within the house, almost unoccupied. He did not even open his letters, which lay piled on a crowded table in the small breakfast parlour in which he sat, for the letters of such men come in piles, and there are few of them which are pleasant in the reading. There he sat, troubled with thoughts which were sad enough, now and then moving to and fro the house, but for the most part occupied in thinking over the position to which he had brought himself. What would he be in the world's eye if he ceased to be the owner of Caldecott's, and ceased also to be the member for his county? He had lived ever before the world, and though always harassed by encumbrances, had been sustained and comforted by the excitement of a prominent position. His debts and difficulties had hitherto been bearable, and he had borne them with ease so long that he had almost taught himself to think that they would never be unendurable. But now the order for foreclosing had gone forth, and the harpies of the law, by their present speed in sticking their claws into the carcass of his property, were atoning to themselves for the delay with which they had hitherto been compelled to approach their prey. And the order as to his seat had gone forth also. That placard had been drawn up by the combined efforts of his sister, Miss Dunstable, and a certain well-known electioneering agent named Closer Still, presumed to be in the interest of the giants. But poor Sowerby had but little confidence in the placard. No one knew better than he how great was the Duke's power. He was hopeless, therefore, as he walked about through those empty rooms, thinking of his past life, and of that life which was to come. Would it not be well for him that he were dead, now that he was dying to all that had made the world pleasant? We see and hear of such men as Mr. Sowerby, and are apt to think that they enjoy all that the world can give, and that they enjoy that all without payment, either in care or labour. But I doubt that with even the most callous of them, their periods of wretchedness must be frequent, and that wretchedness very intense. Salmon and lamb in February, and green peas and new potatoes in March, can hardly make a man happy, even though nobody pays for them. And the feeling that one is an antecedentem scelestum, after whom a sure though lame nemesis is hobbling, must sometimes disturb one's slumbers. On the present occasion, Scelestus felt that his nemesis had overtaken him.
Lame as she had been, and swift as he had run, she had mouthed him at last, and there was nothing left for him but to listen to the whoop set up at the sight of his own death throes. It was a melancholy, dreary place now, that big house of Caldecott's, and though the woods were all green with their early leaves, and the gardens thick with flowers, they also were melancholy and dreary. The lawns were untrimmed, and weeds were growing through the gravel, and here and there a cracked dryad tumbled from her pedestal, and, sprawling in the grass, gave a look of disorder to the whole place. The wooden trellis work was shattered here and bending there. The standard rose trees were stooping to the ground, and the leaves of the winter still encumbered the borders. Late in the evening of the second day, Mr. Sowerby strolled out and went through the gardens into the wood. Of all the inanimate things of the world, this wood of Caldecott's was the dearest to him. He was not a man to whom his companions gave much credit for feelings or thoughts akin to poetry, but here, out in the chase, his mind would be almost poetical. While wandering among the forest trees, he became susceptible to the tenderness of human nature. He would listen to the birds singing, and pick here and there a wild flower on his path. He would watch the decay of the old trees and the progress of the young, and make pictures in his eyes of every turn in the wood. He would mark the colour of a bit of road as it dipped into a dell, and then, passing through a watercourse, rose-brown, rough, irregular, and beautiful against the bank on the other side, and then he would sit and think of his old family, how they had roamed there time out of mind in those Caldecott's woods, father and son and grandson in regular succession, each giving them over without blemish or decrease to his successor. So he would sit, and so he did sit even now, and thinking of these things wished that he had never been born. It was dark night when he returned to the house, and as he did so he resolved that he would quit the place altogether and give up the battle as lost. The Duke should take it, and do as he pleased with it, and as for the seat in Parliament, Lord Dumbello, or any other equally gifted young patrician, might hold it for him. He would vanish from the scene, and betake himself to some land from whence he would be neither heard nor seen, and there starve. Such were now his future outlooks into the world. And yet, as regards health and all physical capacities, he knew that he was still in the prime of his life. Yes, in the prime of his life. But what could he do with what remained to him of such prime? How could he turn either his mind or his strength to such account as might now be serviceable? How could he, in his sore need, earn for himself even the barest bread? Would it not be better for him that he should die? Let not anyone covet the lot of a spendthrift, even though the days of his early peas and champagne seem to be unnumbered, for that lame Nemesis will surely be up before the game has been all played out. When Mr. Sowerby reached his house, he found that a message by telegraph had arrived for him in his absence. It was from his sister, and it informed him that she would be with him that night. She was coming down by the mail train, had telegraphed to Barchester for post horses, and would be at Caldecott's about 2 hours after midnight. It was therefore manifest enough that her business was of importance. Exactly at 2 the Barchester post chaise did arrive, and Mrs. Harold Smith, before she retired to her bed, was closeted for about an hour with her brother,
"Well," she said, the following morning, as they sat together at the breakfast table, "what do you say to it now? If you accept her offer, you should be with her lawyer this afternoon." "I suppose I must accept it," said he. "Certainly I think so. No doubt it will take the property out of your own hands as completely as though the Duke had it, but it will leave you the house, at any rate for your life." "What good will the house be when I can't keep it up?" "But I am not so sure of that. She will not want more than her fair interest, and as it will be thoroughly well managed, I should think that there would be something over, something enough to keep up the house, and then, you know, we must have some place in the country." "I tell you fairly, Harriet, that I will have nothing further to do with Harold in the way of money."
"Ah, that was because you would go to him. Why did you not come to me? And then, Nathaniel, it is the only way in which you can have a chance of keeping the seat. She is the queerest woman I ever met, but she seems resolved on beating the Duke."
"I do not quite understand it, but I have not the slightest objection."
"She thinks that he is interfering with young Gresham about the crown property. I had no idea that she had so much business at her fingers' ends. When I first proposed the matter, she took it up quite as a lawyer might, and seemed to have forgotten altogether what occurred about that other matter."
"I wish I could forget it also," said Mr. Sowerby.
"I really think that she does. When I was obliged to make some allusion to it, at least I felt myself obliged, and was sorry afterwards that I did. She merely laughed, a great loud laugh, as she always does, and then went on about the business. However, she was clear about this, that all the expenses of the election should be added to the sum to be advanced by her, and that the house should be left to you without any rent. If you choose to take the land round the house, you must pay for it by the acre, as the tenants do. She was as clear about it all as though she had passed her life in a lawyer's office."
My readers will now pretty well understand what last step that excellent sister, Mrs. Harold Smith, had taken on her brother's behalf, nor will they be surprised to learn that in the course of the day Mr. Sowerby hurried back to town and put himself into communication with Miss Dunstable's lawyer. End of chapter 37. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 38 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 38. Is there cause or just impediment? I now purpose to visit another country house in Barsetshire, but on this occasion our sojourn shall be in the Eastern Division, in which, as in every other county in England, electioneering matters are paramount at the present moment. It has been mentioned that Mr. Gresham junior, young Frank Gresham as he was always called, lived at a place called Boxall Hill. This property had come to his wife by will, and he was now settled there, seeing that his father still held the family seat of the Greshams at Greshamsbury. At the present moment Miss Dunstable was staying at Boxall Hill with Mrs. Frank Gresham. They had left London, as indeed all the world had done, to the terrible dismay of the London tradesmen. This dissolution of Parliament was ruining everybody except the country publicans, and had of course destroyed the London season, among other things. Mrs. Harold Smith had only just managed to catch Miss Dunstable before she left London, but she did so, and the great heiress had at once seen her lawyers and instructed them how to act with reference to the mortgages on the Caldecott's property. Miss Dunstable was in the habit of speaking of herself and her own pecuniary concerns as though she herself were rarely allowed to meddle in their management, but this was one of those small jokes which she ordinarily perpetrated, for in truth few ladies, and perhaps not many gentlemen have a more thorough knowledge of their own concerns, or a more potent voice in their own affairs, than was possessed by Miss Dunstable. Circumstances had lately brought her much into Barsetshire, and she had there contracted very intimate friendships. She was now disposed to become, if possible, a Barsetshire proprietor, and with this view had lately agreed with young Mr. Gresham that she would become the purchaser of the Crown property. As, however, the purchase had been commenced in his name, it was so to be continued; but now, as we are aware, it was rumoured that after all the Duke, or if not the Duke, then the Marquis of Dumbello, was to be the future owner of the chase. Miss Dunstable, however, was not a person to give up her object if she could attain it, nor, under the circumstances, was she at all displeased at finding herself endowed with the power of rescuing the Sowerby portion of the Caldecott's property from the Duke's clutches. Why had the Duke meddled with her, or with her friend, as to the other property? Therefore it was arranged that the full amount due to the Duke on mortgage should be ready for immediate payment; but it was arranged also that the security, as held by Miss Dunstable, should be very valid. Miss Dunstable at Boxall Hill, or at Greshamsbury, was a very different person from Miss Dunstable in London, and it was this difference which so much vexed Mrs. Gresham. Not that her friend omitted to bring with her into the country her London wit and aptitude for fun, but that she did not take with her up to town the genuine goodness and love of honesty which made her lovable in the country. She was, as it were, two persons, and Mrs. Gresham could not understand that any lady should permit herself to be more worldly at one time of the year than at another, or in one place than in any other. "Well, my dear, I am heartily glad we've done with that," Miss Dunstable said to her, as she sat herself down to her desk in the drawing room on the first morning after her arrival at Boxall Hill. "What does that mean?" said Mrs. Gresham. "Why, London, and smoke, and late hours, and standing on one's legs for 4 hours at a stretch on the top of one's own staircase, to be bowed at by any one who chooses to come. That's all done, for 1 year at any rate. You know you like it." "No, Mary, that's just what I don't know. I don't know whether I like it or not. Sometimes, when the spirit of that dearest of all women, Mrs. Harold Smith's, is upon me, I think that I do like it; but then again, when other spirits are on me, I think that I don't." "And who are the owners of the other spirits?" "Oh, you are one, of course; but you are a weak little thing, by no means able to contend with such a Samson as Mrs. Harold; and then you are a little given to wickedness yourself, you know. You've learnt to like London well enough since you sat down to the table of Dives. Your uncle, he's the real impracticable, unapproachable Lazarus, who declares that he can't come down because of the big gulf. I wonder how he'd behave if somebody left him 10,000 a year. Uncommonly well, I am sure." "Oh yes, he is a Lazarus now, so of course we are bound to speak well of him; but I should like to see him tried. I don't doubt but what he'd have a house in Belgrave Square, and become noted for his little dinners before the first year of his trial was over." "Well, and why not? You would not wish him to be an anchorite?" "I am told that he is going to try his luck, not with 10,000 a year, but with 1 or 2. "What do you mean?" "Jane tells me that they all say at Greshamsbury that he is going to marry Lady Scatcherd." Now Lady Scatcherd was a widow living in those parts, an excellent woman, but one not formed by nature to grace society of the highest order. "What!
exclaimed Mrs. Gresham, rising up from her chair, while her eyes flashed with anger at such a rumour. "Well, my dear, don't eat me. I don't say it is so. I only say that Jane said so." "Then you ought to send Jane out of the house. You may be sure of this, my dear. Jane would not have told me if somebody had not told her." "And you believed it?" "I have said nothing about that." "But you look as if you had believed it." "Do I? Let us see what sort of a look it is, this look of faith." And Miss Dunstable got up and went to the glass over the fireplace. "But, Mary, my dear, ain't you old enough to know that you should not credit people's looks? You should believe nothing nowadays, and I did not believe the story about poor Lady Scatcherd. I know the doctor well enough to be sure that he is not a marrying man." "What a nasty, hackneyed, false phrase that is, that of a marrying man! It sounds as though some men were in the habit of getting married 3 or 4 times a month." "It means a great deal all the same. One can tell very soon whether a man is likely to marry or no." "And can one tell the same of a woman?" "The thing is so different. All unmarried women are necessarily in the market, but if they behave themselves properly they make no signs. Now there was Griselda Grantly. Of course she intended to get herself a husband, and a very grand one she has got, but she always looked as though butter would not melt in her mouth. It would have been very wrong to call her a marrying girl." "Oh, of course she was," says Mrs. Gresham, with that sort of acrimony which one pretty young woman so frequently expresses with reference to another. "But if one could always tell of a woman, as you say you can of a man, I should be able to tell of you. Now, I wonder whether you are a marrying woman. I have never been able to make up my mind yet." Miss Dunstable remained silent for a few moments, as though she were at first minded to take the question as being in some sort one made in earnest, but then she attempted to laugh it off. "Well, I wonder at that," said she, "as it was only the other day I told you how many offers I had refused." "Yes, but you did not tell me whether any had been made that you meant to accept." "None such was ever made to me. Talking of that, I shall never forget your cousin, the Honourable George." "He is not my cousin." "Well, your husband's. It would not be fair to show a man's letters, but I should like to show you his." "You are determined, then, to remain single?" "I didn't say that. But why do you cross-question me so?" "Because I think so much about you. I am afraid that you will become so afraid of men's motives as to doubt that any one can be honest. And yet sometimes I think you would be a happier woman and a better woman if you were married." "To such an one as the Honourable George, for instance?" "No, not to such an one as him. You have probably picked out the worst." "Or to Mr. Sowerby?" "Well, no, not to Mr. Sowerby either. I would not have you marry any man that looked to you for your money principally. And how is it possible that I should expect any one to look to me principally for anything else? You don't see my difficulty, my dear. If I had only 500 a year, I might come across some decent middle-aged personage like myself, who would like me myself pretty well, and would like my little income pretty well also. He would not tell me any violent lie, and perhaps no lie at all. I should take to him in the same sort of way, and we might do very well. But as it is, how is it possible that any disinterested person should learn to like me? How could such a man set about it? If a sheep have 2 heads, is not the fact of the 2 heads the first, and indeed only thing which the world regards in that sheep? Must it not be so as a matter of course? I am a sheep with 2 heads. All this money which my father put together, and which has been growing since like grass under May showers, has turned me into an abortion. I am not the giantess 8 feet high, or the dwarf that stands in the man's hand, or the 2-headed sheep, but I am the unmarried woman with 6 millions of money, as I believe some people think. Under such circumstances, have I a fair chance of getting my own sweet bit of grass to nibble, like any ordinary animal with 1 head? I never was very beautiful, and I am not more so now than I was 15 years ago. I am quite sure it is not that which hinders it. You would not call yourself plain, and even plain women are married every day, and are loved too, as well as pretty women. Are they? Well, we won't say more about that. But I don't expect a great many lovers on account of my beauty. If ever you hear of such an one, mind you tell me." It was almost on Mrs. Gresham's tongue to say that she did know of one such, meaning her uncle, but in truth she did not know any such thing, nor could she boast to herself that she had good grounds for feeling that it was so, certainly none sufficient to justify her in speaking of it. Her uncle had said no word to her on the matter, and had been confused and embarrassed when the idea of such a marriage was hinted to him; but nevertheless Mrs. Gresham did think that each of these two was well inclined to love the other, and that they would be happier together than they would be single. The difficulty, however, was very great, for the doctor would be terribly afraid of being thought covetous in regard to Miss Dunstable's money, and it would hardly be expected that she should be induced to make the first overture to the doctor. "My uncle would be the only man that I can think of that would be at all fit for you," said Mrs. Gresham boldly. "What, and rob poor Lady Scatcherd?" said Miss Dunstable. "Oh, very well, if you choose to make a joke of his name in that way, I have done. Why, God bless the girl, what does she want me to say? And as for joking, surely that is innocent enough. You're as tender about the doctor as though he were a girl of 17. It's not about him, but it's such a shame to laugh at poor dear Lady Scatcherd. If she were to hear it, she'd lose all comfort in having my uncle near her, and I am to marry him so that she may be safe with her friend. Very well, I have done." And Mrs. Gresham, who had already got up from her seat, employed herself very sedulously in arranging flowers which had been brought in for the drawing-room tables. Thus they remained silent for a minute or two, during which she began to reflect that, after all, it might probably be thought that she also was endeavouring to catch the great heiress for her uncle. "And now you are angry with me," said Miss Dunstable. "No, I am not." "Oh, but you are. Do you think I'm such a fool as not to see when a person's vexed? You wouldn't have twitched that geranium's head off if you'd been in a proper frame of mind. I don't like that joke about Lady Scatcherd." "And is that all, Mary? Now do try and be true if you can. You remember the bishop, Magna est Veritas. The fact is, you've got into such a way of being sharp and saying sharp things among your friends up in London that you can hardly answer a person without it. Can't I? Dear, dear, what a mentor you are, Mary. No poor lad that ever ran up from Oxford for a spree in town got so lectured for his dissipation and iniquities as I do. Well, I beg Dr. Thorne's pardon, and Lady Scatcherd's, and I won't be sharp any more. And I will, let me see, what was it I was to do? Marry him myself, I believe. Was not that it? No, you're not half good enough for him. I know that. I'm quite sure of that. Though I am so sharp, I'm very humble. You can't accuse me of putting any very great value on myself. Perhaps not as much as you ought to do on yourself. Now, what do you mean, Mary? I won't be
bullied and teased, and have innuendos thrown out at me because you've got something on your mind and don't quite dare to speak it out. If you have got anything to say, say it." But Mrs. Gresham did not choose to say it at that moment. She held her peace and went on arranging her flowers, now with a more satisfied air, and without destruction to the geraniums. And when she had grouped her bunches properly, she carried the jar from one part of the room to another, backwards and forwards, trying the effect of the colours as though her mind was quite intent upon her flowers, and was for the moment wholly unoccupied with any other subject. But Miss Dunstable was not the woman to put up with this. She sat silent in her place while her friend made one or two turns about the room, and then she got up from her seat also. "Mary," she said, "give over about those wretched bits of green branches, and leave the jars where they are. You're trying to fidget me into a passion." "Am I?" said Mrs. Gresham, standing opposite to a big bowl, and putting her head a little on one side, as though she could better look at her handiwork in that position. "You know you are, and it's all because you lack courage to speak out. You didn't begin at me in this way for nothing." "I do lack courage, that's just it," said Mrs. Gresham, still giving a twist here and a set there to some of the small sprigs which constituted the background of her bouquet. "I do lack courage to have ill motives imputed to me. I was thinking of saying something, and I am afraid, and therefore I will not say it. And now, if you like, I will be ready to take you out in 10 minutes." But Miss Dunstable was not going to be put off in this way, and to tell the truth, I must admit that her friend Mrs. Gresham was not using her altogether well. She should either have held her peace on the matter altogether, which would probably have been her wiser course, or she should have declared her own ideas boldly, feeling secure in her own conscience as to her own motives. "I shall not stir from this room," said Miss Dunstable, "till I have had this matter out with you. And as for imputations, my imputing bad motives to you, I don't know how far you may be joking and saying what you call sharp things to me, but you have no right to think that I should think evil of you. If you really do think so, it is treason to the love I have for you. If I thought that you thought so, I could not remain in the house with you. What, you are not able to know the difference which one makes between one's real friends and one's mock friends? I don't believe it of you, and I know you are only striving to bully me." And Miss Dunstable now took her turn of walking up and down the room. "Well, she shan't be bullied," said Mrs. Gresham, leaving her flowers and putting her arm round her friend's waist. "At least not here in this house, although she is sometimes such a bully herself. Mary, you have gone too far about this to go back. Tell me what it was that was on your mind, and as far as it concerns me, I will answer you honestly." Mrs. Gresham now began to repent that she had made her little attempt. That uttering of hints in a half-joking way was all very well, and might possibly bring about the desired result without the necessity of any formal suggestion on her part. But now she was so brought to book that she must say something formal. She must commit herself to the expression of her own wishes, and to an expression also of an opinion as to what had been the wishes of her friend. And this she must do without being able to say anything as to the wishes of that third person. "Well," she said, "I suppose you know what I meant." "I suppose I did," said Miss Dunstable; "but it is not at all the less necessary that you should say it out. I am not to commit myself by my interpretation of your thoughts, while you remain perfectly secure in having only hinted your own. I hate hints, as I do the mischief. I go in for the bishop's doctrine, Magna est Veritas, Well, I don't know, said Mrs. Gresham. Ah, but I do, said Miss Dunstable, and therefore go on, or forever hold your peace. That's just it, said Mrs. Gresham. What's just it? Said Miss Dunstable. The quotation out of the prayer book which you finished just now. If any of you know cause or just impediment why these two persons should not be joined together in holy matrimony, ye are to declare it. This is the first time of asking. Do you know any cause, Miss Dunstable? Do you know any, Mrs. Gresham? None, on my honour, said the younger lady, putting her hand upon her breast. Ah, but do you not? And Miss Dunstable caught hold of her arm, and spoke almost abruptly in her energy. No, certainly not. What impediment? If I did, I should not have broached the subject. I declare I think you would both be very happy together. Of course there is one impediment, we all know that. That must be your lookout. What do you mean? What impediment? Your own money. Pshaw! Did you find that an impediment in marrying Frank Gresham? Ah, the matter was so different there. He had much more to give than I had, when all was counted, and I had no money when we were first engaged. And the tears came into her eyes as she thought of the circumstances of her early love, all of which have been narrated in the county chronicles of Barsetshire, and may now be read by men and women interested therein. Yes, yours was a love match. I declare, Mary, I often think that you are the happiest woman of whom I ever heard. To have it all to give, when you were so sure that you were loved, while you yet had nothing. Yes, I was sure. And she wiped the sweet tears from her eyes as she remembered a certain day when a certain youth had come to her, claiming all kinds of privileges in a very determined manner. She had been no heiress then. Yes, I was sure. But now with you, dear, you can't make yourself poor again. If you can trust no one, I can. I can trust him. As regards that, I do trust him altogether. But how can I tell that he would care for me? Do you not know that he likes you? Ah, yes, and so he does Lady Scatcherd. Miss Dunstable! And why not Lady Scatcherd as well as me? We are of the same kind, come from the same class. Not quite that, I think. Yes, from the same class. Only I have managed to poke myself up among dukes and duchesses, whereas she has been content to remain where God placed her. Where I beat her in art, she beats me in nature. You know you are talking nonsense. I think that we are both doing that. Absolute nonsense, such as schoolgirls of 18 talk to each other. But there is a relief in it, is there not? It would be a terrible curse to have to talk sense always. Well, that's done, and now let us go out. Mrs. Gresham was sure after this that Miss Dunstable would be a consenting party to the little arrangement which she contemplated, but of that she had felt but little doubt for some considerable time past. The difficulty lay on the other side, and all that she had as yet done was to convince herself that she would be safe in assuring her uncle of success if he could be induced to take the enterprise in hand. He was to come to Boxall Hill that evening, and to remain there for a day or two. If anything could be done in the matter, now would be the time for doing it. So at least thought Mrs. Gresham. The doctor did come, and did remain for the allotted time at Boxall Hill, but when he left, Mrs. Gresham had not been successful. Indeed, he did not seem to enjoy his visit, as was usual with him, and there was very little of that pleasant, friendly intercourse which for some time past had been customary between him and Miss Dunstable. There were no passages of arms between them, no abuse from the doctor against the lady's London gaiety, no raillery from the lady as to the doctor's country habits. They were very courteous to each other, and, as Mrs. Gresham thought, too civil by half. Nor, as far as she could see, did they ever remain alone in each other's company for 5 minutes at a time during the whole period of the doctor's visit. What, thought Mrs. Gresham to herself, what if she had set these two friends at variance with each other, instead of binding them together in the closest and most durable friendship? But still she had an idea that, as she had begun to play this game, she must play it out. She felt conscious that what she had done must do evil, unless she could so carry it on as to make it result in good. Indeed, unless she could so manage, she would have done a manifest injury to Miss Dunstable in forcing her to declare her thoughts and feelings. She had already spoken to her uncle in London, and though he had said nothing to show that he approved of her plan, neither had he said anything to show that he disapproved it. Therefore she had hoped through the whole of those 3 days that he would make some sign, at any rate to her, that he would in some way declare what were his own thoughts on this matter. But the morning of his departure came, and he had declared nothing. "Uncle," she said, in the last 5 minutes of his sojourn there, after he had already taken leave of Miss Dunstable and shaken hands with Mrs. Gresham, "have you ever thought of what I said to you up in London?"
"Yes, Mary, of course I have thought about it. Such an idea as that, when put into a man's head, will make itself thought about."
"Well, and what next? Do talk to me about it. Do not be so hard and unlike yourself."
"I have very little to say about it."
"I can tell you this for certain: you may, if you like."
"Mary, Mary!"
"I would not say so if I were not sure that I should not lead you into trouble."
"You are foolish in wishing this, my dear; foolish in trying to tempt an old man into a folly."
"Not foolish if I know that it will make you both happier."
He made her no further reply, but stooping down that she might kiss him, as was his wont, went his way, leaving her almost miserable in the thought that she had troubled all these waters to no purpose. What would Miss Dunstable think of her? But on that afternoon Miss Dunstable seemed to be as happy and even-tempered as ever. End of chapter 38. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 39 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 39. How to write a love letter. Dr. Thorne, in the few words which he spoke to his niece before he left Boxall Hill, had called himself an old man, but he was as yet on the right side of 60 by 5 good years, and bore about with him less of the marks of age than most men of 55 do bear. One would have said, in looking at him, that there was no reason why he should not marry, if he found that such a step seemed good to him. And looking at the age of the proposed bride, there was nothing unsuitable in that respect. But nevertheless he felt almost ashamed of himself in that he allowed himself even to think of the proposition which his niece had made. He mounted his horse that day at Boxall Hill, for he made all his journeys about the county on horseback, and rode slowly home to Greshamsbury, thinking not so much of the suggested marriage as of his own folly in thinking of it. How could he be such an ass at his time of life as to allow the even course of his way to be disturbed by any such idea? Of course he could not propose to himself such a wife as Miss Dunstable without having some thoughts as to her wealth, and it had been the pride of his life so to live that the world might know that he was indifferent about money. His profession was all in all to him, the air which he breathed as well as the bread which he ate. And how could he follow his profession if he made such a marriage as this? She would expect him to go to London with her, and what would he become, dangling at her heels there, known only to the world as the husband of the richest woman in the town? The kind of life was one which would be unsuitable to him, and yet, as he rode home, he could not resolve to rid himself of the idea. He went on thinking of it, though he still continued to condemn himself for keeping it in his thoughts. That night at home he would make up his mind, so he declared to himself, and would then write to his niece begging her to drop the subject. Having so far come to a resolution, he went on meditating what course of life it might be well for him to pursue if he and Miss Dunstable should, after all, become man and wife. There were two ladies whom it behoved him to see on the day of his arrival, whom indeed he generally saw every day, except when absent from Greshamsbury. The first of these, first in the general consideration of the people of the place, was the wife of the squire, Lady Arabella Gresham, a very old patient of the doctor's. Hers it was his custom to visit early in the afternoon, and then, if he were able to escape the squire's daily invitation to dinner, he customarily went to the other, Lady Scatcherd, when the rapid meal in his own house was over. Such at least was his summer practice. "Well, doctor, how are they at Boxall Hill?" said the squire, waylaying him on the gravel sweep before the door. The squire was very hard set for occupation in these summer months. "Quite well, I believe. I don't know what's come to Frank. I think he hates this place now. He's full of the election, I suppose." "Oh yes, he told me to say he should be over here soon. Of course there'll be no contest, so he need not trouble himself. Happy dog, isn't he, doctor, to have it all before him instead of behind him? Well, well, he's as good a lad as ever lived, But let me see, Mary's time." And then there were a few very important words spoken on that subject. "I'll just step up to Lady Arabella now," said the doctor. "She's as fretful as possible," said the squire. "I've just left her." "Nothing special the matter, I hope?" "No, I think not. Nothing in your way, that is. Only specially cross, which always comes in my way. You'll stop and dine to-day, of course?" "Not to-day, squire." "Nonsense, you will. I have been quite counting on you. I have a particular reason for wanting to have you to-day, a most particular reason." But the squire always had his particular reasons. "I'm very sorry, but it is impossible to-day. I shall have a letter to write that I must sit down to seriously. Shall I see you when I come down from her ladyship?" The squire turned away sulkily, almost without answering him, for he now had no prospect of any alleviation to the tedium of the evening, and the doctor went upstairs to his patient. For Lady Arabella, though it cannot be said that she was ill, was always a patient. It must not be supposed that she kept her bed and swallowed daily doses, or was prevented from taking her share in such prosy gaieties as came from time to time in the way of her prosy life. But it suited her turn of mind to be an invalid, and to have a doctor. And as the doctor, whom her good fates had placed at her elbow, thoroughly understood her case, no great harm was done. "It frets me dreadfully that I cannot get to see Mary," Lady Arabella said, as soon as the first ordinary question as to her ailments had been asked and answered. "She's quite well, and will be over to see you before long." "Now I beg that she won't.
She never thinks of coming when there can be no possible objection, and travelling at the present moment would be—" Whereupon the Lady Arabella shook her head very gravely. "Only think of the importance of it, Doctor," she said. "Remember the enormous stake there is to be considered."
"It would not do her a ha'porth of harm if the stake were twice as large."
"Nonsense, Doctor! Don't tell me as if I didn't know myself. I was very much against her going to London this spring, but of course what I said was overruled. It always is. I do believe Mr. Gresham went over to Boxall Hill on purpose to induce her to go. But what does he care? He's fond of Frank, but he never thinks of looking beyond the present day. He never did, as you know well enough, Doctor."
"The trip did her all the good in the world," said Dr. Thorne, preferring anything to a conversation respecting the squire's sins.
"I very well remember that when I was in that way, it wasn't thought that such trips would do me any good. But perhaps things are altered since then."
"Yes, they are," said the doctor. "We don't interfere so much nowadays."
"I know I never asked for such amusements when so much depended on quietness. I remember before Frank was born, and indeed when all of them were born. But, as you say, things were different then, and I can easily believe that Mary is a person quite determined to have her own way."
"Why, Lady Arabella, she would have stayed at home without wishing to stir if Frank had done so much as hold up his little finger."
"So did I always. If Mr. Gresham made the slightest hint, I gave way. But I really don't see what one gets in return for such implicit obedience. Now this year, Doctor, of course I should have liked to have been up in London for a week or two. You seemed to think yourself that I might as well see Sir Omicron."
"There could be no possible objection," I said.
"Well, no, exactly. And as Mr. Gresham knew I wished it, I think he might as well have offered it. I suppose there can be no reason now about money."
"But I understood that Mary specially asked you and Augusta."
"Yes, Mary was very good. She did ask me. But I know very well that Mary wants all the room she has got in London. The house is not at all too large for herself. And for the matter of that, my sister, the countess, was very anxious that I should be with her. But one does like to be independent if one can, and for one fortnight I do think that Mr. Gresham might have managed it. When I knew that he was so dreadfully out at elbows, I never troubled him about it, though goodness knows all that was never my fault."
"The squire hates London. A fortnight there in warm weather would nearly be the death of him."
"He might at any rate have paid me the compliment of asking me. The chances are 10 to 1 I should not have gone. It is that indifference that cuts me so. He was here just now, and would you believe it?"
But the doctor was determined to avoid further complaint for the present day. "I wonder what you would feel, Lady Arabella, if the squire were to take it into his head to go away and amuse himself, leaving you at home. There are worse men than Mr. Gresham, if you will believe me."
All this was an allusion to Earl de Courcy, her ladyship's brother, as Lady Arabella very well understood. The argument was one which was very often used to silence her. "Upon my word, then, I should like it better than his hanging about here doing nothing but attend to those nasty dogs. I really sometimes think that he has no spirit left.
"You are mistaken there, Lady Arabella," said the doctor, rising with his hat in his hand, and making his escape without further parley. As he went home, he could not but think that that phase of married life was not a very pleasant one. Mr. Gresham and his wife were supposed by the world to live on the best of terms. They always inhabited the same house, went out together when they did go out, always sat in their respective corners in the family pew, and in their wildest dreams after the happiness of novelty never thought of Sir Cresswell. In some respects, with regard, for instance, to the continued duration of their joint domesticity at the family mansion of Greshamsbury, they might have been taken for a pattern couple. But yet, as far as the doctor could see, they did not seem to add much to the happiness of each other. They loved each other, doubtless, and had either of them been in real danger, that danger would have made the other miserable. But yet it might well be a question whether either would not be more comfortable without the other. The doctor, as was his custom, dined at 5, and at 7 he went up to the cottage of his old friend Lady Scatcherd. Lady Scatcherd was not a refined woman, having in her early days been a labourer's daughter, and having then married a labourer; but her husband had risen in the world, as has been told in those chronicles before mentioned, and his widow was now Lady Scatcherd, with a pretty cottage and a good jointure. She was in all things the very opposite to Lady Arabella Gresham. Nevertheless, under the doctor's auspices, the two ladies were in some measure acquainted with each other. Of her married life also Dr. Thorne had seen something, and it may be questioned whether the memory of that was more alluring than the reality now existing at Greshamsbury. Of the two women, Dr. Thorne much preferred his humbler friend, and to her he made his visits not in the guise of a doctor, but as a neighbour. "Well, my lady," he said, as he sat down by her on a broad garden seat. All the world called Lady Scatcherd my lady. "And how do these long summer days agree with you? Your roses are twice better out than any I see up at the big house." "You may well call them long, doctor. They're long enough, surely." "But not too long. Come now, I won't have you complaining. You don't mean to tell me that you have anything to make you wretched? You had better not, for I won't believe you." Well, wretched? I don't know as I'm wretched. It'd be wicked to say that, and I with such comforts about me. I think it would, almost." The doctor did not say this harshly, but in a soft, friendly tone, and pressing her hand gently as he spoke. "And I didn't mean to be wicked. I'm very thankful for everything. Leastways, I always try to be. But, doctor, it is so lonely like." "Lonely? Not more lonely than I am." "Oh yes, you're different. You can go everywheres. But what can a lone woman do? I'll tell you what, doctor, I'd give it all up to have Roger back, with his apron on and his pick in his hand. How well I mind his look when he'd come home o' nights." "And yet it was a hard life you had then, old woman? It would be better for you to be thankful for what you've got." "I am thankful. Didn't I tell you so before?" said she, somewhat crossly. "But it's a sad life, this living alone. I declares I envy Hannah, 'cause she's got Jemima to sit in the kitchen with her. I want her to sit with me sometimes, but she won't." "Ah, but you shouldn't ask her. It's letting yourself down." "What do I care about down or up? It makes no difference, as he's gone. If he had lived, one might have cared about being up, as you call it. Dearie, I'll be going after him before long, and it will be no matter then. We shall all be going after him sooner or later, that's sure enough. Dear, that's true, surely. It's only a span long, as Parson Oriel tells us when he gets romantic in his sermons. But it's a hard thing, Doctor, when two is married, as they can't have their span, as he calls it, out together. Well, I must only put up with it, I suppose, as others does. No, you're not going, Doctor. You'll stop and have a dish of tea with me. You never see such cream as Hannah has from the Alderney cow, do we now, Doctor? But the doctor had his letter to write, and would not allow himself to be tempted even by the promise of Hannah's cream. So he went his way, angering Lady Scatcherd by his departure, as he had before angered the squire, and thinking as he went which was most unreasonable in her wretchedness, his friend Lady Arabella, or his friend Lady Scatcherd. The former was always complaining of an existing husband who never refused her any moderate request, and the other passed her days in murmuring at the loss of a dead husband, who in his life had ever been to her imperious and harsh, and had sometimes been cruel and unjust. The doctor had his letter to write, but even yet he had not quite made up his mind what he would put into it. Indeed, he had not hitherto resolved to whom it should be written. Looking at the matter as he had endeavoured to look at it, his niece, Mrs. Gresham, would be his correspondent. But if he brought himself to take this jump in the dark, in that case he would address himself direct to Miss Dunstable. He walked home, not by the straightest road, but taking a considerable curve round by narrow lanes, and through thick flower-laden hedges, very thoughtful. He was told that she wished to marry him. Was he to think only of himself? And as to that pride of his about money, was it in truth a hearty manly feeling, or was it a false pride, of which it behoved him to be ashamed, as it did of many cognate feelings? If he acted rightly in this matter, why should he be afraid of the thoughts of any one? A life of solitude was bitter enough, as poor Lady Scatcherd had complained. But then, looking at Lady Scatcherd, and looking also at his other near neighbour, his friend the squire, there was little thereabouts to lead him on to matrimony. So he walked home slowly through the lanes, very meditative, with his hands behind his back. Nor when he got home was he much more inclined to any resolute line of action. He might have drunk his tea with Lady Scatcherd as well as have sat there in his own drawing-room drinking it alone, for he got no pen and paper, and he dawdled over his teacup with the utmost dilatoriness, putting off, as it were, the evil day. To only one thing was he fixed, to this, namely, that letter should be written before he went to bed. Having finished his tea, which did not take place till near 11, he went downstairs to an untidy little room which lay behind his depot of medicines, and in which he was wont to do his writing, and herein he did at last set himself down to his work. Even at that moment he was in doubt, but he would write his letter to Miss Dunstable and see how it looked. He was almost determined not to send it, so at least he said to himself, but he could do no harm by writing it. So he did write it as follows: Greshamsbury, June 1850 My dear Miss Dunstable. When he had got so far, he leant back in his chair and looked at the paper. How on earth was he to find words to say that which he now wished to have said? He had never written such a letter in his life, or anything approaching to it, and now found himself overwhelmed with a difficulty of which he had not previously thought. He spent another half-hour in looking at the paper, and was at last nearly deterred by this new difficulty. He would use the simplest, plainest language, he said to himself over and over again. But it is not always easy to use simple, plain language. By no means so easy as to mount on stilts and to march along with sesquipedalian words, with pathos, spasms, and notes of interjection. But the letter did at last get itself written, and there was not a note of interjection in it. My dear Miss Dunstable, I think it right to confess that I should not be now writing this letter to you had I not been led to believe, by other judgment than my own, that the proposition which I am going to make would be regarded by you with favour. Without such other judgment, I should, I own, have feared that the great disparity between you and me in regard to money would have given to such a proposition an appearance of being false and mercenary. All I ask of you now, with confidence, is to acquit me of such fault as that. When you have read so far, you will understand what I mean. We have known each other now somewhat intimately, though indeed not very long, and I have sometimes fancied that you were almost as well pleased to be with me as I have been to be with you. If I have been wrong in this, tell me so simply, and I will endeavour to let our friendship run on as though this letter had not been written. But if I have been right, and if it be possible that you can think that a union between us will make us both happier than we are single, I will plight you my word and troth with good faith, and will do what an old man may do to make the burden of the world lie light upon your shoulders. Looking at my age, I can hardly keep myself from thinking that I am an old fool, but I try to reconcile myself to that by remembering that you yourself are no longer a girl. You see that I pay you no compliments, and that you need expect none from me. I do not know that I could add anything to the truth of this if I were to write 3 times as much. All that is necessary is that you should know what I mean. If you do not believe me to be true and honest already, nothing that I can write will make you believe it. God bless you. I know you will not keep me long in suspense for an answer. Affectionately, your friend Thomas Thorne. When he had finished, he meditated again for another half-hour whether it would not be right that he should add something about her money. Would it not be well for him to tell her, it might be said in a postscript, that with regard to all her wealth she would be free to do what she chose? At any rate, he owed no debts for her to pay, and would still have his own income sufficient for his own purposes. But about 1 o'clock he came to the conclusion that it would be better to leave the matter alone. If she cared for him, and could trust him, and was worthy also that he should trust her, no omission of such a statement would deter her from coming to him; and if there were no such trust, it would not be created by any such assurance on his part. So he read the letter over twice, sealed it, and took it up together with his bed candle, into his bedroom. Now that the letter was written, it seemed to be a thing fixed by fate that it must go. He had written it that he might see how it looked when written, but now that it was written, there remained no doubt but that it must be sent. So he went to bed with the letter on the toilette table beside him, and early in the morning, so early as to make it seem that the importance of the letter had disturbed his rest, he sent it off by a special messenger to Boxall Hill. "Please wait for an answer," said the boy. "No," said the doctor, "leave the letter and come away." The breakfast hour was not very early at Boxall Hill in these summer months. Frank Gresham, no doubt, went round his farm before he came in for prayers, and his wife was probably looking to the butter in the dairy. At any rate, they did not meet till near 10, and therefore, though the ride from Greshamsbury to Boxall Hill was nearly 2 hours' work, Miss Dunstable had her letter in her own room before she came down. She read it in silence as she was dressing, while the maid was with her in the room, but she made no sign which could induce her Abigail to think that the epistle was more than ordinarily important. She read it, and then, quietly refolding it and placing it in the envelope, she put it down on the table at which she was sitting. It was full 15 minutes afterwards that she begged her servant to see if Mrs. Gresham were still in her own room, "because I want to see her for 5 minutes alone before breakfast," said Miss Dunstable. "You traitor! You false black traitor!" were the first words which Miss Dunstable spoke when she found herself alone with her friend. "Why, what's the matter? I did not think there was so much mischief in you, nor so keen and commonplace a desire for matchmaking. Look here, read the first 4 lines, not more, if you please, the rest is private. Whose is the other judgment of whom your uncle speaks in his letter?" "Oh, Miss Dunstable, I must read it all." "Indeed, you'll do no such thing. You think it's a love letter, I dare say, but indeed there's not a word about love in it. I know he has offered. I shall be so glad, for I know you like him. He tells me that I am an old woman, and insinuates that I may probably be an old fool. I am sure he does not say that." "Ah, but I'm sure that he does. The former is true enough, and I never complain of the truth. But as to the latter, I am by no means so certain that it is true, not in the sense that he means it. Dear, dearest woman, don't go on in that way now. Do speak out to me, and speak without jesting. Whose was the other judgment to whom he trusts so implicitly? Tell me that." Mine, of course. No one else can have spoken to him about it. Of course I talked to him." "And what did you tell him?" "I told him—" "Well, out with it. Let me have the real facts. Mind, I tell you fairly that you had no right to tell him anything. What passed between us passed in confidence, but let us hear what you did say." "I told him that you would have him if he offered," and Mrs. Gresham, as she spoke, looked into her friend's face doubtingly, not knowing whether in very truth Miss Dunstable were pleased with her or displeased. If she were displeased, then how had her uncle been deceived? "You told him that as a fact?" "I told him that I thought so." "Then I suppose I am bound to have him," said Miss Dunstable, dropping the letter onto the floor in mock despair. Dearest woman," said Mrs. Gresham, bursting into tears and throwing herself onto her friend's neck. "Mind, you are a dutiful niece," said Miss Dunstable. "And now let me go and finish dressing." In the course of the afternoon an answer was sent back to Greshamsbury in these words:
dear Dr. Thorne, I do and will trust you in everything, and it shall be as you would have it. Mary writes to you, but do not believe a word she says. I never will again, for she has behaved so bad in this matter. Yours affectionately and very truly, Martha Dunstable. And so I am going to marry the richest woman in England, said Dr. Thorne to himself, as he sat down that day to his mutton chop. End of chapter 39. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 40 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 40. Internecine. It must be conceived that there was some feeling of triumph at Plumstead Episcopi when the wife of the rector returned home with her daughter, the bride-elect of the Lord Dumbello. The heir of the Marquis of Hartletop was, in wealth, the most considerable unmarried young nobleman of the day. He was noted, too, as a man difficult to be pleased, as one who was very fine, and who gave himself airs, and to have been selected as the wife of such a man as this was a great thing for the daughter of a parish clergyman. We have seen in what manner the happy girl's mother communicated the fact to Lady Lufton, hiding, as it were, her pride under a veil, and we have seen also how meekly the happy girl bore her own great fortune, applying herself humbly to the packing of her clothes, as though she ignored her own glory. But, nevertheless, there was triumph at Plumstead Episcopi. The mother, when she returned home, began to feel that she had been thoroughly successful in the great object of her life. While she was yet in London, she had hardly realized her satisfaction, and there were doubts then whether the cup might not be dashed from her lips before it was tasted. It might be that even the son of the Marquis of Hartletop was subject to parental authority, and that barriers should spring up between Griselda and her coronet. But there had been nothing of the kind. The archdeacon had been closeted with the Marquis, and Mrs. Grantly had been closeted with the Marchioness, and though neither of those noble persons had expressed themselves gratified by their son's proposed marriage, so also neither of them had made any attempt to prevent it. Lord Dumbello was a man who had a will of his own, as the Grantleys boasted amongst themselves. Poor Griselda! The day may perhaps come when this fact of her lord's masterful will may not to her be a matter of much boasting. But in London, as I was saying, there had been no time for an appreciation of the family joy. The work to be done was nervous in its nature, and self-glorification might have been fatal. But now, when they were safe at Plumstead, the great truth burst upon them in all its splendour. Mrs. Grantly had but one daughter, and the formation of that child's character and her establishment in the world had been the one main object of the mother's life. Of Griselda's great beauty the Plumstead household had long been conscious, of her discretion also, of her conduct, and of her demeanour there had been no doubt.
But the father had sometimes hinted to the mother that he did not think that Grizzy was quite so clever as her brothers.
"I don't agree with you at all," Mrs. Grantly had answered. "Besides, what you call cleverness is not at all necessary in a girl. She is perfectly ladylike. Even you won't deny that."
The archdeacon had never wished to deny it, and was now fain to admit that what he had called cleverness was not necessary in a young lady.
At this period of the family glory, the archdeacon himself was kept a little in abeyance, and was hardly allowed free intercourse with his own magnificent child. Indeed, to give him his due, it must be said of him that he would not consent to walk in the triumphal procession which moved with stately step to and fro through the Barchester regions.
He kissed his daughter, and blessed her, and bade her love her husband and be a good wife.
But such injunctions as these, seeing how splendidly she had done her duty in securing to herself a marquis, seemed out of place, and almost vulgar. Girls about to marry curates, or sucking barristers, should be told to do their duty in that station of life to which God might be calling them. But it seemed to be almost an impertinence in a father to give such an injunction to a future marchioness.
"I do not think that you have any ground for fear on her behalf," said Mrs. Grantly, "seeing in what way she has hitherto conducted herself."
"She has been a good girl," said the archdeacon, "but she is about to be placed in a position of great temptation."
"She has a strength of mind suited for any position," replied Mrs. Grantly vaingloriously. But nevertheless even the archdeacon moved about through the close at Barchester with a somewhat prouder step since the tidings of this alliance had become known there. The time had been, in the latter days of his father's lifetime, when he was the greatest man of the close. The dean had been old and infirm, and Dr. Grantly had wielded the bishop's authority. But since that things had altered. A new bishop had come there absolutely hostile to him. A new dean had also come, who was not only his friend, but the brother-in-law of his wife. But even this advent had lessened the authority of the archdeacon. The vicar's choral did not hang upon his words as they had been wont to do, and the minor canons smiled in return to his smile less obsequiously when they met him in the clerical circles of Barchester. But now it seemed that his old supremacy was restored to him. In the minds of many men, an archdeacon who was the father-in-law of a marquis was himself as good as any bishop.
He did not say much of his new connection to others beside the dean, but he was conscious of the fact, and conscious also of the reflected glory which shone around his own head.
But as regards Mrs. Grantly, it may be said that she moved in an unending procession of stately ovation. It must not be supposed that she continually talked to her friends and neighbours of Lord Dumbello and the Marchioness. She was by far too wise for such folly as that. The coming alliance having been once announced, the name of Hartletop was hardly mentioned by her out of her own domestic circle, but she assumed with an ease that was surprising even to herself the airs and graces of a mighty woman. She went through her work of morning calls as though it were her business to be affable to the country gentry. She astonished her sister, the dean's wife, by the simplicity of her grandeur, and condescended to Mrs. Proudie in a manner which nearly broke that lady's heart. "I shall be even with her yet," said Mrs. Proudie to herself, who had contrived to learn various very deleterious circumstances respecting the Hartletop family since the news about Lord Dumbello and Griselda had become known to her. Griselda herself was carried about in the procession, taking but little part in it of her own,
like an Eastern god. She suffered her mother's caresses, and smiled in her mother's face as she listened to her own praises. But her triumph was apparently within. To no one did she say much on the subject, and greatly disgusted the old family housekeeper by declining altogether to discuss the future Dunstable menage. To her aunt, Mrs. Arabin, who strove hard to lead her into some open-hearted speech as to her future aspirations, she was perfectly impassive. "Oh yes, aunt, of course," and "I'll think about it, Aunt Eleanor," or "Of course I shall do that if Lord Dunstable wishes it." Nothing beyond this could be got from her, and so, after half a dozen ineffectual attempts, Mrs. Arabin abandoned the matter. But then there arose the subject of clothes, of the wedding trousseau. Sarcastic people are wont to say that the tailor makes the man. Were I such a one, I might certainly assert that the milliner makes the bride. As regarding her bridehood, in distinction either to her girlhood or her wifehood, as being a line of plain demarcation between those two periods of a woman's life, the milliner does do much to make her. She would be hardly a bride if the trousseau were not there. A girl married without some such appendage would seem to pass into the condition of a wife without any such line of demarcation. In that moment in which she finds herself in the first fruition of her marriage finery, she becomes a bride; and in that other moment, when she begins to act upon the finest of these things as clothes to be packed up, she becomes a wife. When this subject was discussed, Griselda displayed no lack of a becoming interest. She went to work steadily, slowly, and almost with solemnity, as though the business in hand were one which it would be wicked to treat with impatience. She even struck her mother with awe by the grandeur of her ideas and the depth of her theories. Nor let it be supposed that she rushed away at once to the consideration of the great fabric, which was to be the ultimate sign and mark of her status, the quintessence of her briding, the outer veil, as it were, of the tabernacle, namely, her wedding dress. As a great poet works himself up by degrees to that inspiration which is necessary for the grand turning point of his epic, so did she slowly approach the hallowed ground on which she would sit with her ministers around her when about to discuss the nature, the extent, the design, the colouring, the structure, and the ornamentation of that momentous piece of apparel. No, there was much indeed to be done before she came to this. And as the poet to whom I have already alluded first invokes his muse, and then brings his smaller events gradually out upon his stage, so did Miss Grantly, with sacred fervour, ask her mother's aid, and then prepare her list of all those articles of underclothing which must be the substratum for the visible magnificence of her trousseau. Money was no object. We all know what that means, and frequently understand, when the words are used, that a blaze of splendour is to be attained at the cheapest possible price. But in this instance money was no object. Such an amount of money, at least, as could by any possibility be spent on a lady's clothes, independently of her jewels.
With reference to diamonds and such like, the Archdeacon at once declared his intention of taking the matter into his own hands, except in so far as Lord Dunstable, or the Hartletop interest, might be pleased to participate in the selection.
Nor was Mrs. Grantly sorry for such a decision. She was not an imprudent woman. and would have dreaded the responsibility of trusting herself on such an occasion among the dangerous temptations of a jeweller's shop. But as far as silks and satins went, in the matter of French bonnets, muslins, velvets, hats, riding habits, artificial flowers, head gilding, curious nettings, enamelled buckles, golden tagged bobbins, and mechanical petticoats, as regarded shoes and gloves and corsets and stockings and linen and flannel and calico, money, I may conscientiously assert, was no object; and under these circumstances Griselda Grantly went to work with a solemn industry and a steady perseverance that was beyond all praise. "I hope she will be happy," Mrs. Arabin said to her sister, as the two were sitting together in the dean's drawing room. "Oh yes, I think she will. Why should she not?" said the mother. "Oh no, I know of no reason; but she is going up into a station so much above her own in the eyes of the world that one cannot but feel anxious for her." "I should feel much more anxious if she were going to marry a poor man," said Mrs. Grantly. "It has always seemed to me that Griselda was fitted for a high position, that nature intended her for rank and state. You see that she is not a bit elated. She takes it all as if it were her own by right. I do not think that there is any danger that her head will be turned, if you mean that." "I was thinking rather of her heart," said Mrs. Arabin. "She never would have taken Lord Dumbello without loving him," said Mrs. Grantly, speaking rather quickly. "That is not quite what I mean either, Susan. I am sure she would not have accepted him had she not loved him. But it is so hard to keep the heart fresh among all the grandeurs of high rank, and it is harder for a girl to do so who has not been born to it than for one who has enjoyed it as her birthright." "I don't quite understand about fresh hearts," said Mrs. Grantly pettishly. "If she does her duty and loves her husband, and fills the position in which God has placed her with propriety, I don't know that we need look for anything more. I don't at all approve of the plan of frightening a young girl when she is making her first outset into the world. No, I would not frighten her. I think it would be almost difficult to frighten Griselda." "I hope it would. The great matter with a girl is whether she has been brought up with proper notions as to a woman's duty. Of course it is not for me to boast on this subject. Such as she is, I of course am responsible, but I must own that I do not see occasion to wish for any change." And then the subject was allowed to drop. Among those of her relations who wondered much at the girl's fortune, but allowed themselves to say but little, was her grandfather, Mr. Harding. He was an old clergyman, plain and simple in his manners, and not occupying a very prominent position, seeing that he was only precentor to the chapter. He was loved by his daughter, Mrs. Grantly, and was treated by the archdeacon, if not invariably with the highest respect, at least always with consideration and regard. But, old and plain as he was, the young people at Plumstead did not hold him in any great reverence. He was poorer than their other relatives, and made no attempt to hold his head high in Barsetshire circles. Moreover, in these latter days, the home of his heart had been at the deanery. He had indeed a lodging of his own in the city, but was gradually allowing himself to be weaned away from it. He had his own bedroom in the dean's house, his own arm-chair in the dean's library, and his own corner on a sofa in Mrs. Dean's drawing-room. It was not therefore necessary that he should interfere greatly in this coming marriage, but still it became his duty to say a word of congratulation to his granddaughter, and perhaps to say a word of advice. Grizzy, my dear," he said to her. He always called her Grizzy, but the endearment of the appellation had never been appreciated by the young lady. "Come and kiss me, and let me congratulate you on your great promotion. I do so very heartily."
"Thank you, grandpapa,"
she said, touching his forehead with her lips, thus being, as it were, very sparing with her kiss. But those lips now were august and reserved for nobler foreheads than that of an old cathedral hack; for Mr Harding still chanted the litany from Sunday to Sunday, unceasingly, standing at that well-known desk in the cathedral choir; and Griselda had thought in her mind that when the Hartletop people should hear of the practice, they would not be delighted. Dean and archdeacon might be very well, and if her grandfather had even been a prebendary, she might have put up with him; but he had, she thought, almost disgraced his family in being, at his age, one of the working menial clergy of the cathedral. She kissed him therefore sparingly, and resolved that her words with him should be few. "You are going to be a great lady, Grizzy," said he.
Said she. What was she to say when so addressed?
"And I hope you will be happy, and make others happy."
"I hope I shall," said she.
"But always think most about the latter, my dear. Think about the happiness of those around you, and your own will come without thinking. You understand that, do you not?"
"Oh yes, I understand," she said. As they were speaking, Mr Harding still held her hand, but Griselda left it with him unwillingly, and therefore ungraciously, looking as though she were dragging it from him.
"And, Grizzy, I believe it is quite as easy for a rich countess to be happy as for a dairymaid."
Griselda gave her head a little chuck, which was produced by two different operations of her mind. The first was a reflection that her grandpapa was robbing her of her rank. She was to be a rich marchioness. And the second was a feeling of anger at the old man for comparing her lot to that of a dairymaid.
"Quite as easy, I believe," continued he, "though others will tell you that it is not so. But with the countess, as with the dairymaid, it must depend on the woman herself. Being a countess, that fact alone won't make you happy."
"Lord Dumbello at present is only a viscount," said Griselda. "There is no earl's title in the family."
"Oh, I did not know," said Mr Harding, relinquishing his granddaughter's hand; and after that he troubled her with no further advice. Both Mrs Proudie and the bishop had called at Plumstead since Mrs Grantly had come back from London, and the ladies from Plumstead of course returned the visit. It was natural that the Grantlys and Proudies should hate each other. They were essentially church people, and their views on all church matters were antagonistic. They had been compelled to fight for supremacy in the diocese, and neither family had so conquered the other as to have become capable of magnanimity and good humour. They did hate each other, and this hatred had at one time almost produced an absolute disseverance of even the courtesies which are so necessary between a bishop and his clergy. But the bitterness of this rancour had been overcome, and the ladies of the families had continued on visiting terms.
But now this match was almost more than Mrs Proudie could bear. The great disappointment which, as she well knew, the Grantlys had encountered in that matter of the proposed new bishopric had, for the moment, mollified her. She had been able to talk of poor dear Mrs. Grantly. She is heartbroken, you know, in this matter, and the repetition of such misfortunes is hard to bear, she had been heard to say, with a complacency which had been quite becoming to her. But now that complacency was at an end. Olivia Proudie had just accepted a widowed preacher at a district church in Bethnal Green, a man with 3 children, who was dependent on pew rents, and Griselda Grantly was engaged to the eldest son of the Marquis of Hartletop. When women are enjoined to forgive their enemies, it cannot be intended that such wrongs as these should be included. But Mrs. Proudie's courage was nothing daunted. It may be boasted of her that nothing could daunt her courage. Soon after her return to Barchester, she and Olivia being very unwilling, had driven over to Plumstead, and, not finding the Grantlys at home, had left their cards. And now, at a proper interval, Mrs. Grantly and Griselda returned the visit. It was the first time that Miss Grantly had been seen by the Proudie ladies since the fact of her engagement had become known. The first bevy of compliments that passed might be likened to a crowd of flowers on a hedge rose bush. They were beautiful to the eye, but were so closely environed by thorns that they could not be plucked without great danger, as long as the compliments were allowed to remain on the hedge, while no attempt was made to garner them and realize their fruits for enjoyment. They did no mischief. But the first finger that was put forth for such a purpose was soon drawn back, marked with spots of blood. "Of course it is a great match for Griselda," said Mrs. Grantly, in a whisper the meekness of which would have disarmed an enemy whose weapons were less firmly clutched than those of Mrs. Proudie. "But independently of that, the connection is one which is gratifying in many ways." "Oh, no doubt," said Mrs. Proudie. "Lord Dumbello is so completely his own master," continued Mrs. Grantly, and a slight unintended semitone of triumph mingled itself with the meekness of that whisper. "And is likely to remain so, from all I hear," said Mrs. Proudie, and the scratched hand was at once drawn back. "Of course the And then Mrs. Proudie, who was blandly continuing her list of congratulations, whispered her sentence close into the ear of Mrs. Grantly, so that not a word of what she said might be audible by the young people. "I never heard a word of it," said Mrs. Grantly, gathering herself up, "and I don't believe it." "Oh, I may be wrong, and I'm sure I hope so. But young men will be young men, you know, and children will take after their parents. I suppose you will see a great deal of the Duke of Omnium now." But Mrs. Grantly was not a woman to be knocked down and trampled on without resistance, and though she had been lacerated by the rose bush, she was not as yet placed altogether hors de combat. She said some word about the Duke of Omnium very tranquilly, speaking of him merely as a Barsetshire proprietor, and then, smiling with her sweetest smile, expressed a hope that she might soon have the pleasure of becoming acquainted with Mr. Tickler, and as she spoke she made a pretty little bow towards Olivia Proudie. Now Mr. Tickler was the worthy clergyman attached to the district church at Bethnal Green. "He'll be down here in August," said Olivia boldly, determined not to be shamefaced about her love affairs. "You'll be starring it about the Continent by that time, my dear," said Mrs. Proudie to Griselda. "Lord Dumbello is well known at Homburg and Ems and places of that sort, so you will find yourself quite at home." "We are going to Rome," said Griselda majestically. "I suppose Mr. Tickler will come into the diocese soon?"
said Mrs. Grantly. "I remember hearing him very favourably spoken of by Mr. Slope, who was a friend of his." Nothing short of a fixed resolve on the part of Mrs. Grantly that the time had now come in which she must throw away her shield and stand behind her sword, declare war to the knife, and neither give nor take quarter, could have justified such a speech as this. Any allusion to Mr. Slope acted on Mrs. Proudie as a red cloth is supposed to act on a bull; but when that allusion connected the name of Mr. Slope in a friendly bracket with that of Mrs. Proudie's future son-in-law, it might be certain that the effect would be terrific. And there was more than this, for that very Mr. Slope had once entertained audacious hopes not thought to be audacious by the young lady herself, with reference to Miss Olivia Proudie. All this Mrs. Grantly knew, and knowing it, still dared to mention his name. The countenance of Mrs. Proudie became darkened with black anger, and the polished smile of her company manners gave place before the outraged feelings of her nature. "The man you speak of, Mrs. Grantly," said she, "was never known as a friend by Mr. Tickler." "Oh, indeed," said Mrs. Grantly. "Perhaps I have made a mistake. I am sure I have heard Mr. Slope mention him." "When Mr. Slope was running after your sister, Mrs. Grantly, and was encouraged by her as he was, you perhaps saw more of him than I did." "Mrs. Proudie, that was never the case." "I have reason to know that the archdeacon conceived it to be so, and that he was very unhappy about it." Now this, unfortunately, was a fact which Mrs. Grantly could not deny. "The archdeacon may have been mistaken about Mr. Slope," she said, "as were some other people at Barchester; but it was you, I think, Mrs. Proudie, who were responsible for bringing him here." Mrs. Grantly, at this period of the engagement, might have inflicted a fatal wound by referring to poor Olivia's former love affairs, but she was not destitute of generosity. Even in the extremest heat of the battle, she knew how to spare the young and tender. "When I came here, Mrs. Grantly, I little dreamt what a depth of wickedness might be found in the very close of a cathedral city," said Mrs. Proudie. "Then, for dear Olivia's sake, pray do not bring poor Mr. Tickler to Barchester." "Mr. Tickler, Mrs. Grantly, is a man of assured morals, and of a highly religious tone of thinking. I wish every one could be so safe as regards their daughter's future prospects as I am." "Yes, I know he has the advantage of being a family man," said Mrs. Grantly, getting up. "Good morning, Mrs. Proudie. Good day, Olivia." "A great deal better that than—" But the blow fell upon the empty air, for Mrs. Grantly had already escaped on to the staircase, while Olivia was ringing the bell for the servant to attend the front door. Mrs. Grantly, as she got into her carriage, smiled slightly, thinking of the battle, and as she sat down, she gently pressed her daughter's hand. But Mrs. Proudie's face was still dark as Acheron when her enemy withdrew, and with angry tone she sent her daughter to her work. "Mr. Tickler will have great reason to complain if, in your position, you indulge such habits of idleness," she said. Therefore I conceive that I am justified in saying that in that encounter Mrs. Grantly was the conqueror. End of chapter 40. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 41 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 41. Don Quixote.
On the day on which Lucy had her interview with Lady Lufton, the dean dined at Framley Parsonage. He and Robarts had known each other since the latter had been in the diocese, and now, owing to Mark's preferment in the chapter, had become almost intimate.
The dean was greatly pleased with the manner in which poor Mr. Crawley's children had been conveyed away from Hogglestock, and was inclined to open his heart to the whole Framley household. As he still had to ride home, he could only allow himself to remain half an hour after dinner, but in that half hour he said a great deal about Crawley, complimented Robarts on the manner in which he was playing the part of the Good Samaritan, and then, by degrees, informed him that it had come to his, the dean's, ears, before he left Barchester, that a writ was in the hands of certain persons in the city, enabling them to seize, he did not know whether it was the person or the property of the vicar of Framley. The fact was that these tidings had been conveyed to the dean with the express intent that he might put Robarts on his guard, but the task of speaking on such a subject to a brother clergyman had been so unpleasant to him that he had been unable to introduce it till the last 5 minutes before his departure. "I hope you will not put it down as an impertinent interference," said the dean, apologizing.
"No," said Mark, "no, I do not think that." He was so sad at heart that he hardly knew how to speak of it.
"I do not understand much about such matters," said the dean, "but I think if I were you I should go to a lawyer. I should imagine that anything so terribly disagreeable as an arrest might be avoided."
"It is a hard case," said Mark, pleading his own cause. "Though these men have this claim against me, I have never received a shilling either in money or money's worth."
"And yet your name is to the bills," said the dean.
"Yes, my name is to the bills, certainly, but it was to oblige a friend."
And then the dean, having given his advice, rode away. He could not understand how a clergyman, situated as was Mr. Robarts, could find himself called upon by friendship to attach his name to accommodation bills which he had not the power of liquidating when due.
On that evening they were both wretched enough at the parsonage. Hitherto Mark had hoped that perhaps, after all, no absolutely hostile steps would be taken against him with reference to these ills. Some unforeseen chance might occur in his favour, or the persons holding them might consent to take small instalments of payment from time to time. But now it seemed that the evil day was actually coming upon him at a blow. He had no longer any secrets from his wife. Should he go to a lawyer? And if so, to what lawyer? And when he had found his lawyer, what should he say to him? Mrs. Robarts at one time suggested that everything should be told to Lady Lufton. Mark, however, could not bring himself to do that. "It would seem," he said, "as though I wanted her to lend me the money." On the following morning Mark did ride into Barchester, dreading, however, lest he should be arrested on his journey, and he did see a lawyer. During his absence 2 calls were made at the parsonage, one by a very rough-looking individual, who left a suspicious document in the hands of the servant, purporting to be an invitation, not to dinner, from one of the judges of the land, and the other call was made by Lady Lufton in person. Mrs. Robarts had determined to go down to Framley Court on that day. In accordance with her usual custom, she would have been there within an hour or 2 of Lady Lufton's return from London, but things between them were not now as they usually had been. This affair of Lucy's must make a difference, let them both resolve to the contrary as they might. And indeed Mrs. Robarts had found that the closeness of her intimacy with Framley Court had been diminishing from day to day since Lucy had first begun to be on friendly terms with Lord Lufton. Since that she had been less at Framley Court than usual. She had heard from Lady Lufton less frequently by letter during her absence than she had done in former years, and was aware that she was less implicitly trusted with all the affairs of the parish. This had not made her angry, for she was in a manner conscious that it must be so. It made her unhappy, but what could she do? She could not blame Lucy, nor could she blame Lady Lufton. Lord Lufton she did blame, but she did so in the hearing of no one but her husband. Her mind, however, was made up to go over and bear the first brunt of her ladyship's arguments when she was stopped by her ladyship's arrival. If it were not for this terrible matter of Lucy's love, a matter on which they could not now be silent when they met, there would be 20 subjects of pleasant, or at any rate not unpleasant, conversation. But even then there would be those terrible bills hanging over her conscience, and almost crushing her by their weight. At the moment in which Lady Lufton walked up to the drawing-room window, Mrs. Robarts held in her hand that ominous invitation from the judge. Would it not be well that she should make a clean breast of it all, disregarding what her husband had said? It might be well, only this: she had never yet done anything in opposition to her husband's wishes. So she hid the slip within her desk, and left the matter open to consideration. The interview commenced with an affectionate embrace, as was a matter of course. "Dear Fanny," and "Dear Lady Lufton," was said between them with all the usual warmth. "And then the first inquiry was made about the children, and the second about the school." For a minute or two Mrs. Robarts thought that perhaps nothing was to be said about Lucy. If it pleased Lady Lufton to be silent, she at least would not commence the subject. "Then there was a word or two spoken about Mrs. Podgen's baby, after which Lady Lufton asked whether Fanny were alone." "Yes," said Mrs. Robarts. "Mark has gone over to Barchester. I hope he will not be long before he lets me see him. Perhaps he can call to-morrow. Would you both come and dine to-morrow?" "Not to-morrow, I think, Lady Lufton; but Mark, I am sure, will go over and call." "And why not come to dinner? I hope there is to be no change among us, eh, Fanny?" And Lady Lufton, as she spoke, looked into the other's face in a manner which almost made Mrs. Robarts get up and throw herself on her old friend's neck. Where was she to find a friend who would give her such constant love as she had received from Lady Lufton? And who was kinder, better, more honest than she? Change? No, I hope not, Lady Lufton. And as she spoke, the tears stood in her eyes. "Ah, but I shall think there is, if you will not come to me as you used to do. You always used to come and dine with me the day I came home, as a matter of course." What could she say, poor woman, to this? We were all in confusion yesterday about poor Mrs. Crawley, and the dean dined here. He had been over at Hogglestock to see his friend. "I have heard of her illness, and will go over and see what ought to be done. Don't you go, do you hear, Fanny? You with your young children. I should never forgive you if you did." And then Mrs. Robarts explained how Lucy had gone there, had sent the 4 children back to Framley, and was herself now staying at Hogglestock with the object of nursing Mrs. Crawley. In telling the story, she abstained from praising Lucy with all the strong language which she would have used had not Lucy's name and character been, at the present moment, of peculiar import to Lady Lufton. But nevertheless she could not tell it without dwelling much on Lucy's kindness. It would have been ungenerous to Lady Lufton to make much of Lucy's virtue at this present moment, but unjust to Lucy to make nothing of it."
"And she is actually with Mrs. Crawley now?" asked Lady Lufton.
"Oh yes, Mark left her there yesterday afternoon."
"And the 4 children are all here in the house?"
"Not exactly in the house, that is, not as yet. We have arranged a sort of quarantine hospital over the coach house."
"What, where Stubbs lives?"
"Yes, Stubbs and his wife have come into the house, and the children are to remain up there till the doctor says that there is no danger of infection."
"I have not even seen my visitors myself as yet," said Mrs. Robarts, with a slight laugh. "Dear me," said Lady Lufton, "I declare you have been very prompt. And so Miss Robarts is over there. I should have thought Mr. Crawley would have made a difficulty about the children."
"Well, he did, but they kidnapped them. That is, Lucy and Mark did. The dean gave me such an account of it. Lucy brought them out by 2s and packed them in the pony carriage, and then Mark drove off at a gallop, while Mr. Crawley stood calling to them in the road. The dean was there at the time, and saw it all."
"That Miss Lucy of yours seems to be a very determined young lady when she takes a thing into her head," said Lady Lufton, now sitting down for the first time.
"Yes, she is," said Mrs. Robarts, having laid aside all her pleasant animation, for the discussion which she dreaded was now at hand.
"A very determined young lady," continued Lady Lufton. "Of course, my dear Fanny, you know all this about Ludovic and your sister-in-law?"
"Yes, she has told me about it."
"It is very unfortunate, very.
I do not think Lucy has been to blame," said Mrs. Robarts, and as she spoke the blood was already mounting to her cheeks.
"Do not be too anxious to defend her, my dear, before anyone accuses her. Whenever a person does that, it looks as though their cause were weak."
"But my cause is not weak as far as Lucy is concerned. I feel quite sure that she has not been to blame."
"I know how obstinate you can be, Fanny, when you think it necessary to dub yourself anyone's champion. Don Quixote was not a better knight-errant than you are. But is it not a pity to take up your lance and shield before an enemy is within sight or hearing? But that was ever the way with your Don Quixotes."
"Perhaps there may be an enemy in ambush." That was Mrs. Robarts' thought to herself, but she did not dare to express it, so she remained silent.
"My only hope is," continued Lady Lufton, "that when my back is turned, you fight as gallantly for me."
"Ah, you are never under a cloud like poor Lucy."
"Am I not? But, Fanny, you do not see all the clouds. The sun does not always shine for any of us, and the downpouring rain and the heavy wind scatter also my fairest flowers, as they have done hers, poor girl. Dear Fanny, I hope it may be long before any cloud comes across the brightness of your heaven. Of all the creatures I know, you are the one most fitted for quiet continued sunshine."
And then Mrs. Robarts did get up and embrace her friend, thus hiding the tears which were running down her face. Continued sunshine indeed! A dark spot had already gathered on her horizon, which was likely to fall in a very waterspout of rain. What was to come of that terrible notice, which was now lying in the desk under Lady Lufton's very arm?
"But I am not come here to croak like an old raven," continued Lady Lufton, when she had brought this embrace to an end. "It is probable that we all may have our sorrows, but I am quite sure of this, that if we endeavour to do our duties honestly, we shall all find our consolation, and all have our joys also. And now, my dear, let you and I say a few words about this unfortunate affair. It would not be natural if we were to hold our tongues to each other, would it?"
"I suppose not," said Mrs. Robarts.
"We should always be conceiving worse than the truth, each as to the other's thoughts. Now, some time ago, when I spoke to you about your sister-in-law and Ludovic, I dare say you remember." "Oh yes, I remember." "We both thought then that there would really be no danger. To tell you the plain truth, I fancied, and indeed hoped, that his affections were engaged elsewhere; but I was altogether wrong then, wrong in thinking it, and wrong in hoping it." Mrs. Robarts knew well that Lady Lufton was alluding to Griselda Grantly, but she conceived that it would be discreet to say nothing herself on that subject at present. She remembered, however, Lucy's flashing eye when the possibility of Lord Lufton making such a marriage was spoken of in the pony carriage, and could not but feel glad that Lady Lufton had been disappointed. "I do not at all impute any blame to Miss Robarts for what has occurred since," continued her ladyship. "I wish you distinctly to understand that. I do not see how anyone could blame her. She has behaved so nobly. It is of no use inquiring whether anyone can. It is sufficient that I do not." "I think that is hardly sufficient," said Mrs. Robarts pertinaciously. "Is it not?" asked her ladyship, raising her eyebrows. "No, only think what Lucy has done and is doing. If she had chosen to say that she would accept your son, I really do not know how you could have justly blamed her. I do not by any means say that I would have advised such a thing." "I am glad of that, Fanny." "I have not given any advice, nor is it needed. I know no one more able than Lucy to see clearly by her own judgment what course she ought to pursue. I should be afraid to advise one whose mind is so strong, and who of her own nature is so self-denying as she is. She is sacrificing herself now because she will not be the means of bringing trouble and dissension between you and your son. If you ask me, Lady Lufton, I think you owe her a deep debt of gratitude. I do indeed. And as for blaming her, what has she done that you possibly could blame?" "Don Quixote on horseback," said Lady Lufton. "Fanny, I shall always call you Don Quixote, and some day or other I will get somebody to write your adventures. But the truth is this, my dear, there has been imprudence. You may call it mine, if you will, though I really hardly see how I am to take the blame. I could not do other than ask Miss Robarts to my house, and I could not very well turn my son out of it. In point of fact, it has been the old story." "Exactly, the story that is as old as the world, and which will continue as long as people are born into it. It is a story of God's own telling." "But, my dear child, you do not mean that every young gentleman and every young lady should fall in love with each other directly they meet? Such a doctrine would be very inconvenient." "No, I do not mean that. Lord Lufton and Miss Grantly did not fall in love with each other, though you meant them to do so. But was it not quite as natural that Lord Lufton and Lucy should do so instead?" "It is generally thought, Fanny, that young ladies should not give loose to their affections until they have been certified of their friends' approval, and that young gentlemen of fortune may amuse themselves as they please. I know that is what the world teaches, but I cannot agree to the justice of it. The terrible suffering which Lucy has to endure makes me cry out against it. She did not seek your son. The moment she began to suspect that there might be danger, she avoided him scrupulously. She would not go down to Framley Court, though her not doing so was remarked by yourself. She would hardly go out about the place lest she should meet him. She was contented to put herself altogether in the background till he should have pleased to leave the place. But he came to her here, and insisted on seeing her. He found her when I was out, and declared himself determined to speak to her. What was she to do? She did try to escape, but he stopped her at the door. Was it her fault that he made her an offer? My dear, no one has said so. Yes, but you do say so when you tell me that young ladies should not give play to their affections without permission. He persisted in saying to her here all that it pleased him, though she implored him to be silent. I cannot tell the words she used, but she did implore him. I do not doubt that she behaved well, but he persisted, and begged her to accept his hand. She refused him then, Lady Lufton, not as some girls do, with a mock reserve, not intending to be taken at their words, but steadily, and God forgive her, untruly, knowing what your feelings would be, and knowing what the world would say. She declared to him that he was indifferent to her. What more could she do in your behalf? And then Mrs. Robarts paused. I shall wait till you have done, Fanny. You spoke of girls giving loose to their affections. She did not do so. She went about her work exactly as she had done before. She did not even speak to me of what had passed, not then at least. She determined that it should all be as though it had never been. She had learnt to love your son, but that was her misfortune, and she would get over it as she might. Tidings came to us here that he was engaged, or about to engage himself, to Miss Grantly. Those tidings were untrue. Yes, we know that now, but she did not know it then. Of course she could not but suffer, but she suffered within herself. Mrs. Robarts, as she said this, remembered the pony carriage, and how Puck had been beaten. She made no complaint that he had ill-treated her, not even to herself. She had thought it right to reject his offer, and there, as far as he was concerned, was to be an end of it. That would be a matter of course, I should suppose. But it was not a matter of course, Lady Lufton. He returned from London to Framley on purpose to repeat his offer. He sent for her brother. You talk of a young lady waiting for her friend's approval. In this matter, who would be Lucy's friends? You and Mr. Robarts, of course. Exactly, her only friends. Well, Lord Lufton sent for Mark, and repeated his offer to him. Mind you, Mark had never heard a word of this before, and you may guess whether or no he was surprised. Lord Lufton repeated his offer in the most formal manner, and claimed permission to see Lucy. She refused to see him. She has never seen him since that day when, in opposition to all her efforts, he made his way into this room. Mark, as I think very properly, would have allowed Lord Lufton to come up here. Looking at both their ages and position, he could have had no right to forbid it. But Lucy positively refused to see your son, and sent him a message instead, of the purport of which you are now aware, that she would never accept him unless she did so at your request. It was a very proper message. I say nothing about that. Had she accepted him, I would not have blamed her, and so I told her, Lady Lufton. I cannot understand your saying that, Fanny. Well, I did say so. I don't want to argue now about myself, whether I was right or wrong, but I did say so. Whatever sanction I could give, she would have had, but she again chose to sacrifice herself, although I believe she regards him with as true a love as ever a girl felt for a man. Upon my word, I don't know that she is right. Those considerations for the world may perhaps be carried too far. I think that she was perfectly right. Very well, Lady Lufton, I can understand that. But after such sacrifice on her part, a sacrifice made entirely to you, how can you talk of not blaming her? Is that the language in which you speak of those whose conduct from first to last has been superlatively excellent? If she is open to blame at all, it is... But here Mrs. Robarts stopped herself.
In defending her sister she had worked herself almost into a passion, but such a state of feeling was not customary to her, and now that she had spoken her mind, she sank suddenly into silence. "It seems to me, Fanny, that you almost regret Miss Robarts' decision," said Lady Lufton. "My wish in this matter is for her happiness, and I regret anything that may mar it." "You think nothing, then, of our welfare? And yet I do not know to whom I might have looked for hearty friendship and for sympathy in difficulties, if not to you." Poor Mrs. Robarts was almost upset by this. A few months ago, before Lucy's arrival, she would have declared that the interests of Lady Lufton's family would have been paramount with her, after and next to those of her own husband; and even now it seemed to argue so black an ingratitude on her part, this accusation that she was indifferent to them. From her childhood upwards she had revered and loved Lady Lufton, and for years had taught herself to regard her as an epitome of all that was good and gracious in woman. Lady Lufton's theories of life had been accepted by her as the right theories, and those whom Lady Lufton had liked, she had liked. But now it seemed that all these ideas, which had taken a life to build up, were to be thrown to the ground, because she was bound to defend a sister-in-law whom she had only known for the last 8 months. It was not that she regretted a word that she had spoken on Lucy's behalf. Chance had thrown her and Lucy together, and as Lucy was her sister, she should receive from her a sister's treatment. But she did not the less feel how terrible would be the effect of any disseverance from Lady Lufton. "Oh, Lady Lufton," she said, "do not say that." "But, Fanny dear, I must speak as I find. You were talking about clouds just now, and do you think that all this is not a cloud in my sky? Ludovic tells me that he is attached to Miss Robarts, and you tell me that she is attached to him, and I am called upon to decide between them. Her very act obliges me to do so." "Dear Lady Lufton," said Mrs. Robarts, springing from her seat. It seemed to her at the moment as though the whole difficulty were to be solved by an act of grace on the part of her old friend. "And yet I cannot approve of such a marriage," said Lady Lufton. Mrs. Robarts returned to her seat, saying nothing further. "Is not that a cloud on one's horizon?" continued her ladyship. "Do you think that I can be basking in the sunshine while I have such a weight upon my heart as that? Ludovic will soon be home, but instead of looking to his return with pleasure, I dread it. I would prefer that he should remain in Norway. I would wish that he should stay away for months. And, Fanny, it is a great addition to my misfortune to feel that you do not sympathize with me." Having said this in a slow, sorrowful, and severe tone, Lady Lufton got up and took her departure. Of course Mrs. Robarts did not let her go without assuring her that she did sympathize with her, did love her as she ever had loved her. But wounds cannot be cured as easily as they may be inflicted, and Lady Lufton went her way with much real sorrow at her heart. She was proud and masterful, fond of her own way, and much too careful of the worldly dignities to which her lot had called her. But she was a woman who could cause no sorrow to those she loved without deep sorrow to herself. End of chapter 41. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 42 of Framley Parsonage by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 42. Touching Pitch. In these hot midsummer days, the end of June and the beginning of July, Mr. Sowerby had but an uneasy time of it. At his sister's instance, he had hurried up to London, and there had remained for days in attendance on the lawyers. He had to see new lawyers, Miss Dunstable's men of business, quiet, old, cautious gentlemen, whose place of business was in a dark alley behind the bank, Messrs. Slow and Bidewhile by name, who had no scruple in detaining him for hours, while they or their clerks talked to him about anything or about nothing. It was of vital consequence to Mr. Sowerby that this business of his should be settled without delay, and yet these men, to whose care this settling was now confided, went on as though law processes were a sunny bank on which it delighted men to bask easily. And then, too, he had to go more than once to South Audley Street, which was a worse infliction, for the men in South Audley Street were less civil now than had been their wont. It was well understood there that Mr. Sowerby was no longer a client of the Duke's, but his opponent; no longer his nominee and dependent, but his enemy in the county. "Caldecott's," as old Mr. Gumption remarked to young Mr. Gageby, "Caldecott's, Gageby, is a cooked goose as far as Sowerby is concerned. And what difference could it make to him whether the Duke is to own it or Miss Dunstable? For my part, I cannot understand how a gentleman like Sowerby can like to see his property go into the hands of a gallipot wench whose money still smells of bad drugs. And nothing can be more ungrateful," he said, "than Sowerby's conduct. He has held the county for 25 years without expense, and now that the time for payment has come, he begrudges the price. He called it no better than cheating, he did not. He, Mr. Gumption, according to his ideas, Sowerby was attempting to cheat the Duke." It may be imagined, therefore, that Mr. Sowerby did not feel any very great delight in attending at South Audley Street. And then rumour was spread about among all the bill discounting leeches that blood was once more to be sucked from the Sowerby carcass. The rich Miss Dunstable had taken up his affairs. So much as that became known in the purlieus of the Goat and Compasses. Tom Tozer's brother declared that she and Sowerby were going to make a match of it, and that any scrap of paper with Sowerby's name on it would become worth its weight in banknotes. But Tom Tozer himself, Tom, who was the real hero of the family, pooh-poohed at this, screwing up his nose, and alluding in most contemptuous terms to his brother's softness. He knew better, as was indeed the fact. Miss Dunstable was buying up the squire, and by jingo she should buy them up, them, the Tozers, as well as the others. They knew their value, the Tozers did. Whereupon they became more than ordinarily active. From them and all their brethren, Mr. Sowerby at this time endeavoured to keep his distance. But his endeavours were not altogether effectual. Whenever he could escape for a day or two from the lawyers, he ran down to Caldecott's. But Tom Tozer, in his perseverance, followed him there, and boldly sent in his name by the servant at the front door.
"Mr. Sowerby is not just at home at the present moment," said the well-trained domestic.
"I'll wait about then,"
said Tom, seating himself on an heraldic stone griffin which flanked the big stone steps before the house, and in this way Mr. Tozer gained his purpose. Sowerby was still contesting the county, and it behoved him not to let his enemies say that he was hiding himself. It had been a part of his bargain with Miss Dunstable that he should contest the county. She had taken it into her head that the Duke had behaved badly, and she had resolved that he should be made to pay for it. The Duke, she said, had meddled long enough. She would now see whether the Caldecott's interest would not suffice of itself to return a member for the county, even in opposition to the Duke. Mr. Sowerby himself was so harassed at the time that he would have given way on this point if he had had the power; but Miss Dunstable was determined, and he was obliged to yield to her. In this manner Mr. Tom Towser succeeded, and did make his way into Mr. Sowerby's presence, of which intrusion one effect was the following letter from Mr. Sowerby to his friend Mark Robarts. Caldecott's, July 1850 . My dear Robarts, I am so harassed at the present moment by an infinity of troubles of my own that I am almost callous to those of other people. They say that prosperity makes a man selfish. I have never tried that, but I am quite sure that adversity does so. Nevertheless, I am anxious about those bills of yours.
Bills of mine?
Said Robarts to himself as he walked up and down the shrubbery path at the parsonage, reading this letter. This happened a day or two after his visit to the lawyer at Barchester. And would rejoice greatly if I thought that I could save you from any further annoyance about them. That kite Tom Tozer has just been with me, and insists that both of them shall be paid. He knows, no one better, that no consideration was given for the latter, but he knows also that the dealing was not with him, nor even with his brother, and he will be prepared to swear that he gave value for both. He would swear anything for £500, or for half the money, for that matter. I do not think that the father of mischief ever let loose upon the world a greater rascal than Tom Tozer. He declares that nothing shall induce him to take 1 shilling less than the whole sum of £900. He has been brought to this by hearing that my debts are about to be paid. Heaven help me! The meaning of that is that these wretched acres, which are now mortgaged to one millionaire, are to change hands and be mortgaged to another instead. By this exchange I may possibly obtain the benefit of having a house to live in for the next 12 months, but no other. Tozer, however, is altogether wrong in his scent, and the worst of it is that his malice will fall on you rather than on me. What I want you to do is this: let us pay him £100 between us. Though I sell the last sorry jade of a horse I have, I will make up 50, and I know that you can at any rate do as much as that. Then do you accept a bill conjointly with me for 800. It shall be done in Forest's presence and handed to him, and you shall receive back the 2 old bills into your own hands at the same time. This new bill should be timed to run 90 days, and I will move heaven and earth during that time to have it included in the general schedule of my debts, which are to be secured on the Caldecott's property. The meaning of which was that Miss Dunstable was to be cozened into paying the money under an idea that it was part of the sum covered by the existing mortgage. What you said the other day at Barchester, as to never executing another bill, is very well as regards future transactions. Nothing can be wiser than such a resolution. But it would be folly, worse than folly, if you were to allow your furniture to be seized when the means of preventing it are so ready to your hand. By leaving the new bill in Forest's hands, you may be sure that you are safe from the claws of such birds of prey as these Tozers. Even if I cannot get it settled when the 3 months are over, Forest will enable you to make any arrangement that may be most convenient. For heaven's sake, my dear fellow, do not refuse this. You can hardly conceive how it weighs upon me, this fear that bailiffs should make their way into your wife's drawing-room. I know you think ill of me, and I do not wonder at it, but you would be less inclined to do so if you knew how terribly I am punished. Pray let me hear that you will do as I counsel you. Yours always faithfully, N. Sowerby. In answer to which the parson wrote a very short reply. Framley, July 1850. My dear Sowerby, I will sign no more bills on any consideration. Yours truly, Mark Robarts. And then, having written this, and having shown it to his wife, he returned to the shrubbery walk, and paced it up and down, looking every now and then to Sowerby's letter, as he thought over all the past circumstances of his friendship with that gentleman. That the man who had written this letter should be his friend, that very fact was a disgrace to him. Sowerby so well knew himself and his own reputation that he did not dare to suppose that his own word would be taken for anything, not even when the thing promised was an act of the commonest honesty. "The old bill shall be given back into your own hands," he had declared with energy, knowing that his friend and correspondent would not feel himself secure against further fraud under any less stringent guarantee. This gentleman, this county member, the owner of Caldecott's, with whom Mark Robarts had been so anxious to be on terms of intimacy, had now come to such a phase of life that he had given over speaking of himself as an honest man. He had become so used to suspicion that he argued of it as of a thing of course. He knew that no one could trust either his spoken or his written word, and he was content to speak and to write without attempt to hide this conviction. And this was the man whom he had been so glad to call his friend, for whose sake he had been willing to quarrel with Lady Lufton, and at whose instance he had unconsciously abandoned so many of the best resolutions of his life. He looked back now, as he walked there slowly, still holding the letter in his hand, to the day when he had stopped at the schoolhouse and written his letter to Mr. Sowerby, promising to join the party at Caldecott's. He had been so eager then to have his own way that he would not permit himself to go home and talk the matter over with his wife. He thought also of the manner in which he had been tempted to the house of the Duke of Omnium, and the conviction on his mind at the time that his giving way to that temptation would surely bring him to evil. And then he remembered the evening in Sowerby's bedroom, when the bill had been brought out, and he had allowed himself to be persuaded to put his name upon it, not because he was willing in this way to assist his friend, but because he was unable to refuse. He had lacked the courage to say no, though he knew at the time how gross was the error which he was committing. He had lacked the courage to say no, and hence had come upon him and on his household all this misery and cause for bitter repentance. I have written much of clergymen, but in doing so I have endeavoured to portray them as they bear on our social life, rather than to describe the mode and working of their professional careers. Had I done the latter, I could hardly have steered clear of subjects on which it has not been my intention to pronounce an opinion, and I should either have laden my fiction with sermons, or I should have degraded my sermons into fiction. Therefore I have said but little in my narrative of this man's feelings or doings as a clergyman, but I must protest against its being on this account considered that Mr. Robarts was indifferent to the duties of his clerical position. He had been fond of pleasure, and had given way to temptation, as is so customarily done by young men of 26 who are placed beyond control and who have means at command. Had he remained as a curate till that age, subject in all his movements to the eye of a superior, he would, we may say, have put his name to no bills, have ridden after no hounds, have seen nothing of the iniquities of Gatherum Castle. There are men of 26 as fit to stand alone as ever they will be, fit to be prime ministers, heads of schools, judges on the bench, almost fit to be bishops. But Mark Robarts had not been one of them. He had within him many aptitudes for good, but not the strengthened courage of a man to act up to them. The stuff of which his manhood was to be formed had been slow of growth, as it is with many men, and consequently, when temptation was offered to him, he had fallen. But he deeply grieved over his own stumbling, and from time to time, as his periods of penitence came upon him, he resolved that he would once more put his shoulder to the wheel, as became one who fights upon earth that battle for which he had put on his armour. Over and over again did he think of those words of Mr. Crawley, and now, as he walked up and down the path, crumpling Mr. Sowerby's letter in his hand, he thought of them again.
It is a terrible falling off, terrible in the fall, but doubly terrible through that difficulty of returning.
Yes, that is a difficulty which multiplies itself in a fearful ratio as one goes on pleasantly running down the path whitherward. Had it come to that with him, that he could not return, that he could never again hold up his head with a safe conscience as the pastor of his parish? It was Sowerby who had led him into this misery, who had brought on him this ruin. But then, had not Sowerby paid him? Had not that stall which he now held in Barchester been Sowerby's gift? He was a poor man now, a distressed, poverty-stricken man, but nevertheless he wished with all his heart that he had never become a sharer in the good things of the Barchester chapter. "I shall resign the stall," he said to his wife that night. "I think I may say that I have made up my mind as to that." "But, Mark, will not people say that it is odd?" "I cannot help it. They must say it. Fanny, I fear that we shall have to bear the saying of harder words than that. Nobody can ever say that you have done anything that is unjust or dishonourable. If there are such men as Mr. Sowerby, the blackness of his fault will not excuse mine." And then again he sat silent, hiding his eyes, while his wife, sitting by him, held his hand. "Don't make yourself wretched, Mark. Matters will all come right yet. It cannot be that the loss of a few £100 should ruin you. It is not the money. It is not the money." "But you have done nothing wrong, Mark. How am I to go into the church and take my place before them all, when everyone will know that bailiffs are in the house?" And then, dropping his head onto the table, he sobbed aloud. Mark Robarts' mistake had been mainly this: he had thought to touch pitch and not to be defiled. He, looking out from his pleasant parsonage into the pleasant upper ranks of the world around him, had seen that men and things in those quarters were very engaging. His own parsonage, with his sweet wife, were exceedingly dear to him, and Lady Lufton's affectionate friendship had its value; but were not these things rather dull for one who had lived in the best sets at Harrow and Oxford, unless indeed he could supplement them with some occasional bursts of more lively life? Cakes and ale were as pleasant to his palate as to the palates of those with whom he had formerly lived at college. He had the same eye to look at a horse, and the same heart to make him go across a country as they. And then, too, he found that men liked him, men and women also, men and women who were high in worldly standing. His ass's ears were tickled, and he learned to fancy that he was intended by nature for the society of high people. It seemed as though he were following his appointed course in meeting men and women of the world at the houses of the fashionable and the rich. He was not the first clergyman that had so lived and had so prospered. Yes, clergymen had so lived, and had done their duties in their sphere of life altogether to the satisfaction of their countrymen and of their sovereigns. Thus Mark Robarts had determined that he would touch pitch, and escape defilement if that were possible. With what result, those who have read so far will have perceived. Late on the following afternoon, who should drive up to the parsonage door but Mr. Forest, the bank manager from Barchester. Mr. Forest, to whom Sowerby had always pointed as the deus ex machina who, if duly invoked, could relieve them all from their present troubles, and dismiss the whole Tozer family, not howling into the wilderness, as one would have wished to do with that brood of Tozers, but so gorged with prey that from them no further annoyance need be dreaded. All this Mr. Forest could do, nay, more, most willingly would do. Only let Mark Robarts put himself into the banker's hand, and blandly sign what documents the banker might desire. "This is a very unpleasant affair," said Mr. Forest, as soon as they were closeted together in Mark's book-room; in answer to which observation the parson acknowledged that it was a very unpleasant affair. "Mr. Sowerby has managed to put you into the hands of about the worst set of rogues now existing in their line of business in London." "So I supposed. Curling told me the same." Curling was the Barchester attorney whose aid he had lately invoked. "Curling has threatened them that he will expose their whole trade, but one of them who was down here, a man named Tozer, replied that you had much more to lose by exposure than he had. He went further and declared that he would defy any jury in England to refuse him his money. He swore that he discounted both bills in the regular way of business, and though this is of course false, I fear that it will be impossible to prove it so. He well knows that you are a clergyman, and that therefore he has a stronger hold on you than on other men." "The disgrace shall fall on Sowerby," said Robarts, hardly actuated at the moment by any strong feeling of Christian forgiveness. "I fear, Mr. Robarts, that he is somewhat in the condition of the Tozers. He will not feel it as you will do." "I must bear it, Mr. Forest, as best I may." "Will you allow me, Mr. Robarts, to give you my advice? Perhaps I ought to apologize for intruding it upon you, but as the bills have been presented and dishonoured across my counter, I have of necessity become acquainted with the circumstances." "I am sure I am very much obliged to you," said Mark. "You must pay this money, or at any rate the most considerable portion of it, the whole of it indeed, with such deduction as a lawyer may be able to induce these hawks to make on the sight of the ready money. Perhaps £750 or £800 may see you clear of the whole affair." "But I have not a quarter of that sum lying by me." "No, I suppose not. But what I would recommend is this, that you should borrow the money from the bank on your own responsibility, with the joint security of some friend who may be willing to assist you with his name. Lord Lufton probably would do it." "No, Mr. Forest." "Listen to me first before you make up your mind.
If you took this step, of course you would do so with the fixed intention of paying the money yourself, without any further reliance on Sowerby or on any one else." "I shall not rely on Mr. Sowerby again, you may be sure of that." "What I mean is that you must teach yourself to recognize the debt as your own. If you can do that with your income, you can surely pay it with interest in 2 years. If Lord Lufton will assist you with his name, I will so arrange the bills that the payments shall be made to fall equally over that period. In that way the world will know nothing about it, and in 2 years' time you will once more be a free man. Many men, Mr. Robarts, have bought their experience much dearer than that, I can assure you."
"Mr. Forest, it is quite out of the question."
"You mean that Lord Lufton will not give you his name?"
"I certainly shall not ask him. But that is not all. In the first place, my income will not be what you think it, for I shall probably give up the prebend at Barchester."
"Give up the prebend? Give up 600 a year?"
"And beyond this, I think I may say that nothing shall tempt me to put my name to another bill. I have learnt a lesson which I hope I may never forget."
"Then what do you intend to do?"
"Nothing."
"Then those men will sell every stick of furniture about the place. They know that your property here is enough to secure all that they claim."
"If they have the power, they must sell it."
"And all the world will know the facts."
"So it must be. Of the faults which a man commits, he must bear the punishment. If it were only myself—"
"That's where it is, Mr. Robarts. Think what your wife will have to suffer in going through such misery as that. You had better take my advice. Lord Lufton, I am sure—"
But the very name of Lord Lufton, his sister's lover, again gave him courage. He thought too of the accusations which Lord Lufton had brought against him on that night when he had come to him in the coffee room of the hotel, and he felt that it was impossible that he should apply to him for such aid. It would be better to tell all to Lady Lufton. That she would relieve him, let the cost to herself be what it might, he was very sure. Only this, that in looking to her for assistance, he would be forced to bite the dust in very deed. "Thank you, Mr. Forest, but I have made up my mind. Do not think that I am the less obliged to you for your disinterested kindness, for I know that it is disinterested. But this I think I may confidently say, that not even to avert so terrible a calamity will I again put my name to any bill. Even if you could take my own promise to pay without the addition of any second name, I would not do it."
There was nothing for Mr. Forest to do under such circumstances but simply to drive back to Barchester.
He had done the best for the young clergyman according to his lights, and perhaps in a worldly view his advice had not been bad. But Mark dreaded the very name of a bill. He was as a dog that had been terribly scorched, and nothing should again induce him to go near the fire. "Was not that the man from the bank?" said Fanny, coming into the room when the sound of the wheels had died away. "Yes, Mr. Forest." "Well, dearest, we must prepare ourselves for the worst. You will not sign any more papers, eh, Mark?" "No, I have just now positively refused to do so." "Then I can bear anything. But dearest Mark, will you not let me tell Lady Lufton?" Let them look at the matter in any way, the punishment was very heavy. End of chapter 42. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.